Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. With compliance with open meeting law, this meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Quinn is excused. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Present.
Commissioner Rausch.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
I call your attention to the information printed to your agenda. Do we have agendas? Which we are out of agendas that were there. Our actions in the appeal process and review process, if it's appropriate, is stated in there. Please read this carefully. If you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments under this item for specific action will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please come up to the podium.
Just a reminder, this isn't an opportunity to speak on every single item, but just as indicating if they have any particular items.
Can you your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lori Sabella. I reside at 8305 Donatello Court, and I'm here to express my opposition to item number 97 and also item number 98.
Okay, thank you. That'll be heard tonight.
Right, and I can't stay till 97 and 98, so I wanted to make my voice heard now.
Okay, it's noted on the record as opposition. Do we go through and?
We can do that, Mr. Chairman, but you may have everyone else doing the exact same thing. So
Yeah,
we may want to either have her write something down now and submit it to the clerk.
I responded via email.
Okay.
They have record of
You
my
did?
opposition,
Okay.
but I
And
thought
that's
it was
the clerk.
important for me to come here tonight and stress that.
Can you give the numbers one more time? 97?
97 and 98, they are special, they're requesting short-term rental
Okay,
permits.
thank you.
These are very strong residential neighborhoods, and I bought my house there 2 years ago because it was established. I shouldn't have had any surprises. That's going to be my retirement home, and I don't need people short-term renting out homes that are going to disrupt my neighborhood or my community.
I understand, thank you. We'll note it for the opposition, and noting that you did turn something in is through email as well.
Pardon me?
You did turn something in through email as well?
I did, and I went on the website and also marked my position.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
comments. Thanks. Can I get your name and address for the record, sir?
It's Robert Glover. I live in the Canyon Creek North neighborhood, 5728 Centralia Street, Las Vegas, 89149, and I'm here in opposition to item 31, I guess it is, rezoning related to Paramount Fund 2 LLC to develop a gas station, car wash, and...
Mr. Glover, that will be heard tonight if you'd like to speak during
well,
the...
I'm going to have to leave. I just want to state my opposition.
Okay, so
and I understand. Thank you for the opportunity to come here, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My comments might more appropriately be addressed to the people who are doing this development because there is a car wash right across the street from that location. It's right up against two single-family neighborhoods, Canyon Creek North.
Mr. Glover, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have a long agenda tonight.
Okay.
And I understand you're in opposition. If there's anything that you can turn into the clerk, or if there's a way you could stay.
I'll say this in conclusion. There's the exact same business set up less than a mile away at the corner of Ann and Drexel. So, I mean, whoever is proposing this, they must not have done their market research, because how many ways can you slice that pie?
All right, Mr. Glover, thank you very much. If there's anything you'd like to turn into the clerk, we're happy to take it. Thank you, sir.
Nate Haldeman, 7799 Green Lake Way. I was going to speak on the same thing. Do you want us to wait until that item?
Yeah, we will open up the agenda items, and there will be a public hearing on that specific agenda item. Seeing anyone else? I don't. So we'll close that portion and move on to item number 5 for passable action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of May 8th, 2018.
Yes,
Vice Chair Schlotman.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Planning Commission minutes for May 8th, 2018.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item number 6, any items from the Planning Commission staff or the applicant wish to be stricken, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Are there any commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public that would like to pull forward for action? Does anyone wish to speak on any of this? Can I get your name and address for the record, sir?
Yes, Anthony Lowry, 5680 Cascadia Court.
Can I get your last name again, sir?
Lowry?
Lowry? Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, regarding item 106, SDR 73199, we'd like that held in abeyance. Give us time to meet with Councilman Creer's staff and have the item placed on the July 10th agenda.
And that was item number 106?
106.
Okay. For the July 10th. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, we will be voting on all of it.
Okay.
Commissioners, Commissioner Savio?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I can have item 15 held in abeyance, as well as item 104 and 105, please, to the next scheduled Planning Commission meeting?
To the 7:10 meeting, is it the request? Are the applicants here on those items?
Mr. Chair, can you read those items, just so that we can have for the clerk? No, the chairman.
Pardon?
If we're going to hold an item, can you just read it into the record for the clerk?
Absolutely. Item number 15 is SUP 73188, applicant Lucky Spot, owner Smoke Ranch Enterprises, Inc., for possible action request for special use permit for proposed 3,825 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 6890 North Wallapai Way, Ward 6. And items number 104, SDR 73335, applicant owner Howard Keys Trust, for possible action on request for major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for proposed 120,000 square foot motor vehicle sales, new development with waivers of the town center development standards to allow reduction of the parking lot landscaping and perimeter landscape buffer widths in a parking lot in the front of the building where parking is only allowed on the side or rear of buildings at the southeast corner of Centennial Center Boulevard and Grand Montecito Parkway, Ward 6, and related item 105, SDR 73336, for possible action request for site development plan review for an interim auto dealer inventory storage facility in conjunction with the proposed 120,000 square foot motor vehicle sales new development, Ward 6. We also have item number 99. I'm not sure if the applicant is here to that, but if I could turn it over to staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, staff would request an abeyance on item number 99. Their public hearing notice signage was not on display during the 10 days leading up to the hearing, and therefore the item must be obeyed. If the sign is not returned to be displayed, if it's not available, They will have to pay notification costs for a new sign to be posted, and that'll have to be done in a timely manner leading up to the July meeting.
And the request is till 7:10?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is the applicant here, Chairman, for number 99?
Is the applicant here for number 99? Do not see the applicant here. Let's see. Is the applicant here for items number 84 and 89? 84 and 85? No. Okay. No, they're not here, so we'll have to wait. Yep. Commissioner? Okay, I'll turn it over for staff on the staff report, please.
Excuse me, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have item number 18 brought forward to be heard as well.
I think we're doing housekeeping first.
We're on housekeeping for abeyance. Did you want it?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the following items have been requested for abeyance to the July 10th meeting. Item 15, 99, 104 and 105, 106. The following items have been requested for abeyance to the August 14th meeting. Item 40, 51 and 52, and item 95. The following items have been requested for abeyance to the September 11th meeting, item 39. And the following items have been requested to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 24, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45. Staff further would recommend that items 39, 40, and 85 be tabled instead of obeyed, as the items are all short-term rental. Excuse me, 39, 40, and 95 be tabled, as the items are all short-term residential rental special use permits, and the applicants are anticipating amendments to the ordinance. Tabled items must be recalled within 6 months, or they expire, and applicants must pay re-notification fees to recall the items.
Thank you. Are the applicants here for 40, 95, and 39? If they could please come up to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing application numbers 40 and 95.
Staff's requesting that it be tabled instead of
And we concur with staff to table those items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of number 39.
And you're fine with it being tabled?
And I am fine with staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Celeste. Okay. That can... Oh.
We'll just mix up on our structure for 601.
You want to come to the microphone, name and address for the record, please?
601 Fremont.
We haven't got to that portion
Okay, just
yet.
want to make sure because I got misinformation, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have the housekeeping items. Oh, we have one more person.
Good afternoon, or good evening. I'm sorry, there was a line to get in. So while I was waiting, you guys obeyed items 84 and 85.
We have not obeyed.
You have not obeyed them yet. Okay.
Now would be the time if there is a request for an obey.
Yes, there is a request to obey them, and I know that they were called forward. So I apologize. Carrie Kramer, 300 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. This is for 84 and 85?
Yes,
and
please.
The request is to the next meeting,
Yes, the July 10th meeting,
the July
please.
10th meeting. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I'd like to make a motion to hold items 15, 84, 85, 99, 104, 105, and 106 to the July 10th, 2018 Plan Commission hearing. And then to table items 40, 95, and 39. And then to hold items 51 and 52 to the August 14th, 2018 Plan Commission hearing. And to withdraw without prejudice items 24, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the clerk informed me that Commissioner Toussaint, that you had voted an abstention on that last...
She wasn't here during the last month.
Okay, so we just need to put that on the record that you weren't present during the last meeting, so they should need that for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the consent items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. Before we have the motion on the consent agenda, could I turn over to staff number 11, which is TMP 73332, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company LLC for possible action request for tentative map for a 36 parcel master plan village and modification to the Summerlin improvement standards at the northwest corner of Far Hills Avenue in Clark County 215, Ward 2. Can I turn over to staff for the discussion on the condition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, we'd like to modify condition number 15 to change the word from submittal in the last sentence to approval. We'd like to modify the last sentence in condition number 17 to read, roadway locations and parcel entries are schematic and are to be finalized through studies and engineering improvement designs. And then we'd like to add an additional condition that says, prior to the recordation of the final map that includes parcels V and W, an order of vacation for the right-of-way dedicated on these parcels must record.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for number 11? Here for number 11?
I'm new at this, sir, but you said something he did about item 24 here.
We're not there yet. We'll get to that part of the agenda and then open it up for public comment.
Okay, but you got to do something
Withdrawn? Okay. Actually, sir, 24 was withdrawn without prejudice in the last vote. The application was.
Okay.
So
now I understand. Thank you.
Yes, sir. State your name and address for the record, please.
Dave Edwards, 2727 South Rainbow, on behalf of the applicant.
And do you agree with the conditions as stated?
We appreciate staff working with us and agree to the conditions.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the consent agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before we make a motion, I just wanted to state on item number 7, applicant owner HOP LLC. You know, I've worked for this client in the past, but it's been over a year and a half since all of our business has concluded, and so I'll have an independence of judgment on this item and be voting on this tonight. Considering that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve items 7 through 11 with the amended conditions as read into the record by staff for item number 11. Move to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
On the consent agenda just now, I was just talking to with Assistant Director Lowenstein, and I missed the opportunity to say for the public record that I need to have the record reflect that I voted yes on items 8 through 11, but I'm abstaining from number 7 because my former business partner owns the property, so in an abundance of caution, I'd like to at least state that I've abstained from that item. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity.
Mr. Chairman, items 8 through 11 are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. Item 7 is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to be clear for the clerk, so items 8 through 11 are final action this evening unless appealed within 7 days. Item 7 is final action unless appealed within 10 days. Sorry for that.
And further clarification, appeal to the city clerk within 7 days.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. City Attorney, yes, those are, unless appealed to the city clerk within those timeframes.
Okay, we have clarity. We're going to move on to the one motion, one vote. The following items that may be considered in one motion, one vote, they're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Commissioner Roush.
Now I would like to have item 18 brought forward and heard. Thank you, Chairman Cherry.
That was 18.
Yes, number 18.
Thank you. Okay. I'll read these into the record now. Item number 12, SUP 7333, applicant owner KRG Las Vegas Centennial Center LLC for possible action request for special use permits for a proposed 4,772 square foot restaurant with drive-through use at 7880 and 7890 West Tropical Parkway, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 13, SDR 7334, for possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed 4,772 square foot restaurant with a drive-through with a 930 square foot outdoor patio, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, SUP 73158, applicant owner Juan and Maria Teresa Valdovinos for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed accessory structure use at 2000 Ballard Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 15 has been obeyed. Item number 16, SUP 73275, applicant Helen Adams, owner Hellfire Media LLC for the possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed astrologer, hypnotist, or psychic art and science use within an existing museum at 600 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 17, SNC 73232, applicant owner Pardee Homes of Nevada for possible action on a request for a street name change from Sky Foothill Street to Sky Territory Street, generally located north of Eagle Canyon Avenue, west of Sky Village Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 19, VAC 73216, applicant owner Abdel Akrash for possible action request for a petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements located on the north side of Deer Springs Way, west of Grand Canyon Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And on item number 19, if I could ask Public Works for the condition request they have.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you, the applicant met with our flood control section and has determined that condition 2 is not needed, so we'd like to delete condition 2 on item 19.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on the one motion, one vote items, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve items 12 through 14, 16, 17, and 19, as clarified on the record by staff, clarifying the condition number 2, and move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 12 through 14, 16, and 19 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. Item 17 will move forward to the city council meeting on July 18th.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 18. SDR 73278, applicant Carlos Adley, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action or request for a site development plan review for proposed 20-story mixed-use development, including 84,942 square feet of commercial space, 162 multifamily residential units, and 128 hotel units at the northeast corner of Carson Avenue and 6th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed mixed-use development provides retail space which lines the 6th Street and Carson Avenue frontage on the ground floor of the development with multifamily residential units and hotel units in the floors above. This project was previously approved by the Planning Commission on November 4th, 2014 via Site Development Plan Review SDR 56172. However, the entitlement expired on November 4th, 2016. The proposed use and design of this mixed-use development will make a positive contribution to the urban design for the residents in the immediate area and for the community at large. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested site development plan review for the proposed mixed-use development. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Carlos Adley, 601 Fremont, downtown Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Owner of Backstage Bar and Fremont Country Club as well.
Great. Would you like to tell us about the project?
Well, it's been the brainchild for the last 5 years. It was part of our original concept, but we decided to take time and nurture the existing properties and buildings and businesses we had created. Over the last 5 years, we've been voted best of in Las Vegas over a lot of the larger corporate music venues, which is bringing a demographic to downtown Las Vegas.
Pull that mic down.
Can you have it for 1 second?
Pull the mic down a little bit.
Yeah, could you pull the mic down just a little bit so we could hear you a little better? Thank you.
Just to reiterate that in the last 5 years, we have received accolades over a lot of the larger corporate venues on the Strip, bringing down a demographic that has never been brought in the past to downtown Las Vegas with the national acts that we've been bringing through music and through comedy and through just an overall hospitality. Downtown socialization is what we're creating. With the hotel, it enables the brick and mortar aspect. It was part of the original concept, but like I said, we wanted to take our time and nurture the existing businesses to kind of, the conclusion would be the Central Hotel. Not only creating over 1,000 jobs and millions of dollars in tax revenue for the city, but the final piece, the resistance, if you will, to what is happening downtown and being a proponent to the live-work component with the cultural renaissance that's happening. We put our life and our blood into this. We plan on being around for many years to come, and with this live-work component, it's exactly part of the whole enchilada, pun intended. But we're extremely excited about it, myself and my partner, Terry Cottle, owner of Beans and Four Queens. And with things progressing the way they are, we think we should be, once escrow closes, in construction within the next 10 to 11 months.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close it and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Rausch.
I have a question for staff and then a couple of questions for the applicant. And I don't know who on staff wants to answer this or take a stab at it, perhaps Director Summerfield, but I am curious as to how it is decided as to whether an item is to go on one motion, one vote, or whether the item is to be heard. In my opinion, this is a property of significance, very similar to what happened last month with the Fremont 18 project, and Ms. Williams, Commissioner Williams, had concerns that were very similar to mine, but I go one step further. This is a redevelopment type property. This is a property that's owned by the city, and I think in an abundance of transparency, this is an item that should be publicly heard. And I, for one, am personally incensed that this would be on a one motion, one vote as a consent type item. So I want someone to give me some kind of visibility into how we make that decision and how we're going to do it going forward.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So, Commissioner, this item, again, as was indicated in the staff report, has already been before the Planning Commission and the City Council. It is a project that has previously been approved. There have been no changes in this project since its prior public hearings. And as a result of the project having those entitlements expire and them essentially re-asking for what they've already previously been approved, that was the decision factor in moving this forward on the one motion, one vote. Just to be very clear, everything on one motion, one vote is noticed as a public hearing and therefore is always eligible at the discretion of the Planning Commission to be pulled off of one motion, one vote and be heard in its entirety as has been done tonight, just now. So this was routine in that it had already been approved, and that's why it was on one motion, one vote for this evening.
Thank you, and I accept your answer, but I would say that when you put an item on one motion, one vote or a consent agenda, it implies to the public that it's a done deal. It implies to the public that we have already decided that we want to approve this. It also sends that message to the applicant. The applicant, in fact, gets a letter that states you're going to be on one motion, one vote, and absent anyone pulling the item forward to be heard, you're going to get approved tonight. That's always kind of the implication. So I think the thing that makes me most concerned is that this applicant has tied this property up for 4 years in what's become a very robust market, which has held it off the market from others bidding on it or doing something with it. And my question to the applicant is, what is your time frame, please? And do you have financing arranged? And why do you not have a more complete presentation for us today other than a photograph of a rendering?
Well, the whole concept was part of the initial deal that we had with the city. It was phase 2 was to be the hotel. We've been completely transparent about that from day one. There's been no changes whatsoever. The chronology we've had has been absolutely right on time. With the property, it was phase 2 after the lease was to kick in. At that point in time, we were to commence on the building of the hotel. Nothing has changed in that whatsoever, and as council member noted, the original entitlement happened 2 years ago, but because of the economy and some other things that came up, we wanted to wait and completely build up, like I said, the brand equity, if you will, which was happening downtown. 7 years ago, you couldn't give this property away. And we put millions of dollars in our own money, took all the risk. And of course now, 5 years later, sure, it's a great property that everyone wants a piece of, but where was everybody 7 years ago when we put our life into this? Okay, so that's what's transpired. The critical claim that we received over the last 5 years, the Fremont Country Club and Backstage Bar are the musical epicenters of downtown. And once again, this has been nothing but labor, love, sweat, tears, and now that things are turning around, we're just excited more than ever because the time frame is exactly what we said it was going to be, and this was always part of the concept to do the venues and phase 2 to do the hotel. It was always hand in hand. We would never even enter it if it wasn't that situation. So here we are, 7 years later, ready to move forward. And if you look at the backstory, like I said, the linear chronology has been exactly how it was said it was going to be from day one. There's been no changes. There's been no, surprises in any way, shape, or form. It's just that we exercised the right to finish our contract out with the city before we started the construction. And Langdon Wilson is our partner, one of the top firms in the world. They have an architect note on the courthouse, on a few other projects. They're very savvy with the lay of the land in Las Vegas. They're not only our partners, but they're co-designers and so forth. We feel comfortable that we'll be able to build because it's the entertainment district. Most likely 24 hours around the clock with the exception of a few breaks. So that would cut down the build-out time from 18 to 24 months to roughly 11 months. And once again, what does that do? Well, that supersedes the jobs that we're creating. Like I said, 1,000+ jobs for downtown, millions of dollars of tax revenue for the city. And this is all, it's not only a win-win, but it's exactly the poster child of 7 years ago, what wasn't there and what is happening now.
I'm starting to hear a little bit of redundancy in conversation. Are there any other specific items, Commissioner Roush, that you want to address in the application?
So I'm specifically asking, do you have a development agreement with the city, or you just have a lease agreement with the city? And if that's the case,
it was based on a development agreement. It is a lease agreement right now, and the lease is in the process of transpiring, and we are going into escrow, and after that happens, then we would commence on the build-out process with the final permitting.
So you have a currently valid lease agreement, or you have an expired lease agreement?
No, I have a currently valid lease agreement.
And you're going into escrow, when do you anticipate?
Within the next few weeks.
The next few weeks. And when do you anticipate you would break ground?
Escrow would take roughly 30 to 60 days. After that, final permitting would be another 30 to 60 days, and then breaking ground roughly 30 days after that.
So you've already submitted your plans to the building department?
For all the entitlement has been completed. Right now, we're halfway through the permitting process.
You're halfway through what process,
the permitting
please?
process.
I'm having a really hard time understanding you.
Okay, so when
he
you
said
build a
permitting,
hotel...
but just so we can kind of cut
I'm just
through.
trying to understand what's going on here, Chairman.
No, I understand, but it's something, are we looking at the specific is this right for the area? Is this harmonious and compatible? I mean, we could go down
Correct.
the road, the rabbit hole really far. you know.
No, and that's not my intention, but my intention is to bring transparency to this because it is a city-owned property, and I think that there should have been a more thorough presentation by the applicant, and I think that it should have been a general item for discussion, not something on the consent
It
agenda.
was 2 years ago, and now it's
Well-
going to recap.
No,
because-
4 years ago.
4 years
It's
ago.
2014, so it's been 4 years. So I'm just trying to bring some, not only current validity to the project, but put some teeth into what you're putting into the public record and saying tonight in terms of what you're warranting to us that you're going to do. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right, and like I said, this has been common knowledge over the last 4 years. The reason we're here tonight is we're just reiterating the fact that we're reestablishing the entitlement, and soon to follow will be the permitting.
So it's all the same plans, you dusted them off, you've
Everything,
already put them into
everything.
building department, and you're just waiting for your permits?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And it is, ultimately, it's a little work component. It's a little work component where people can come to experience high-end hospitality, a 4-star hotel, and apartments.
I'm excited to see the project, I hope it moves forward.
Thank you so
and
much.
Hopefully you won't be here again asking for an extension.
Thank you so much, absolutely.
Okay, we'll conclude the discussion. Is there a motion on the floor for?
Yes, Chairman, just a couple of comments. I've been concerned about how RAS is going in, entitlements, and people getting entitlements and then flipping them and things such as that. So I am concerned about stuff like that. And I've been more concerned once you get out to Maryland Parkway and other areas because it's just going to drive up the cost of the property, and then nothing can happen in that area. However, on this property, the price of the property is already driven up. One more high-rise isn't going to change anything. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
And hopefully you actually do build this project and move forward very quickly. So Mr. Chairman, on item 18, SDR 73278, I move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 20, we're finished there, thank you. Item number 20, abeyance renotification, GPA 72727, applicant owner Paramount Fund 2 LLC. For possible action, request for general plan amendment from O to SE Service Commercial on 2.14 acres at the northwest corner of Ann Road and Leggett Road, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Related item 21, abeyance renotification ZON 72728 for possible action on a request for rezoning from PR to O and C1, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 22, abeyance renotification VAR 72941 for possible action request for a variance to allow a 20-foot rear and side yard setback where residential adjacency standards require 69 feet and a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 23, VAR 73413 for possible action or request for variance to allow 102 parking spaces where 132 are required. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Related item 24 has been withdrawn. Number 25, abeyance renotification SDR 72731 for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 24,300 square foot commercial development with waivers to allow a 7-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north and west property lines where 8 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer adjacent to both sides of an interior lot line where 8 feet is required, to allow the buildings to not enter to the corner and to street frontages where such is required, and to allow a drive-through lane to face the public right-of-way where such is not allowed. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to construct a commercial development that includes a convenience store with fuel pumps and canopy and tenant space for a drive-through restaurant, retail shops, and office space. The applicant has revised the applications to rezone the northern parcel to O office and the 2 southern parcels to C1 limited commercial. This would limit the intensity of the land uses for the northern parcel only. Staff finds the proposed C1 limited commercial zoning district is not compatible, nor are the land uses allowed within the C1 zoning district compatible with the large lot single-family residential homes that surround the subject site. Land uses permitted by right in both the C1 and O zoning district are not able to be conducted in a manner that is harmonious with the existing single-family residential uses, and staff recommends denial of all requests. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant, can I get your name and address for the record?
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Laura Dre of my office, as well as Chris Richardson, the applicant's architect. Because of your long agenda this evening, we'll try to keep our presentation as brief as possible.
Thank you.
In April, the applicant convened the required neighborhood meeting. The concerns stated most often during the meeting were, one, that a car wash was not needed nor compatible with the neighborhood, as there was currently a car wash in the area. Number two, that we had too many C1 buildings, which allowed for more intensive uses, that generated more traffic and operated in the evening hours. As a result of the feedback from the neighbors and the concerns of Commissioner DeSalvio, we have requested, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that our application for the car wash be withdrawn without prejudice. That was item 24. Further, we've preserved the office designation for the two northernmost buildings adjacent to residential. These buildings will therefore not have retail nor any alcohol use. This ensures the buildings are primarily used during daytime hours. The remaining two buildings adjacent to the perimeter are adjacent to one undeveloped property and one large residential lot, where the house is separated from our site by a 26-foot high, 60-foot long sheet metal accessory building, which is used as a workshop. We spoke with the owner, and he has no objection to our application. In addition,
Folks, please.
In addition, we will work with all of our abutting neighbors regarding fencing, whether supplementing their existing wall, building a second wall, or replacing the wall they have, as well as the foliage. Before we do any landscaping, we will work with our neighbors as well. I know there are a lot of people here that, as you can see, are opposed to our application, but I'd like to, for the record, submit 139 petition signatures. To the best of our knowledge, all signers are within Ward 4 and Ward 5 and the County District 6. So if I can give this to the clerk.
Folks in the audience, we need to have a little quiet during the presentation, please.
Also, I would like, we do have people appearing here tonight in support of the application, and with your permission, may I ask those who are in favor of our application to please stand. I'll now turn the microphone over to our architect to discuss our site plans and elevations.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chris Richardson, RWA Architects, 4300 East Sunset Road, Suite E3, Henderson, Nevada 89014. In site planning the project, obviously the most intense use is the convenience store gas station, so we look to locate that furthest away from the existing residential and closest to the intersection corner. The remainder of the four buildings are located around the perimeter. We tried to break up those footprints to try to make them a little bit more consistent with the character of the residential area, smaller footprint for the commercial stuff. As Jay said, the two buildings northernmost are office use. Along the west, there's two buildings, one being retail and one being the drive-through restaurant. All of these buildings, all on property, are single-story. The placement of those buildings around the perimeter seek to help buffer the more intense convenience store or gas station use from those residences, both in light, noise, general activity, et cetera. With the buildings being single-story, for the most part, their parapets are up at 20 feet. There are architectural features that do climb up to 22 feet, so of course the staff report reflects that the buildings are 22 feet in height, but just wanted to clarify that. At 20 to 22, they're roughly in character with a typical two-story residential home. Lighting and landscaping are designed and will be designed to ensure that the development is least intrusive on the adjacent residential neighbors. We've got a 20-foot setback provided to those residential. That is less than what the residential adjacency does require. However, with the 20 feet in height, whereas 15 is where the residential adjacency 3-to-1 setback starts to kick in, around the valley and other jurisdictions, we often take grade changes into consideration, or the fact that there's a wall there into consideration. So often we'll do this 20-foot in conjunction with a double row of trees as an intense landscape buffer to help mitigate that setback encroachment, if you will. Let's get to some other notes here. Our site is, the adjacent site at locations is approximately 4 feet higher than our site. So again, that kind of plays into the height not necessarily being as perceived as if it was all on a flat plane. Parking is evenly distributed around the site, as you can see. Circulation, on-site circulation was strongly taken into consideration. Around the perimeter, we've got acacia trees, shoestring acacia trees shown. Those are an evergreen tree, so it would be green all year round. As Jay said, we would work specifically on the foliage, species selection, all stuff with the neighbors should the application be approved, so that we can strike a balance as to what's desirable with everybody. Some people don't like pines, some people like the acacias. Nonetheless, we'll work with them. I think that's roughly a summation of what I've got.
Sure. Note that in accommodating the zone change of the upper third of the property to office in order to limit the uses, per the suggestion of the attendees of the neighborhood meeting, a parking meter, a setback, and interior landscape waiver, a parking waiver, setback, and interior landscape waiver on the lot line was added by staff where they weren't originally requested. The square footage of the project was reduced by taking out the car wash, yet with two different zones existing on the site, the shopping center multiplier could not be used, therefore explaining the difference in parking. It was previously balanced. An office setback to the right-of-way is applied now, 15 feet where C1 is 25 feet, as well as technical waivers. For the parking variance, we expected that the rear view buildings would be used as an orthodontist or professional office anyway, so changing the parking calculation when the site won't operate any differently is impractical. Another waiver resulting from limiting the rear buildings to office uses is a 7-foot landscaping strip along the interior property line. Thank you. But complying with that code would force us to forfeit internal circulation, thereby putting additional burden on adjacent streets. Note again that the footprints of the building are the same as our original application, but code is now treating them as if they are two different applications and two different developments. The property is on Ann Road, which is a 100-foot arterial, and it's designed to accommodate commercial traffic. There is no median nor intersection offset issues for this site. There are no loading zones between the buildings and residential property lines. Again, the buildings are placed around the perimeter to eliminate errant noise and activity of the fuel pump. It also blocks the light from headlines as compared to locating the parking lot adjacent to the resident block walls. It is standard to conduct a proximity study between gas stations of a 1-mile radius. I've shown the 1-mile radius in yellow. There are a total of 4 stations, 3 of which are on the east side of the 95 freeway, and the 4th is Sam's Club that sells only to members. So by gas station standards, the area is somewhat underserved. All surrounding...
Folks, please, we have to adhere to the rules of the meeting. I please ask you that so we can get through this, please.
All surrounding development was completed in the early 1990s. Neither the residential nor exclusively office designations previously held on the property have panned out. The staff report lists 7 citations related to dumping and squatting. We respectfully submit that it's time to develop this infill property.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your
Yes, it
presentation?
does.
Thank you. Okay, I can see there's a lot of people here to speak on this item, both for and against. I'm going to give everybody a minute, and I'd like to get your name, address for the record, if you're for or against it, and then specific reasons. I ask that we don't go off topic other than the actual use of it, and please do not be redundant on both sides. I can't have anyone speaking from the crowd right now, so you'll have a chance once you come up to the record, and we can talk. So we're going to kick it off with you. 1 minute, please.
Okay, Nathan Emmons, 7740 Tinton Mesa Court. Would like to point out that quite a few of the people that stood up in support of this project don't even live nearby, including Mayor Mike over there, who lives in North Las Vegas, as we all know. First, this project, or this property, was proposed to be rezoned in 2003. It was denied by City Council, and then they came back and rezoned it for office in 2006. With the immense controversy over the Badlands project, I think that changing the GPA for that project has been denied in the vote on May 16th by the City Council. This very much resembles that. In order to change this zoning, there are certain requirements that have to be met. This project in no way fits any of those requirements. The surrounding residential zone and existing homes are not compatible with this sort of development. The service commercial is not compatible with this development. There are at least 3 bus stops, maybe 4, right near this. We don't want kids crossing and to go to the grocery store getting hit by cars.
We've gone past the minute, Nathan. If there's anything quickly you wanted to add to it, you're in opposition, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty staunchly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Get your name and address for the record, please.
Patricia Miller, representing Miller Family Trust, 7908 Canley Avenue. I just want to, so I don't be redundant, the property was voted to go professional office in 2006. Paramount Funds purchased the property in January 8th of 2007, which meant they knew it was professional office. It's my opinion, if you wanted to build commercial establishments, it would have made more sense to purchase a property that was zoned commercial instead of trying to make something that's professional office into commercial. And to do so, they have to provide all kinds of variances to try and meet that. So I respectfully ask that you would not change the zoning to commercial, leave it as the professional office that it is. Thank you very much.
Patricia, for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please?
My name's Darrell Mead, 5611 North Cimarron Road. I'm the guy on the corner with that big shop. I object to them putting the facility in behind my property. I do believe will hinder the value of my property. Also, it's pretty much on top of my block wall. I think it'll attract vagrants, tin cuppers, and I don't think it'd be good for the community, pretty much. It is a residential area. I have no problem with business, parking of that structure, but I just think it would be a hindrance to all surrounding neighbors, and that's pretty much all I have to say, but I do oppose of that facility going in.
Thank you, Mr. Mead.
All right,
Thanks for your
thank you for
comments.
hearing me.
Can I get your name and address for the record, whoever would like to go next?
My name's Tim Murphy, 7900 Kiowa Circle. I'm about 150 feet from the proposed project. We've lived there since basically the mid-'80s. To update it, in '08, this applicant put in a request for a office professional building there. The '08 hit. He never finished going through with the project. It was in the process of being approved. It never did. And the meeting that we had with the outfit now, there was about 40 people there, all opposed to C1. Has nothing to do with any of the retail or anything. No C1 was adequate for that property. We've got in the master plan down Durango, empty lots, empty acreage that's suitable for this type of establishment. And I would ask at this point, seeing how the applicant asked for it, I'd like to have everybody stand that's in objection to this.
Thanks. Okay.
I think numbers mean something.
They absolutely do. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Brian Simperman, 7909 Kiowa Circle. I have an adjoining property to this proposed project. When I purchased my house approximately 8 years ago, I was told it was office professional. Here, I'll point to it. That's where my property is right there, if you can see that. You see where I'm pointing my finger to?
Yes,
That's
Brian,
where I'm
thank
at.
you.
Okay, I've got residential equestrian. I bought it fully understanding I had office professional going in there someday. I was fine with that. Now you're telling me I've got somebody over here trying to change that, put in C1. I have a big problem with that. I have a family. I have animals. This will disturb my lifestyle. I don't want to go in my backyard, listen to a restaurant, fast food restaurant, smell it in my backyard while I'm trying to enjoy my family time. I don't need a gas station on the corner. There are more than ample gas stations in the neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Thomas Fiore, no relation. 8229 Shad Bush Avenue, Las Vegas. I am opposed to this. This is a residential area. We'd like to keep it residential. It is not needed here. This is something that is not needed and will disturb all the lifestyles of a residential area. Thank you, and I hope you will consider that.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Fiore. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Vivian Taby, 8229 Shadbush Avenue, Las Vegas. I'm opposed to this project, mainly because it's a 24-hour use with alcohol, convenience store, and gas station, which is a big disturbance to the neighbors, particularly since most are half acres right behind this project. We have the Cimarron Rose Park right across the street on Ann Road, track break. There are children. I think it'll increase the traffic. I think it's a problem. There are school buses nearby. I don't think we need this intensive a use in the area, and it's not called for. I think we should keep it office. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Walter Drew Musio. I live at 5720 Whale Rock Street. The first thing you have to say with this, and I guess I'm a little bit old school, you could put plants and you could put all this beautification in, it's still a gas station. It doesn't change, it's a gas station. There's nothing else to call it. My main concern with this is that the traffic situation, I brought a lot of photos, on not like this, but on-ground photos of where the access points. When you look at the other gas stations around, which the larger percentage of them are terribles, they have access points. They've got access entering points and access exit points. So vehicles can get in. There's cross street, major cross streets. In this particular neighborhood, that isn't there. Cimarron goes into a dead end. And if you go across the street from Cimarron, it goes into Hammer, which is a street that has speed bumps. Other than that, what do you got? You don't have any cross streets. The amount of traffic that's going to increase by this, especially with the 24/7 gas station, is going to be tremendous. You have, as one of the guys said, there's drop points for kids. All, elementary, junior high school, right there. Okay, and also with this, I have seen a lot of accidents in this. We also, just down the street there, a few years ago, there was a bus accident where a child was killed. On the street on Cimarron there, just about 2 years ago, there happened to be somebody who lived in the neighborhood who was an AMR driver. She and I kept the guy alive in a situation that happened until
We've gone well past the minute.
No, I understand.
Are there photos you'd like to turn in for the record?
Yeah, if I could.
Yeah, please do. And we'll keep moving. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure.
Yes, John Lonborg, 5416 Rainbow's End Drive, on behalf of my family. Hey, I don't want to be repetitive or duplicative of what was said earlier tonight, but I do want to point out, I think it's a little sketchy that the folks that stood up supposedly in support of this didn't take the time, apparently, to submit approval things. I'm reviewing the agenda summary pages for all these items. They show approximately 398 people oppose protests and absolutely 0 people approving in advance of this meeting of this item. So I think it's a little questionable, and having lived in this neighborhood for 21 years, within just a mere block and a half of this proposed project, this is not harmonious with the neighborhood, and rezoning should not be justified or allowed. So
Thank you for your comments, John. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record, sir?
Bob Dresser, 5724 Whale Rack. We are literally one block from this site. Everyone else has said it. We are opposed to it for traffic reasons, vagrancy, just it's going to be high traffic in that area, and it's not suited for it. So I just wanted to put up my objection to it.
Thank you, Mr. Dresser. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Kimberly Hansen, 5724 Savant Court. I'm a resident in the community next door to this, and I don't want to be redundant, but I'm opposed to it because of all the reasons that everyone else is mentioning.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you. Get your name and address, please, sir.
Shane Scott, 8020 Wispy Sage Way. I live in Painted Desert, which is across the street from this location. My office was actually in the current complex that's office now, and so I agree that office is fine. We do not need any more commercial in this area. Everything west of this area, west of Durango, is all zoned half-acre residential property. I think people should, when they buy a home, should be able to rely on the zoning that is there. I ask that you follow staff's recommendations and deny this application.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record,
Hi,
please?
Linda Mount, 5716 Windy Gorge Street, Canyon Creek North. I'm hoping that you oppose this. As far as them talking about the gas stations, 0.9 of a mile, there's a Terrible Herbs, Chevron, 95 and Ann. 0.4 miles past that, there's another Terrible Herbs, and that is at Ann and Rainbow. There's another one at Azure and Centennial or Tropical. That's 1.4 miles. You have another one, Grand Montecito and Centennial Center. We are surrounded by the gas stations. We hope that you leave this professional and deny the commercial.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, my name is Joe Mastruzzo. I live at 5516 Red Sun Drive.
Joe, could I get your last name again, please?
Mastruzzo.
Mastruzzo, thank you.
I live at 5516 Red Sun Drive. I oppose this due to the fact is that I'm on the board of Painted Desert. I'm one of the directors. People are very upset, especially the people in Terra del Sol, because the gas station's actually across from that gate, which will cause problems. We have two gates, one's on Cimarron and one's on Ann. The one on Ann faces that gas station, would face it all the way. People have two-story homes, and the lighting and the noise would interfere with those homes. I moved here, I've been here for 6 years. I moved to Vegas. I'm very happy because the area I'm in is very quiet, very peaceful. I think we should pose this all the way across.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sonia and Lance Maxwell, we're trying to keep it short, 7904 Canley Avenue. And we are very new to the neighborhood. We just moved there in January. We definitely are against this. We bought it for the property value. We bought it because it was a very nice, quiet neighborhood. And we see it from a different angle because we're business owners. We own a 7-Eleven convenience store. We know what it brings to the neighborhood. It's going to be high traffic. There's going to be homelessness moving in, and we don't want that in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please? Folks,
Yeah.
please, I'm going to have you to hold applause so I can get through this and hear their name and address, and we can get to a point of discussion. Please, name and address.
Sure. Matt Brimhall, 5550 Painted Mirage, Suite 315, Las Vegas, Nevada. Terribles is a fantastic corporation. It's a mainstay in the community. This area is underserved and is in dire need of new development, and it provides individuals who've addressed this crowd tonight with a convenient product offering, and they will benefit from the station. The developers of this product are quality and will provide quality product, and we're lucky to have them. We firmly support this development, and lastly, we put up with their errant golf balls that they hit onto the roads. So we're only adding to the benefit and the overall value of the community.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Lindsay Denton, 7890 West Ann Road, number 150. As a note of interest, Mr. Brimhall is the broker for a man who is purchasing part of this parcel. So my husband and I own a business in the other Ann and Leggett Center, and we are opposed to this zoning change. A late-hours convenience store will attract an unwanted element. It will increase crime and litter, of which we already have problems, and decrease safety on our premises. We are also concerned about parking, particularly on the west side of our building development. We do not have a lot of parking. We're concerned about our patients getting in and out from our Leggett entrance, that there will be congestion and people parking on the street, since the developer does not have enough parking spaces for what are required. We're also concerned about having signage for alcohol and gaming on the building because it delegitimizes the professional environment that we are trying to cultivate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Lindsay. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Can I introduce this to the record, please? This
Please.
is 6 other people who are opposed.
Can I get your name and address for the record?
Candy Keller, 5824 Red Gull Street. I'd like to point out that even though I live within walking distance of the location in question, I've never received any notification at all. No flyers, no email, nothing in the mail, nothing. And that means that all the people probably in my area, Cimarron Village North, also did not receive it. A lot of those people are retired. The only way I heard about it was on Nextdoor app. So I'm sure there's a lot more people that aren't aware of this, which to me shows bad faith. Also, I just wanted to let you guys know that there's a Walmart, walkway right to Walmart right there on the north part of Cimarron. And so I just think it will increase transiency if they have somewhere to go to buy that. And there's wide open fields there too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller, for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Felicia Slon, 8308 Ashcombe Avenue. I am opposed to this project, and with everybody else that said a lot of things about the children, et cetera. The children at the community center, Santa Rosa, at Cimarron and Rand Road, they walk back and forth down the street. There's daycare, there's tutoring, there's dancing, there's all these things that happen there. And during the summer, they do walk up and down on Ann Road. And I think that it's just very inconvenience, and it's not going to help the area at all, since, as some other people have pointed out, within 1.1 to 2.2 miles, there are 5 gas stations plus. And so we do not need this. Plus, we have the center, Centennial Center, and we have Centennial Gateway, where Walmart, Home Depot, et cetera. We have so much commercial right around from us, and we don't need another commercial extension. It does not, this project is not harmonious or compatible to the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Kenneth Slon, and I'm at 8308 Ashcombe Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89149. I'm also in opposition to this project. It will increase noise from the gas station and the restaurant drive-through. It'll increase traffic and traffic accidents on Ann Road. Our complex will become a cut-through if this goes through. So it'll increase traffic within our complex. There'll be noxious fumes from the cars idling, waiting in line for gas or smog services. It'll increase pollution issues due to fuel spills, fuel storage tanks, and recycled oil. It'll decrease home values in the area. It will increase crime, which we already have enough of. It will be a drain on city services such as police, fire. They have to respond to fires, thefts, et cetera. There's the safety issues for the kids at the daycare across the street, as well as what my other neighbors have said. Your own planning department recommended denial. Setbacks are too close to residential homes. They want to drive through with the restaurant, which would be 8 foot from the property line of a homeowner who have to live without hearing all night and a day. Do you want fries with that? Height is above what is allowed by almost double. So my bottom line is the project is not harmonious and compatible to the existing neighborhood. I'm not in opposition of development, but rather in opposition of this type of development so close to homes, parks, churches, and daycare facility across the street.
Thank you,
There are
Mr.
numerous terrible Hearst locations within a few miles of the proposed location.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Jacqueline Simperman, 7909 Kiowa Circle. My husband spoke earlier. Our house is right behind this property. I don't want my kid to have to go in the backyard and look at a building, here, drive through. And when we told him what was going on, the first thing he said was, what if somebody robs the gas station? What if I get shot?
Jacqueline, for clarity, you said you lived just to the north of the subject property. I missed it, sorry.
Right here.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yeah, I'm William Carrico, and I'm at 5448 Desert Spring Road. I'm speaking in opposition. It is difficult not to be redundant when you agree with much of what has been said so far, so I'll try to address you from a little different vantage point. And it seems to me that staff got it right when they were able to lay out the objective pros and cons in the existing planning. When they made an objective decision to deny. Now what you have been handed is an application by an applicant who wants to maximize an investment that he, a savvy businessman, made with open eyes years ago, bought it the way it was. He wants you to change the rules so that he can make more money on this investment. What you have to do in doing so is ignore the investment of everybody else who stood up here and talked tonight, because that's their whole investment, their home, my home. They're talking about their one biggest asset, which is going to start to tank as soon as you approve this variance. So I'm here to plead with you not to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Linda James. I live at 8209 Ashcombe Avenue. I bought my home new in 1997. It has remained a wonderful neighborhood, a wonderful place to live. People keep their homes up. I believe that we should keep the zoning as it is. I think that it would go downhill for all the numbers of reasons that all these other people have indicated. My home would be changed, and I ask that you not allow that to happen.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Brian Munch. I live at 8460 Helena Avenue. And I just want to make the point that even in periods of high traffic in that area, it flows very smoothly because there isn't a lot of reason to have to watch out for vehicles that are stopping or slowing down for commercial businesses. I just wanted to add my voice in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Munch. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please.
Kevin Jackson, 5604 Rainbow Springs Court. I oppose for the same reasons that everybody else has given, and I know you wouldn't want this in your backyard either. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Jackson.
Angela Gilchrist, 8028 Divernon Avenue. My house is right here, if you can see that, and it's directly parallel. I have been a school teacher here in Clark County for 22 years, and I'm asking you to take in consideration the children. With that, I'm very passionate, and I'm an advocate for them, and I have a 6-year-old who just learned how to ride her bike, and we've been enjoying the nights in the area, and to put a drive-through, that's endangering the children. I also teach We the People mock congressional hearings, and in that, I teach we cannot make everyone happy, but we can do what's right for the community and have civic virtue and the common good. That's what we're here for, and I know that's why you're here, so please help me protect the children in the neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, I'm Travis Saunders, 6504 North TP Lane, 89149. I have no concerns about being redundant because I'm actually a person who likes convenience stores. I actually like Terrible Earths because I love myself some Mellow Yellow, and quite often their soda machines are out, and so I like as many of those places as I can get to because, I just like that soda. So a couple of things, when we're having these conversations, just to make a clear point, gas stations do not equal vagrancy. I work in an area where there are tons and tons of vagrants at the gas stations. But I also go to the terrible Herbst that was referenced on Centennial Parkway, and there are no vagrants there. Zero. So that does not equal vagrancy. You know, when we're talking about these issues, there's about half of the folks that are opposed to this proposal, and there's half of the folks that are opposed to anything. So I want to make it clear, for those that said the zoning the way that it is, that's great, but there are a lot of people that don't want anything built there. And of course you don't, right? Nobody wants anything built.
Mr. Sanders, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Just for clarity, you're in...
I'm in support of it. Yep,
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Get your name and address for the record, please.
William Lee, 8017 Divernon Avenue, Las Vegas. I rise in opposition to this project. First, your map, the zoning map from March 2018, does not identify that there is a church within 800 feet of this facility. If you go down Liggett Road north, you'll find a Church of Latter-day Saints within 800 feet. Directly across the street on the northwest corner, on the southwest corner, is the Children's Intercession Facility. Those two items alone should be enough to deny this request based on having an alcohol beverage license on this facility. Therefore, I object to this project.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lee. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Evan Hanna, 5609 Great Gorge Court. I live in Canyon Creek West, which is directly west of the proposed facility. Again, not to be redundant, all these people made great points. We're here for a couple of reasons: to protect our homes, the existing professional buildings, and to ensure the safety in our community. I implore you to go ahead and continue to go ahead and protect the master plan that's currently in place and deny this request.
Thank you for your comments, sir. What's your name and address, please?
William Wellbaum, 5717 Sliding Rock Street, Canyon Creek North, since 1996. I am in favor of developing this parcel of ground under the original zoning requirements. Professional office, that would be a wonderful thing in my opinion, rather than let the parcel sit there fallow as it has all these years. However, based on all of the comments that my neighbors have made over the past hour, I have to say I am not in favor of the proposal on the Herbst design. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Rick Cantrell from Canyon Creek North, 5736 Janelle Drive. My wife Kara and I are opposed to the project. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Cantrell. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Rob Warburton. I live at 8052 Edward Bayer Avenue, which is right around the corner from the property in question. I was a police officer for 30 years, 21 of those years here in Las Vegas, and I spent a very great deal of my time and my work at convenience stores because of the type of activities that occur there. Just at the end of April, at the Terribles, which is just 1.2 miles or about a mile from this location, a 16-year-old girl got into an argument with a group of her friends there, ran across the street into the neighborhood across the street from that Terribles, where she was shot and killed. And the neighbors in that community had to deal with the aftermath of that. So 15 years ago, when I decided to purchase a home, which is where I intend to live out the rest of my life, I purchased there because there were no convenience stores. There was no properties of that type around there. I wanted a peaceful place to retire. So based on my knowledge, my history, I think that it would be detrimental. I'm opposed to it. My wife's opposed to it. And I'm also speaking for several of the neighbors who couldn't be here tonight.
Thank you for your
comments. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Antoinette Montandon, 719 Oak Ridge Court, North Las Vegas. My husband, Mike Montandon, is part owner of this property. And as you know, that he was mayor for North Las Vegas for 12 years, and he has a great vision for what can be in a community. Everything that he has developed or was a part of during that time of his mayorship increase the value of our city. I know that there are a lot of people that are opposed to this, but I want you to know that there are a lot of people that are for it, but they're afraid to stand up because of just the ridicule that they've had. You cannot be exempt from life. Gas station, movie theater, whatever it is, you're going to have life. Things are going to happen. Things are going to be bad. This is a project that we thought would better your neighborhood. It's for you specifically. It's near your where you live, so that you don't have to travel far away to go shopping or to get gas. If there was an emergency, where would you go to get gas?
Folks, please, I can't hear the comments, and please.
It's about development, and I think that your eyes are closed and you have blinders on if you cannot see the future for the betterment of our society. It has nothing to do with accidents.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Need to wrap up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harry Van Gorp. I live in Canyon Creek North at 5724 Centralia
Harry,
Street.
excuse me for interrupting. Folks, please, it makes it very difficult. This gentleman speaking, the commission can't hear. We need to hear some facts so we can keep this thing going. Please, please.
My name is Harry Van Gorp. I live in Canyon Creek North, 5724 Centralia Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I purchased my home in 1995. It was a very rural area. Ann Road was a stop sign on the freeway to get on. There was no overpass there, no rancho. I bought there for a reason. There was also a master plan called Town Center. It involved baseball fields and parks and all the commercial area that's all along the freeway, including a Mall of America that fell apart during the recession. Lots of things fell apart during the recession. That property has been the city actually picked up the tab to widen Ann Road there. For 22 years, that road was a major traffic hazard, right where this wants to dump out now. And the city picked up the tab to widen Ann Road, put in a stoplight, and put in a curb and a sidewalk along this dirt development. My son went to Cimarron Rose Park for the first year. It was a preschool that we paid our child to go to, so he had an education before he went to kindergarten. He's an only child.
I need you to wrap up, Mr. Van Gorp. If there's
I feel this is a big disaster, and I can't agree more with the gunshot of a girl lost her life across the road at a terrible hearse.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Van Gorp. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record? Anyone who would like to speak?
My name is Sandy Beck-Lejeune. I'm at 5700 Whale Rock Street. I absolutely, vehemently oppose the zoning change, simply because it does not belong in our neighborhood. I understand that that's redundant to you. However, when I bought my house 15 years ago, I did my homework. I made sure I went into a residential neighborhood, not commercial adjacent, not C1. Within that time, the zoning was changed once. I am here to oppose the zoning change because I truly do not want the zoning changed again from what it is now. So I hope that you guys can think about this in terms of, you don't want this in your backyard, neither do we. None of us want that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, name is Al Bahari, 8033 Divernon. I thought I was going to be the last of the Mohegans here, but we got the Padre here. But all that you heard here tonight, I hope it sinks in, because this proposal to develop this property the way that's got it down there now sucks.
Thank you for your comments, Al.
Can
I get your name and address?
My
for the
name
record,
is
please?
Father Dave Casalegio. I live at 5630 Leggett Road, which would be right about here. My back wall is 8 feet. My house is 8 feet from the wall separated my property from the proposed property. And I've heard some things about Terrible Herbs. I think they're a fantastic company that does fantastic things. My argument is not with them. Jay Brown's office and his staff have done a fantastic job in making changes compared to what was to what is. I'm still opposed to it primarily and solely because of the C. When I bought my house in 2010, I lived in rectories from 1980 all the way through. I was asked to work in the prison full-time as a staff chaplain And so I was a state employee. I didn't have to live in a rectory. And eventually, because of the economy being down and out, I was able to buy my house. And I've always wanted horses. I was 62 years old when I bought the house. I was able to get 2 horses, and I have 2 horses, which are maybe 40 feet from the wall separating my house from the property. I checked and found out that right across where the car wash is and all that other stuff, that originally was horse stuff, but it was zoned for what was there. I checked on this property, and clearly I found out that it was zoned for office. The cars parking were going to be away from, pointed towards Ann Road, not towards my house. There was going to be a bunch of stuff to protect me. And, I was for that. That's why I bought the place. I am in opposition to this, but I'm against knocking Terrible Hearst and knocking the attorneys and knocking the staff, because they've got the right to do this. And I have the right to stand up and say I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Anyone else like to be heard on this item? If there's anyone else, please come up to the microphone so we can get through this portion of it.
Joseph Ludlow, 2405 Gallahaven Court. I'm actually for this project. I own 2 properties that are near gas stations, and I don't have any increased crime because of that. Also, there is 2 office buildings that will be put in that area. My understanding is one of them is going to be a dentist, and those are going to be backing up against the properties that are of the people that have been the most concerned about it. And so those are fulfilling the original design of office buildings. The commercial and the gas station will be on the corner. It's away from most of the people, and with the commercial on the other side of the street, it's not going to increase the traffic as much as they think it will be, because it will just be with the general flow of everything that's already going on. So I'm actually in favor of moving the project forward.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this portion? Folks, if there's anyone else, if you all can please come up to the microphone. We're going to close up the public hearing.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ryan Gormley. I'm at 5608 Rainbow Springs Court. I'm also the president of the Canyon Creek North Homeowners Association. For reasons previously stated, just wanted to throw my support in with everything that we've heard at our Homeowners Association meeting in opposition to this project.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Name and address, sir, for the record.
My name's Rupert Mount. I live at 5716 Windy Gorge Street. They have addressed it, but there's 3 bus stops going east from Durango to the freeway where they let kids off. I'm talking school buses. There's 4 coming back going west. There's one little boy that lost his life right by where they're going to build from a bus. Hey, there's a lot of traffic out there now. You guys are going to add it. I'm against it.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Okay, seeing no one else on the public portion, I'm going to ask the applicant to come back up, and we'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal before we turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I think everything has been said. There is no gas station west of the 95, and Ann's an arterial of 100 feet. No one wants to build residential office space. Someone came forward, in 2009 for 29,000 square feet, and they haven't been able to fill that up. So we'd rest our case.
Thank you. Okay, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Rausch.
Thank you. Well, I think this is the kind of situation where no one's going to leave happy today, or at least maybe half the people are going to leave happy and half are going to leave unhappy, no matter what we all decide here. My background's in commercial real estate, as many of you know, so I spend all of my career and have made all my money on the other side of the podium. And I know the developer, and I know the applicant, the Herbst family, all fine people. That said, I have some serious concerns with this site plan. I have had to present these cases before myself. This is a difficult one for a couple of reasons. One, It's kind of 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack, and you've heard me say this before on other applications, and I don't like this one because there's just too much being crammed onto the site. A convenience store is typically at a double section line corner in a more trafficked area. 2 heavy arterials make more sense. If it was just the convenience store and some gas out on the corner, that might be slightly different, but with the drive-through, some future fast food, and all of the office on the back, I have serious concerns about the parking. The parking ratio is at least 30% shy of what it should be. So from my point of view, all I see here is a maximization of what can be put on the site, and I don't like seeing that. That just depicts greed to me instead of trying to work with the neighborhood. That said, I have a couple of other comments I'd like to make. Staff, I had asked if you would verify for me the one gentleman's comment about the school and the church. Were we able to come up with anything on that yet at this point?
Chairman, Commissioners, there is a church located for approximately 466 feet to the north of the subject site, a park that's located about 387 feet from Cimarron Rose Park specifically. Those are the 2 protected uses in the area. There is additionally our records indicate a church on the east side of Leggett Road within that commercial subdivision, which would be the distance of the right-of-way separated from the subject site.
Thank you. So in my experience, I've yet to see a convenience store without liquor. I've yet to see a convenience store without slots. From my point of view, I think that the proximity to the church, the park, and the school that you mentioned negates this application just on the face of it. I don't even need to get into the setbacks that I don't like and the impact on the neighborhood. My feeling is that this property was always supposed to be office. The applicant has the right to come and ask for a change in zoning. This change is very intensive, and I'm just having a really hard time supporting it, so I probably won't be able to support it tonight. Lastly, the applicant provided 100 and some odd, I think it's 132, I might have miscounted. At least 20% of these are duplicates. I'm going to give them to the clerk. These are the duplicates, and that seems disingenuous. You should have checked.
Any other comments, Commissioner Roush?
That's it. Thank you.
That's it. We'll move down the line. Commissioner DeSavio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Brown, I thought we were honestly a little bit closer than where we are today. I understand we did a lot of massaging to get the distance separations, keeping it office, removing the gas station, all the complaints that we've gotten through Councilwoman Fiore's office, myself. The duplicates, I was going to mention that too. I appreciate you pointing that out. Noticed some duplicate in favor of this project, but I still think we're just like Commissioner Roush said. I just think there's a lot going on, and it seems to be very, very contentious. I've heard more people come before you today, or before us, and state that they're against it, and I see a whole lot more work that needs to be done, to be honest with you, before I can support such a thing. I think that we did make some very good headway by getting rid of the car wash and keeping the office and making sure there was no light pollution into the yards of the adjacent properties. I mean, these are all the things that we discussed the other day. But I still think there's still some work that needs to be done. The most important thing is your investment of your house. I mean, that's our biggest asset for everybody. And it has to be, as far as I'm concerned, it has to be harmonious and compatible to the community. And I think the way it sits right now, it's not. It's, in my eyes, it's not. I don't know where the rest of the commission stands, but right now, I could just tell you, I can't get behind this one right now. It's just look how many, show of hands, how many people are against this? I mean, it's like 3/4 of the room. And it's hard for me to sit here and not listen to them. I live not far from here either. These are my neighbors too. So at this point in time, unless somebody else has something else, I got to make a motion for denial.
And Commissioner Toussaint, did you have a...
I just have one comment. I don't think gas stations per se bring bad elements to a community, but listening to what the homeowners have said and the neighbors have said, I think we're far away from an approval tonight, and, you know, I'm sad for the developer, but I live in this community too. I'm right across Ann Road, and listening to them, I understand where they're coming from, and I would have to vote for denial tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I kind of echoing some of the comments that I heard tonight. I thought we were a lot closer, and with all the modifications that we made, I think we made 3 or 4 modifications to the site plan, and we've held it for 4 to 6 months. And everybody says, well, do you want a short-term rental across the street from you? Well, I have one, and it's not a problem. Do you want a gas station across the street from you in your backyard? I have one. Do you want a fast food across the street? I have it across the street. I have everything. I have an auto parts store on the other side of me. But I do live in the downtown area, and it's more of an urban environment. You know, I think there's conditions that could be put on it, and maybe things that you can work on between here and City Council, you know, about the hours of operation on the drive-through, making sure it doesn't carry over into the neighborhoods. The office I don't have a huge issue with around the perimeter, because everybody here, well, not everyone, but I heard certain people saying they would prefer to see this office versus commercial. And so, you know, if we're going to have this as office or whatever, I do understand the neighborhood's concerns, and it's hard for me to go against, you know, 100 people when they stand up, or 50 people, and when we have this much neighborhood turnout against something. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Commissioner DeSalvio.
Through you, Chairman. Jay, I don't want your client going anywhere. Look, nobody loves construction more than me, okay? I'll tell you that right now. But with that said, I think that we could come up with another concept possibly, because, and I want everybody out there to understand something. We can't stop the landowner from developing that property. Something's going to go there. Something's going to go there. Now, what we can do...
Folks, please, please. Folks, it's closed. We're at the commission discussion point, please.
The point is, before I was rudely interrupted, the point is, it's going to be something, and if it's office, but it will get developed. I mean, just think about it. If you owned a piece of land and somebody told you couldn't do something to it. So I just want you to understand, hopefully we can come up with something that's harmonious and compatible, that fits the community, and it's just not a piece of raw dirt sitting there. And I hope that we can come to something in the future, but as of right now, I don't agree with what's going on. I have your guys' back, and I think it's just we got to massage it a little bit and look at it and see maybe between now and City Council that something can't be fixed.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes. I can appreciate everybody here, and I can appreciate what your thoughts are. I live on 3/4 of an acre, and it is kind of rural. So when people start talking about bringing in gas stations and those types of things, gas stations are fine, but it's the ancillary things that go along with that that I would not be able to deal with. I know Father Dave Casliego has horses. I know he has 2 horses. I know my neighbors have horses. And it just would not be fair to change the zoning from professional office buildings to commercial. Is that what we're going? To commercial. So with that, I will yield, and I cannot vote in support of this.
Thank you. I did have one question for the applicant. Are the buildings on the north side, I believe there's 2 structures, those would stay as office or being proposed as retail?
Proposed as office next to...
It was originally retail, proposed as retail.
That's correct.
But you've taken that back as...
After we heard from the neighbors and heard from the commissioner. We changed it.
And you know, listen, there's obviously a lot of people against this. We did see people for it as well. And I kind of sit with my commissioners, but I do feel that if it was to be office, I could support that. The restaurant, I had concerns about the drive-through, and I would agree with Commissioner Schlotman that through conditions, possibly that's something that could be worked on. And I do like the fact that the car wash was pulled away. I mean, I think you're at the limit at this point. I think that's something that threw it well over the limit. And so, you know, I don't have as much heartburn with the convenience store. But it is important to me that office, and I can see this going in a certain direction, but the fact that it is changed to office on that north part, that was a big step, I think. So like Commissioner DeSalvio said, if this doesn't get approved here, I think there is still time for the applicant to hopefully work with the community and with the office to help find something that fits. So Commissioner DeSalvio.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, with that said, I'd like to entertain a motion on item 20, GPA 72727 for denial.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Item 21, motion for denial on ZON 72728.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
Sorry.
Okay. Item 22, motion for denial, VAR 72941.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Item 23, VAR 73413, motion for denial.
Motion's on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And item 25, motion for denial on SDR 72731.
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will go forward to the City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being a gentleman in your presentation there. Item number 26. Yeah, excuse me. Vice Chair Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, I'd like to, by mistake earlier, we voted on a particular item, and I'd like to rescind item number 15 for reconsideration.
There's a motion on the floor to rescind item number 15 and to bring it back to be heard. Yep. It was open. So the clerk's ready to deal with it.
IT, bring your clerk, so we'll work for 24 hours to get out tonight.
Commissioner Roush in Tucson, we had a motion on the floor to hear 15. The applicant's here. Yes, please. It's okay. And that motion carries. Okay, item number 15, SUP 73188, applicant Lucky Spot, owner Smoke Ranch Enterprises, Inc., for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,825 square foot beer wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 6890 North Wallapai Way. Ward 6, staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the use is located in a new commercial development with other compatible uses and meets all distance separation requirements. It can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding land uses. Staff recommends approval, and please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Rupinder Chima, 3067 Palace Gate Court, and I'm the applicant. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Anything you want to tell us?
This site was approved to build a gas station car wash, and we received all of our special use permits. Unfortunately, we made a mistake, and we thought that beer and wine was included in the convenience store special use permit, and it's not. And it wasn't until I tried to apply for my beer and wine license in April where we realized this mistake happened. We're about 80% complete, and we are planning to open probably in about 90 days.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your comments. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this specific item? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, sorry about that. This was my fault. So this was under one motion, one vote. It fits, it works. I don't have a problem. Like I said, it's my fault why it hadn't already been part of that one motion, one vote. So unless there's any other comments, I'd like just abundance of moving on to make a motion for approval.
I don't see any lights. Please make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for item 15, SUP 73188 for approval.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 26, abeyance GPA 72773, applicant D.R. Horton, owner United States of America, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from L to ML, north of the intersection of West Cliff Drive and Rockmoss Street, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 27, abeyance ZON 72774, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U to RCL, single-family compact lot, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 28, VAR 73380, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 1.0 street connectivity ratio where 1.3 is required, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 29, abeyance TMP 72851, for possible action on a request for tentative map for 112-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed medium-low density residential general plan designation and the associated RCL zoning district to be compatible with the existing surrounding residential neighborhoods and is recommending approval of both the general plan amendment and rezoning. Proposed 110-lot single-family residential subdivision does not meet the minimum requirement for connectivity, which measures the diversity of pedestrian and vehicular options the transportation network offers area residents and therefore requires a variance. Staff's recommending denial of the variance in the tentative map due to the lack of connectivity. Please note there were additional protests submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This site is a 15-acre parcel that was recently auctioned off by the BLM. It's currently undeveloped, as you can see in green. Immediately to the north of it is Summerlin Parkway. The closest intersection is Cimarron and West Cliff, with Rockmoss that goes directly into the site north-south, located here. You can see on the property, this is the zoning map. It's surrounded by a mix of different zoning categories, but before I get into the immediately surrounding zoning categories, I would like to point out that along Summerlin Parkway, one of the commissioners actually pointed out, there are higher densities all along Summerlin Parkway, and the reason is just from a zoning standpoint, you typically have your higher densities next to those intense type freeways, and then that's used to buffer the lower density residential like the R1 located here in yellow. So you'll see over here is RPD 20, RPD 22, RPD 15, RPD 11, R3 located here, RPD 17. So these are all higher densities all along Summerlin Parkway. What we initially started with was something higher than where we are today. We started with a density of about 10 units to the acre. And before I get into the site plan, we've reduced that significantly down to 7 units to the acre. So what we're requesting is RCL zoning, and we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval on that GPA and zone change request. It is currently RCL immediately to the east of this property, located right here in white. Also, a portion of the property to the south of the property is RCL zoning. To the west is RPD 6, which is up to a little over 6 to the acre. And then there is an R1 community to the south of us that we've tried to buffer because that is a little bit lower density to the south. So with that said, again, from a density standpoint, we looked at what's around us and also what's adjacent to Summerlin Parkway before we came before you. We've had 4 neighborhood meetings with the neighbors in the area and worked very closely with them. We started, as I mentioned, with a 10 units to the acre. This was the site plan we started with, which had 152 lots. We've significantly revised that. Since then, we have had a couple iterations. This was one of the iterations. It went down to 134 lots with some higher density along Summerlin Parkway and lower density adjacent to the R1. We then worked on an even lower density. This was about 112 lots that had a different configuration for traffic purposes. And finally, we got to the plan that we have before you today. The major change, in addition to the reduction in density, this is 110 lots, but the major change was we split this community into 2 communities, basically. The concern from the neighbors was they did not want all of the lots exiting onto Rock Moss. So what we've done is we've essentially made it 2 communities with 54 lots on the west side, 56 lots on the east side, and that forces the traffic to be shared from Rock Moss and Composer Way. So that split up the overall impact on the development. And I believe that was a major point. I know there's some neighbors here today that still have some concerns, but this was a very, very big change for most of them. We've also done R1 lots adjacent to the R1, so you'll see we have some larger lots here that are over 6,000 square feet in size and comparable and compatible with the R1 development to the south. And then the rest of the community, as I mentioned, comes out to about 7 units to the acre. We worked with them also on a couple concerns. They would like us to make a request that we try to have construction access via Summerlin Parkway. We're told there's a project that will be coming at Cimarron, located right here, that we may be able to apply to do a temporary access, and if we can, we've assured them we will apply and see if we can obtain that approval, even if it's just in the initial grading stages, to try to keep some of those larger trucks away from Rock Moss. Also on Rock Moss, some neighbors have requested that we apply for speed humps. We're happy to do that, and we'll represent to you tonight that we will do that application for speed humps on Rock Moss, because there are some homes that face out onto Rock Moss. In addition, we lost 42 lots, as I mentioned. We did the R1 size lots to the south. There was a request that we provide a pedestrian access way located right here between lots 66 and 67. We're happy to do that. The elementary school in the area is to the south west of this site, so this community over here on the east, it'd be better to have that access point between those lots so that the kids can walk to school. So we're happy to do that as well. There was a request that we do single-story homes. Unfortunately, we would like to stick with the 2-story homes. The main reason is a lot of these lots are 40 in width, and to put single-story homes on 40-foot width lots is not a benefit to the community or to the neighbors in the area, because it's very, very small 1-story homes. But the good news is this site is lower in elevation than the property to both the west and the south. So I'll show you a cross-section. This is a cross-section, AA is a cross-section of the area to the west, and you'll see the adjacent 2-story home next to the 1-story home is very similar in height, because the drainage in this corner will be a little bit lower. Also section BB, this is section BB, and that's adjacent to the R1 to the south. You'll see it's similar in height with our 2-story homes and the adjacent mix of 1 and 2 stories, but for illustration purposes, this is the 1-story one-story homes. So we will have some retaining that we've requested, as well as the screen walls, and then the homes will be a little bit lower in that area. I think that covers all of the neighbors' concerns. As I mentioned, we've had 4 neighborhood meetings and worked very closely with them. I know there are a few of them here this evening. We appreciate all the time that they've put into this project. I'll let them speak, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. We'd very much appreciate your approval this evening.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on these items? We have 3 microphones. If we can ask everyone to please come up, state your name, address for the record.
First of all, I would like to provide the commissioners with copies of my statement.
Thank you.
And my name is Abe Mahan. I am at 7900 Fanceville Avenue, on the property adjacent to this piece. Also, I have petitions here with over 90 signatures opposing the project that I'd like to present for your consideration. I have numerous residents here in the audience. I'd just like to get a show of hands of the people here. I don't know that they're all going to speak, but they came to offer moral support.
Abe, we have a minute to go through, so if you'd like to go through.
Indulge me just a little, because I know some of them are not going to speak. At any rate, we have numerous people here in opposition to the project as it was presented, and the petitions would speak for themselves. I want to commend the developer and legal representatives for early cooperation with the residents of the neighborhood. Early on, they did conduct meetings with the residents and listened to our concerns. They addressed a few of the concerns, but not all. However, at the May neighborhood meeting, just before the May Planning Commission meeting, when they put it in abeyance, we requested the properties on the south and west boundaries be single-story homes on R1 size lots. The representative from the developer at that point suggested that it was possible they could do that, and he would look into it, and that they would be getting back to us well before the meeting tonight to talk about all those issues. There was no information forthcoming from the developers or their legal representatives at any time since that May meeting prior to the Planning Commission meeting. I had to call numerous times and make several emails, got no responses at all until 6 o'clock last night. And I got this proposal, which is essentially the same as it was on the May meeting. So they have done nothing new since the May meeting, and they have not talked to us at all. I find that distressing. It almost looks like it was intentional, that they were trying to pull something, and that really offends me if that's the case. I've not got anything personal on any of these people, but they certainly had a communications failure in trying to
Mr. Mayhem, is there anything other specifically with the application that you're in opposition with?
Yes, there are still a couple of things to do here. We've asked for changes to the project in the way of the R1 lots on the west and south boundaries, because that's compatible with the properties on the west and south for the larger lots. The R1s on the south and the condos on the west are RPD 6, so the density is the same. They're all single stories, and I think that would be more compatible with the neighborhood to do it as single stories along both those boundaries. There is a matter of another property. I don't know if you can see this lot number 1 in this particular location. Is an awfully strange property size, property shape, which is going to push that house to the rear of the lot, making a very short distance between their house and the property line. That's not a very good situation. I believe the road could be moved to the east slightly to accommodate a much more appropriate size shaped lot there.
Mr. Mayhem, I have to ask you to wrap up.
All right,
Please.
sir. Our original position for most of the neighbors was that this property should remain as low-density R1 zoning. Without these changes, we will oppose the entire project. It's fairly simple to make those changes, and they would only lose a couple of units in order to do that. And I would request that you deny the proposals unless they make these changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhem. Thank you for your comments. There's 3
I
microphones.
One question for you. Could someone explain items 28 and 29 a little more in detail. I don't quite follow what they're about.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahan. There's 3 microphones if you'd like to come up. We have everyone for a minute. I need your name and address for the record if you're for or against the project. And any comments specific, please try not to be redundant if you don't mind. Thank you. Can I get your name and address?
How you doing? I'm Don Mayhall, 201 Rock Moss. I'm 75 feet away from the entrance of this project. I have concerns with the construction access. I'm a grading contractor. This site is inherently low. It's going to need import. So that means there's going to be trains coming through there right in front of my house. It'll back up all the way to the intersection. So I'm not opposed to development. I'm a grading contractor. I know we have to do that. That's not a problem. But we can't have trains of up to 20 to 30,000 to 50,000 yards coming down a residential 55-foot right-of-way. It's 55 feet. You put 2 cars on each side of it, you can't get 2 trains by it. It's not going to happen. I'm totally in favor of the Cimarron access. We've got to figure out some other access. We have to.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for your comments. Those are good comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Susana Barajas. I'm 7912 Fanciful Avenue. I'm here to oppose this project. You know, we understand there's something going to be built. We get that. We understand that. We want to continue it, stay at low density. That's what was designed, what it was designed for. Just really quick on what was from our last meeting, we had discussed how this, if you can see this map, it's the west-south. They had mentioned for a single story. Here, this side. They said they were going to come back and discuss it with us. We have not heard anything from them. We've been working with them. So, it's not about opposing this completely. We understand there's some development going to go on. We're okay with that. It's just leaving it a single story, and also having more communication with them and not being so. Like I said, I just found out about this 24 hours ago, so my boyfriend couldn't make it, a few other neighbors couldn't make it. It's just a little distressing, like H said, so I just want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Much appreciated. Can I get your name and address?
My name is Ed Petrol, 104 Rockmoss, 2 from the end of the street there. I want to know why Cimarron isn't being as an option for the entrance into this development, which would stop all the concern about the Rockmoss Street being too narrow and the traffic, when maybe the city's got to work with them a little bit to make the main entrance. There's a beautiful, huge, wide road that's dead-ended. There's nothing going on there. And that should be the main entrance, and then a fire entrance on Rockmoss and Composer. Otherwise, it's going to be a highway on our street, and it's going to ruin it, and it's unacceptable. And they also have been avoiding us. We've been a very big neighborhood all together, waiting for the response, and they have not responded to us. They're purposely trying to slip this by. But I think it needs to be really looked at, the Cimarron access. The road's just a dead end. Might as well use it for something. And it would solve everybody's problem. Everybody'd be happy then.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Carly Bagaro, 125 Rockmoss Street. 3 houses in from the construction site. I'm just here to oppose it with my neighbors, and I agree with what they're saying about the construction coming up and down Rockmoss Street. There's not a lot of space on that street as there is, and it leaves no room for the kids in that neighborhood to play.
Thank you for your comments, Carly. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Jesse Moles, 121 Rockmoss Street. Bear with me, I'm kind of sinusy right now. I oppose this. It needs to remain R1, low density, like it's supposed to be. I moved into this community. It's an older community. It's a nice community. We love it there. Please don't change it.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record.
Mac McKnight, 409 Firestone. Just a couple other different things also. One, the applicant was helpful at first, but then no longer started responding to questions as far as when we asked about first responders, they said, you know, what their concerns could be about this area. They said, we've already handled that issue. There's no concern. We talked about, you know, the schools and just the population. They said everyone knows it's overcrowded. That's something everyone has to handle. Then I asked about open space. They said, well, everyone's going to have a front yard. And I go, come on, open space. What about open space? And they said, well, there's a soccer park a really big one across the freeway. That's where the kids can go play. And I go, well, what open space are you guys going to do? Then they also brought up, I mean, the parking situation. If they do the 54 off Rockmoss, you've got 50 homes here, which is 104 exiting out of Rockmoss. Then Firestone, you've got 138 homes over there, and you put 56 there, so now you've got 194, and that's a one exit only. And so that's a lot of traffic for just Firestone too. I understand. I'm very pro-development. That's what I do. But it needs to stay low density.
Thank you, Mr. McKnight. Can you get your name and address for the record?
Deborah Malahowski, 100 North Rockmoss. I've been in my home since February 1984. I'm the original owner. I am on the corner of Rockmoss and Westcliff. I have been through a lot of development. The traffic on this street is going to be so enormous with the added development when it's not going to stay in R1. And the construction, if it's not rezoned somehow to go down to Cimarron, it's going to be a nightmare. I'm right on the corner. Thank you. I oppose.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Ron Dunaway. I also live at 100 Rockmoss. I have to oppose it due to the traffic that this is going to create. We are so close to Westcliff that when those trucks start coming down, I won't even be able to get out of the driveway because our house is so close. The stop sign is right in front of our house. I can't even park in front of the house now. When those long trucks start coming, they're going to block my driveway. I won't even be able to get out, and they're going to be coming. They just have to find another way. And according to them, they can't. But I have to oppose it.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, sorry, one more time. Susana Barajas. There was one thing that was said by the applicant that was not correct. The properties on the west side of this development, if you can see the map, it's on this side. She said it was high density, and that's definitely, this area is very much a low density, single story. So I wanted to make sure that was recorded. Also, in this map, she mentioned how they're accommodating on the bottom here, how you see the comparison in heights of the homes. You have to understand that this whole area is on a hill. So you have, if you go back to this map, you have properties that are south of this project that are completely on a decline. So their decline is even higher than what they're suggesting. So please don't be deceived by that. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one else, we'll turn it back over to the applicant for a rebuttal.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the neighbors. As far as the communication goes, as I mentioned, we did have 4 neighborhood meetings. My understanding is we did owe them an answer on whether we could do 1-stories on the west and the south. I did not get them the answer until yesterday, so I apologize to them, but I did send an email to everyone. We had emails on the lists of things and the plans that we plan to move forward with today. We were trying to do some 1-story homes on these R1 lots, and the unfortunate part is when a developer comes in with a project with product type, it's difficult to do an entire community with one product type and 7 lots with a different product type. So in theory, these 7 lots are wide enough to do a single-story product, but to put 7 lots that are different than the rest of the community is difficult for a developer. We understand if the commission thinks otherwise, and I can take that back to D.R. Horton, and we can relook at that if that's the case and that's the commission's direction. We'll do that. And I've assured them in my email and on the phone yesterday that if we need to work with them between now and City Council, we'll of course continue to work with them. My understanding from the last neighborhood meeting was that this plan was well received and the one open issue was the 1-story homes. And I actually think from the comments they made, we have addressed everything else. I think we're really down to whether we need to do some one-story homes. From a construction access standpoint, show you the aerial. Unfortunately, Cimarron is not adjacent to this site, so there's a community between Cimarron and our property. Otherwise, we would love to take access off of Cimarron. So the only way to access is via Summerlin Parkway and a construction access easement from the city. I've put on the record we will ask for that. I give you my word as a commission. If you want to instruct me to do that or put a condition on there, we're happy to do that. We will request that temporary construction access. Also, speed humps on Rock Moss. Traffic has been a huge deal since the very beginning. We understand there's homes that face on Rock Moss. We understand this is essentially the only road other than Composer Way into this infill parcel, but the BLM auctioned it off to be developed. So something is going to be developed on this parcel at some point. By laying the site plan out the way we did and to only have 54 homes now that'll exit on Rock Moss, I think is the best case scenario for this parcel and those folks that live on Rock Moss. Otherwise, it's 15 acres of property. So if you weren't to lay it out the way we did, where we split it in half, you're talking about twice the impact, obviously. So that was a big deal, and I think from a construction or a traffic standpoint and a construction access standpoint, hopefully that will help their community. The realignment, Abe had mentioned the realignment of Lot 67. D.R. Horton agrees with him. This is not the perfect lot here, and if there's a way they can shift this slightly to make it a little bit of a longer lot, they're looking at that. I asked them to look at that. He mentioned it yesterday on the phone, so I'll give you my word. We'll look at that lot. I believe that's it. As I mentioned, I did send an email with all these points to the neighbors yesterday. Again, I apologize, it was late. If we need to, we can meet between now and City Council, but I think we've done our best that we can to address every issue with the exception of the one-story request. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we'd very much appreciate your approval.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush, you want to start?
I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners because I'd like to go last and make a motion, and I will have a couple of questions of the applicant when I do so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone like to start off?
I'll do
Commissioner
it.
Sabia?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, worked on this one pretty closely only because I lived on Rock Moss for almost 20 years, so right next to Mr. Mayhall that came up and spoke about the dirt work. So this neighborhood is near and dear to me. Raised my kids there, I get it. One of my best friends purchased my house and lives there. So we worked hard on this one. We started out, I think, 152 lots. We worked on going down to 134. Still didn't like the layout. Went down to 112. Still was close, but no cigar. I think we're down to, what, 110?
Yes.
Okay, 110. I know the sticking point, I definitely would have liked to seen in a little bit of green space, maybe in that one lot that's little misconstrued to some kind of maybe little dog park or something, just to bring a little more community to it. I see you have the access gate going from both communities, so that way you could get in off of Composure. Kids can get there, and also in Rock Moss. That would be my pet peeve. The speed humps, for sure. The placement of those, I would leave that up to the community. Nobody wants a speed bump or speed hump in front of their house due to cars going over it with tools in the back and banging and making noise. So I don't know how far you guys would want to push that issue, just because they can be more of a nuisance than what they're worth. But construction access, yes, is definitely has been a pet peeve. I met with Mr. Mayhall on, I believe it was Saturday, had a lengthy discussion over that. He is a dirt contractor. He knows what he's talking about when it comes to those trains coming through there. I don't know if anybody's visited the site from your office and really walked it. It's a pretty big hole to fill.
Yeah.
No pun intended. I mean, really. If there's some way that we can gain access off of Cimarron to at least cover the dirt work, that would be huge, because I think that's, to me, it seems like that seems to be the biggest sticking point, and I hope we can come, to some kind of term on that. But like you said, and it's going to get developed one way or another. Something's going there. It's just, is this harmonious and compatible? I do think after all the work we've done, and to guide it to where it is based on elevations and how those new homes, two-story homes, will match up with the existing one-stories that are there. There are some two-stories along Fanciful, but as long as the one-stories, you know, kind of match up to the two stories on the other side, I think to me that was a happy medium based on the elevation. Now, if the elevation had been higher to what it is on Fanciful or Rock Moss, I probably would have a problem with it myself. I'd rather stare into a couple windows from my backyard than somebody else's slider. The only question I had, too, was the wall. You guys would be putting up another wall next to the pre-existing walls from the Fanciful homes? And if so, the elevation of that wall, would that then maybe only have the people that live on Fanciful's side of, would only see, maybe their line of sight would see the roof of that second story, or would they still see maybe into the windows of that second story?
If I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, we will have retaining on our side of the wall and then an additional screen wall on top. And actually, at one of the meetings, we did offer to do a higher wall if they wanted an 8-foot wall, and there was a lot of discussion about whether that was better or worse to have, you know, a taller wall and impact your views versus a lower wall, but I guess I would keep that offer out there. Also, there was discussion about us adding some trees back there. If that's, you know, something that the commission's interested in us doing, we'd be willing to do that as well. But you can see this line of sight. You'll see basically a couple of the second-story windows.
Thank you. So, I mean, with that said, like I said, I think this has come a long ways from where it was. I mean, the first one, you know, was totally unacceptable. But if we could get the, you know, if you guys want the speed humps and the pedestrian access, maybe do a little green space to just try to give it more of a neighborhood feel and not just cookie cutter, I think that would be huge. But I mean, I could get behind this, honestly, because even if I lived there, I could get behind this just because I know what it would turn out to be. But just if we could fix the dirt aspect of it, I think that's where it's a huge sticking point. And the neighbors are right. There's a lot of kids that live on that street still to this day. And I can't even count maybe 5 people that I know that's moved out of that community, and some on a stretcher. I mean, that's how long these people have been there. So this is this community, and if we can figure that out, I think it's a win. I think it's a win.
Thank you, Commissioner DeSalvio, and it certainly helps me with the history that you have there to understand things a little more. And quite honestly, I think this is something that staff got right on these applications. I would like to see the pedestrian connectivity on the site plan, because now that it's split, to be able to cut through if there are children that are walking to another side of the development or people just walking through, that would make a lot of sense. I do have the same kind of heartburn about the construction portion of it, and I totally understand on the dirt work. So I don't know, is that something through staff? How can we address that, knowing that Cimarron dead ends right now and it's not adjacent to the parcel? It sounds like there was some discussion about Summerlin Parkway as an option.
Sure, yeah, Mr. Chairman, to you. So we've got a city project, we're building a pedestrian bridge across Cimarron that's slated to start September 1st. It's not guaranteed to start September 1st, but it's going to purchasing this month, you know, out to bid, and it's slated to start September 1st. So the deadline to get any kind of construction access through there is August 31st. This makes it pretty tight for this project to use that access. If for some reason the city project gets delayed, it gives them a little more time, but I'm not sure how much time they need to get, you know, all the dirt work in there. They may need a month or so, and I don't know if they have that, if we gave them that option. So if the commission would like a condition that allows for that possibility, I can, you know, write something up with a deadline on it and possibly extend it if the city's project is delayed. But other than that, once the city project starts, they won't be able to have any access through Cimarron onto Summerlin Parkway.
And okay, so that's obviously very difficult to line up, not knowing where the applicant, even if they wanted to start tomorrow, there's still things that come up that could change that portion of the construction. Commissioner DeSalvio, I think Did you just mention something?
I was just curious, through you, Mr. Chairman, if it's possible to get some, that Summerlin, is that, it's privately owned, is that part of NDOT?
Actually, Summerlin Parkway is owned by the city, and I think this year, or the end of this year, we're going to transfer it to NDOT, but it's currently owned by the city.
All right, well, before you do that, is it possible to maybe get some type of access then off of Summerlin Parkway, at least just for the dirt work portion? Or at least submit some type of application for the ask? I mean, I'm trying to figure out every which way we can get this on to everybody's happy.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm not really sure. When we looked at, there's Title 11, we looked at the code that talks about limited access roadways, which Summerlin Parkway is a limited access roadway. It doesn't allow any access, except for those already designated, like Durango or Buffalo. Those are allowed by code to access Summerlin Parkway, but to come off it, I think be kind of dangerous, a little, as far as I'd have to probably close down a lane or something, and really, it would impact this function of Summerlin Parkway. So I haven't talked to anyone about that yet, but, we thought we could possibly allow from Cimarron to the Parkway in a temporary construction access, but I'd have to kind of, I guess, say no to the Summerlin Parkway one.
Another question maybe for staff is that, sir, we've closed the public hearing portion. We're going to go through discussion. At this point, we've closed the public hearing portion, sir. So I do have some more questions I need to get through, and so we can get through our agenda tonight. Question for staff. If it is approved, is there a way to condition queuing on Rock Moss during the construction portion? So we're not seeing trucks queued up along that way, and, is there a way to do anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not really sure. I mean, cars aren't allowed to back up into arterials or roadways like, is that West Cliff? They're not allowed to back into West Cliff. They'd probably get a citation if it happened.
Well, I'm just looking at Rock Moss and thinking, it's 6 in the morning and now there's 5 trucks loaded up, ready to drop off their dirt and get on the site and turn around and go. Is there a way that we don't have queuing during construction, during the dirt work portion? I don't even know how we would actually enforce it. It's a very difficult thing. It just, obviously it's a concern. I mean, it's a tough, something's going to be built in this. So there's going to be some dirt work regardless, but there's definitely an impact to neighbors that we need to be sensitive to. And I don't know how we get there through the commission. Of course, an applicant can say, hey, we'll do everything we can, but if there's things that we can do as well, that certainly helps. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, unfortunately, the only item on here that's really something that the commission can condition is the tentative map, and the condition you're trying to get to is not really appropriate for a tentative map condition. Now, it's not unheard of for an applicant to make a representation and say that they will do a certain thing. In fact, we've had a couple instances where recently we've been called to go back and review the record to ensure that an applicant is doing what they said on the record they would do. I would defer to the city attorney about any concerns with that, but unfortunately, there's not really a place in the applications that are before you tonight to put a condition regarding queuing of construction equipment or construction vehicles.
I understand. And it's obviously a concern just because of the nature of the project. I think staff has it right. I think I will be supporting the project. I would like to see the connectivity through the site plan. And I would, at a minimum, like the applicant, if it does go forward for a motion on approval, that there is something on record to address the construction more. But I'll continue down the line. Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, Chairman. Question for city staff, the planning department. And one of the gentlemen that came up here earlier asked what item 28 was and what a 1.0 connectivity ratio is versus a 1.3. Well, we require 1.3 connectivity ratio, and that's just a measurement that the city comes up with that states you have this many pedestrian gates and this many driveways, and that way somebody doesn't have to walk all the way across the community to and walk all the way around the community to get in. But on this one, I guess my question for staff would be, this is a fairly unique project where you have Rock Moss and Composer Way, and the rest of the site is surrounded by homes. You can't, I don't know if you could really have a pedestrian gate going out onto the right-of-way of Summerlin Parkway, and if you do, it goes nowhere. So is there any way possible that you could ever get higher than a 1.0 connectivity ratio on something like this?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, one of the ways to increase your connectivity ratio is, of course, to provide those pedestrian accesses. On a site that is infill development that's surrounded by other developed parcels, it can be very difficult to reach that. And there are some administrative allowances for staff to approve reduced connectivity ratios, but not at the level that's being requested at this time.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. I mean, there's just no way for this site to ever meet that connectivity ratio from what I'm seeing. So anyways, I think I could support this as well. I mean, unfortunately, we're going in with houses and matching the houses that are next to it, but you know, there might be some work that Ms. Allen could do with the neighbors, and anyone that didn't get an email from Ms. Allen about the single-story, two-story, you might get with her before then the evening, and that way y'all could touch base before it goes to City Council. Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, infill projects are always a problem. They always are. And there is something that is going to go in this project. And for someone who built a house in Ward 2, the first house being built in a community, I understand the inconvenience that it makes on the other homeowners. We had to clean up our yard every day because people would have fast food and would go into our yard. We were just thankful when the project was finished. What is the timeline, if you got approved today, that the homeowners would be inconvenienced, so to speak?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, D.R. Horton did say they would try to apply for the temporary construction access, if approved in July, immediately to try to get some of that dirt work done if they can. So I will give that commitment on the record. It probably wouldn't be complete, I mean, depending on the market, for maybe 2 years. So it's going to be an inconvenience, as you mentioned, to neighbors. But if we could try to get some of that dirt work, as Commissioner DeSalvio said, on the front end, and those big trucks off the property, then it'll be more of your normal construction homes as opposed to, you know, intense dirt work on the property. But my understanding is there's an ability to request a waiver of Title 11 to get that access off of Cimarron, and it's a timing thing. So to the extent we can maybe work with the councilman when it gets up there to coordinate the project on Cimarron, with our project for his constituents, I'll make that request. I can put that on the record as well to see if we can get somewhere with that. I don't know the schedule of the city's projects, but I'm happy to ask that question. And so I'm putting that on the record, that I will make that request, as well as the speed hump request, since there's not a place to condition that I do that.
Have you looked into speed cushions rather than humps? Because I understand that the cushions aren't as loud.
Okay.
Have you looked into that?
No, I think there's a process we have to go through to apply for and find out if it's even, I don't know what the right word, I want to say warranted, because
It has to meet certain warrant requirements of enough traffic going by at certain speeds in order to warrant speed humps.
So, yeah. So I don't know if it's cushions versus, but I'll check. I'll find out.
Personally, I mean, I think you've gone above and beyond the call of duty. I think this is a good project. I think once it's done, I think the homeowners will like it. I think they're going to be a little upset during the process, but that's to be expected. And I do believe that this type of project here will increase their property values. It's better than living next to a dirt lot. Thank you.
Commissioner Rausch.
Seeing no other comments, I'll go ahead with mine. And thank you, Commissioner DeSalvio, for taking such interest and passion in your former neighborhood and leading the way and helping me and giving me a lot of feedback, because I really do appreciate that. I take these kind of applications very seriously, as many of you know, if you live in Ward 2. I'm very passionate about the neighborhood. I'm very passionate about protecting neighbors and causing no harm. I met with Ms. Allen and Mr. Gronauer, and we talked about their client, D.R. Horton. These are always very difficult situations, as Commissioner Toussaint has just said. As this city grows and we keep pushing the boundaries on our outer ring, we're going to continue to get applications on infill parcels, and we're going to continue to struggle with how those get developed. It's just going to continue to be a problem. It's an impact on our schools, on our fire life safety. You've heard me say these things before. I'm very sensitive to the school population. I'm very sensitive to what a new project will do, especially an infill project, and how it adds traffic to a neighborhood, how it adds complexities that are unintended consequences sometimes. In this instance, I feel that we could have ended up with something far worse. And I tell you that from my experience. If you go up and down Summerlin Parkway, which I live off of Summerlin Parkway myself, I see every day hundreds of apartment units, and you know what I'm talking about. The area has been inundated with apartment development over the past 20 years. So our predecessors here on Planning Commission and City Council, in their best estimation, thought at the time that that was the right thing to approve. And the unintended consequence of that is that you're now dealing with a tremendous amount of density and intensity of uses that is a little bit unbalanced from my point of view. So I was delighted to a certain extent to hear that this was going to be single family. So we talked about this last month, decided to obey it. The applicant says she's met with the neighborhood 4 times. Staff's comments show 1 time, and I don't think that they update those. So, Ms. Allen, will you tell us, besides the, I think it was a March 26th meeting, when were the other 3 meetings for the record, just so that I know and have it, and so that Councilman has it as well?
I don't have them
You don't have
exactly,
them?
but the last one was about a month ago. It was right after Planning Commission.
So you had 1 in March, you had 1 in April, and then maybe 2 in May, or maybe 2 in
Probably.
April, 1 in May, something like that? Just
Probably.
trying to understand. You said you did have 4, though, correct?
That's my understanding. We had 3? Oh, I thought we had 4.
Okay, 3. So March,
sorry.
April, and May, probably,
Okay,
something
yeah.
like that. We can check the record, but I just wanted to make sure that you would agree and go on the record that you did have 3 meetings. I heard a lot of folks say that they didn't know about this, that they didn't get any feedback from you. You know, I'm not going to get into a contest of he said, she said, or any of that, but if you did in fact have the meetings, I hope that you noticed them properly and that everybody knew about the meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm happy to give you all that information.
All the evidence of
yeah,
that. Okay,
yes.
great. That said, the plan has been reworked to provide R1 large lots adjoining the existing R1 on Fanciful. There are RCL lots on, it's hard for me to read, Sparkle and, is it Farkas? That comes in at the point there. And so you've got a matching lot for lot situation. When you look on the aerial, those RCL lots are the lots to the east of the subject property. To the west of the subject property, you've got a much more intense townhome or apartment type use. So I think that this is a good compromise because it's not only compatible, but it's a continuation of the RCL lots adjoining Summerlin Parkway. And that's important because people that buy R1 lots are not going to buy an R1 lot adjoining a high-speed thoroughfare like Summerlin Parkway, which is now forecasted to become 4 lanes. And that's just, that ship has sailed. That's happened. I wanted to get clarification from Lucian in Public Works, please. I missed part of what you said earlier, and I want the audience to hear it as well. There is a pedestrian walkway that's going to be put in, is that correct? From on the Cimarron alignment, it's not a vehicular access or bridge. It's a pedestrian bridge, correct?
Yes,
Across
Mr.
Summerlin?
Chairman, it's a pedestrian bridge over Summerlin Parkway.
And when is that scheduled to be completed? Can you tell me?
They estimate approximately a year of construction. So they're thinking September 1st of 2018 to September 1st, 2019.
And is it your statement that once that bridge is completed, there will be no access for them to have construction access along Summerlin Parkway out via Cimarron? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the actual plans for the pedestrian bridge, but knowing just some of the grading and going across Summer Parkway. I think once the bridge is constructed, that would eliminate the possibility for construction access.
Okay. Because one of the things that occurred to me was, given that it's a 2-year build-out, and maybe if the bridge got started before you could get started, then maybe you wait until you bring the grading in. I know that's not ideal, but it sounds like that's not going to be an option either. I just want to be very transparent and very realistic with the neighbors so they know what to expect here, because we're trying to do the best we can. I always try to cause no harm wherever we can. But again, as we've said, something's going to get built here. To me, this is the lesser of the evils. Rather than see multiple applications that keep coming back at higher densities and continue to try to wear us down, I like this plan. I think that the majority of the neighborhood comments that I'm hearing like this plan. It's the issue of the access that I'm hearing. And that's a very difficult issue to solve for. So probably when I make my motion, you're going to hear something about the access. But I just wanted to make a couple of more comments from my notes here as everyone was talking. Obviously, the use is much more compatible than apartments and less intense than townhomes or apartments. It makes me more comfortable to see this lower intensity use because, as I said, I'm very much an advocate for schools and all of the school density that we see right now today, with Jacobson Elementary at 107% of capacity and Palo Verde at 108% capacity. Had this been apartments, it would be a much different situation in terms of impacting those schools. So this is, to me, a better compromise to add only 110 lots. Mr. Mahan, you made some very good comments, and I know that you had your 90 signatures opposing the project, but I'm wondering if that wasn't long before some of these compromises have happened. I feel maybe they were, but it's not for me to say. But I wanted to acknowledge the comments that you made, and I appreciate you coming before us to give us your concerns. So thank you for that. And Mr. Mayhall, I think you live at 201 Rock Moss. We would love to try to find a way to have Cimarron, truck access. I will make it a suggestion or a recommendation to the council. I don't know that we can provide that to you with absolute certainty, but know that we are trying to do our best. There was also another gentleman that wanted to make permanent access on Cimarron. I think we've discussed that today. I don't think that that's going to happen. Mac McKnight, you've called me a couple of times. Thank you for your call. I appreciate that. I'm sorry we weren't able to talk before this meeting, but we've talked extensively in the past. I share your comment about open space, and in fact, I'll go on the record to say that I was the one that asked Ms. Allen and Mr. Gronauer to provide pedestrian connectivity and access between the two neighborhoods. The connectivity issue stems from the fact that the neighbors have asked for this to be split into two neighborhoods. That creates an impossibility for connectivity ratios, but we can at least work on that by providing pedestrian access for kids and their parents to get to school. And I think we can also work on that by maybe providing an open space lot, a green space adjacent to that pedestrian access. So when you hear me make my motion tonight, I'm going to include that as part of my motion, that we make that recommendation. I don't know, can we make that a condition, Mr. Summerfield, on the tentative map or not?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes. So requiring an adjustment to the map that reflects the pedestrian easement between those two lots and additional common space, that is a condition that can be put on the tentative map.
Great, thank you. And I think we got clarification on items number 28 and 29. Thank you, Commissioner Schlottman, for addressing that. I think that that was one of the other questions that Mr. Mahan had. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and make my motion if there's no other comments or rebuttal or...
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your patience with me tonight. This is a very important issue for our neighborhood. So with that, I would like to make the motion. I apologize, I'm on number 29. Go back to number 26. For abeyance item GPA 72773. This is the general plan amendment. My motion is for approval.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward to item number 27, abeyance item ZON 72774. My motion is for approval.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 28, VAR 73380. My motion is for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before a vote is taken on item 29, I do have a condition change to condition number 7.
Okay. Would you like to read that?
Sure. The condition will be common elements A, B, C, and D shall be granted as 20-foot wide public sewer and public drainage easements with private surface maintenance. If storm drain is required, the easement shall be modified to be 30 feet in width.
Okay. Is the applicant good with that
Yes,
condition
we're
change?
fine with that, yep.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Lucian, I apologize.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
So I apologize, we are amending items 27, the motion on item 27, or we're still
It
on
was-
item 28?
It was 28.
To your turn for 29, I was just trying to get that before the vote was taken for 29.
Oh, we're still on 28?
Okay. So, did we post 28 yet?
No.
No,
So-
okay.
So let's go ahead and vote on 28.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Okay, and then on, oh, we have to display the vote still.
Mine came up again.
Still on item 28. There we go.
That motion carries.
And now, moving on to item 29, and incorporating Lucian's comment about the 30-foot lots, correct?
Item number 7 on the conditions.
On the conditions, and Lucian has read that into the record, or does he need to do it again? Are we satisfied?
I think we're good.
Thank you. So, going to item number 29, abeyance item TMP 72851. My motion is going to be for approval with the condition that we make the recommendation to the City Council for the applicant to seek construction access off of Cimarron utilizing the Summerlin Parkway right-of-way, which is currently owned by the City of Las Vegas, and also with the conditions as follows. Pedestrian access between lots, Stephanie, help me, what are the two lots?
66 and 67.
Between lots 66 and 67, and I can't read the numbers on my screen as far as the lot number that we had talked about as an open space park, but a portion of that lot, which lot was that?
A portion of lot 67?
With a portion of lot 67, either all or part to be designated as open space, and with trees as a buffer to the homes on the south, which would be Fanciful, Farkas, and Sparkle that abut the southernmost boundary of the property line there. And that would provide those folks with a little bit more buffer to the two-story homes. And that is my motion.
And do you agree with all those conditions?
I understand them. I'm not 100%, but yes, I understand them. Yes.
Okay.
I have to run them by my client, but I think that will be okay, so thank you.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for all of your time. Commissioner DeSalvio, Commissioner Roush, we appreciate it, and to the neighbors. And as I've mentioned, I'll meet with them right now. If we need to meet again, I'll do that between now and City Council. So
Thank you very much for doing that.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, we've been going well past our 2 hours, 2 hours and 41 minutes, so we will be taking a quick break.
Oh, we're taking
Thank you.
a break? Okay.
Please, thank you. If you wouldn't mind, just so that the added one that you made about the pedestrian access and trees, was that two conditions or just one? Right. Right. The construction access, though, is a verbal condition. So that's not a condition that we're adding. It's the pedestrian access and the trees that we need to make sure we got exactly what that was. 66 and 67 were two lots. I mean, I can hit you up for that babysitter money after all.
All right, folks, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We are on items number 30 through 38 that are related. I will have to abstain from this, from the related items. My company works with an adjacent property owner that's working through some development stuff with the applicant, so I will be abstaining. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 30, Abeyance SUP 72998, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street, Acquisition LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 459-foot tall building where the airport overlay district limits the height to 200 feet at the southwest and southeast corners of Ogden Avenue and Main Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 31, Abeyance SUP 72999 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 117,740 square foot gaming establishment, non-restricted use. Staff recommends approval. Item number 32, Abeyance SUP 73000 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 608,965 square foot nightclub use. Staff recommends approval. Item 33, Abeyance SUP 73001 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,865 square foot massage establishment use. Staff recommends approval. Abeyance SUP 73002 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 300 square foot automobile rental use. Staff recommends approval. Item 35, Abeyance SUP 73003 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed valet parking use. Staff recommends approval. Item 36, Abeyance excuse me, SDR 73004 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,224,485 square foot, 459-foot tall hotel and casino with a 817,605 square foot, 143-foot tall parking garage. Staff recommends approval. Item 37, Abeyance SUP 72469, applicant LV Food Trucks LLC, owner 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC for possible action on
Commissioner?
I'm going to go ahead and I'll call 3738 next. So, so we're going to go ahead and review items 30 through 36, and I'm going to ask the staff for the staff report, please.
This development will be subject to the requirements of the Federal Aviation Administration regarding airspace hazards, ensuring protection of the public health, safety, and general welfare. The proposed non-restricted gaming establishment use will be located in the existing gaming enterprise district, where such uses are allowed and deemed compatible with adjacent commercial uses. The proposed nightclub, massage establishment, and automobile rental uses would be located within a large hotel and casino in an area where such uses are appropriate. Pedestrian traffic is expected to exceed the amount of vehicular traffic, with the majority of vehicular traffic requiring parking on site to be guests of the hotel and casino who frequently request valet parking and porter services. And staff finds that the proposed hotel and casino development furthers the city's goals as expressed in the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan for the resort and casino district. The proposed development is compatible with the existing hotel and casino developments in the area, as well as the adjacent pedestrian mall. Staff recommends approval of all requests.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. It is an honor to be here. First of all, good evening, commissioners. It is an honor to be here tonight for this project. I've had the pleasure in my career to be part of downtown and present some significant projects in the past, but I can say by far that this is probably the most transformative. This project will forever change the skyline of Fremont Street and will become a landmark for downtown. I see it not only, I also see it coming as a symbol of our rebirth and our revitalization of downtown. And this project, given the size and its scope, is that significant. What I'd like to do is be brief. We've had a long night so far, and I know you have a lot of other items, but I'm going to give you some quick highlights, and then I'm going to talk briefly about each of the applications that are before you, and then be happy to answer some questions and have public comment. Briefly, This is a 777-room hotel. It is a 459-foot structure. It also contains a parking garage on the opposite side of Main Street that's connected via pedestrian skybridge across Main Street, very similar to the skybridge that connects Main Street Station to the California Hotel. Additionally, we have a large ballroom, additional meeting space. We have a very unique resort-style pool to compete with the Strip. We have a very efficient porte-cochere, and there's been a lot of work done, and I want to take this opportunity to thank staff. It's been 2 years in the working. We've been working with the city staff for over 2 years as it relates to the traffic impacts, traffic flows, and other development kind of criteria and standards. So I really appreciate all the efforts that they've done. What I'm going to do now is just quickly go over some of the applications that are before you. The first one is an SUP for a special use permit for any structure that's over 200 feet. As I indicated before, this is a 459-foot structure. I want to submit for the record, at the last commission I was here, we kind of talked about it briefly, but we did receive approval for a 451-foot building when our original design was such. We have now amended our application with the FAA and are in the process of their administrative review to do so. As you know, one of the conditions of our approval tonight will be that prior to any issuance of a building permit, we'll have to resolve the FAA issue. But I just want to read one paragraph from the report at 451 feet. Again, we did make a design change and increased it 8 feet. But a study revealed that this structure has no substantial adverse effect on the safe and efficient utilization of the navigable airspace by aircraft on or on the operation of air navigation facilities. Therefore, pursuant to the authority delegated to me, it determined that this structure would not be a hazard for air navigation. I'll submit this for the record. And again, I'm happy to talk about that, but we're in the process of doing that. I'm going to move to the next SUP in order here, and that is for a proposed gaming establishment. Well, this is a brand-new casino hotel, and I don't really need to go into the details of a gaming establishment, but the gaming establishment requires certain conditions be met, over 200 rooms, certain facilities be provided, and we meet all those conditions. The next SUP is for I know it sounds rather large, but a 608,000 square foot nightclub. It is not a 600,000 square nightclub that one would be the world's largest if it did exist. But the way that our current code reads is that we were to have live music at any portion of the public space, that portion needs to be entitled. And therefore, the request is for such a large nightclub. There is no nightclub on the facility. There is no nightclub that you would find at the Strip, Hakkasan or anything like that. It's simply that if we do have live music, whether that's a DJ or a quintet, that does require a specific licensing. The next application is for a special use permit for a massage establishment. And again, we are not having what you would traditionally think of as a massage. We are offering a spa facility, a 7,000 plus square foot spa facility that will offer facials, nails, hair, but also massages. And therefore, that's why the SUP is required for that. Additionally, we also have a special use permit for a 300 square foot automobile rental use. There will be an automobile rental counter in the facility, and therefore a special use permit is required pursuant to city code, and so we are applying for that as well. Additionally, we have a special use permit for a proposed valet parking structure. And there's certain ratios that your parking structure must meet, and if you go beyond those ratios, you need to apply for a valet special use permit, and that is what we are here to do today. Another application is for no, that's an SDR. I'll wait on the food trucks and talk about those items independently, if that's okay. I know that they were read together, but there are two separate staff reports that talk about those, so I'll take those. With that being said, I am happy to answer any questions that you have for me tonight.
And we will be hearing the SDR at this point.
Okay.
So,
well, let me talk about the food trucks.
Not the food trucks, the SDR.
Okay, the
which
SDR.
Is the site development review.
The site development plan is simply everything that's encompassing. Hopefully they can show some pictures of what was been submitted. But you'll see the tower structure, you'll see some of the floor plans. This is, again, a 2-level casino, 777 rooms, with a very unique strip-style pool, a large meeting and ballroom space. And with that, we'd ask that you approve subject to staff conditions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Mr. Kessler, if I could have you scoot back to the front row. Good evening.
My name is Bradley Priotti, 1355 Claggett Lane. And this is on special use permit number 33. And I believe in transparency and public safety, which is one of the main concerns about this. The foot massage or massage parlor of 7,865 feet, all encompassing that, since business interests are planning this in the hopes and in concert with brothel owner Dennis Hoffs to get elected at the state capitol and his drive to legalize prostitution, and once that happens, the foot massage parlor can convert to a full legal brothel on Fremont Street. Well, we do not want that on Fremont Street, but that is the applicant's intention to take advantage of legalized prostitution on Fremont Street.
Sir, we're not, I think we're getting a little off subject. I mean,
it's off subject, but the massage parlor, the massage things, foot massage, all.
It's a spa. We have massage parlors all over this town. I don't want to get in a debate over if this is a massage parlor or brothel, but brothels are illegal in Clark County and the city of Las Vegas, and business licensing would shut them down immediately.
Dennis Hoff is going up for election for the Capitol this November.
Whatever happens in the future happens in the future, but we're actually talking about a land use matter today.
All right. I just want to bring it
But if you had any other comments.
Comment on that, please.
Yes, Commissioner Williams.
I think perhaps you might be a little bit confused regarding the square foot. Not, it says 865 square foot massage, not foot massage.
No.
We're
I know it's the
talking about-
7,865 square foot as the encompassing area of the massage parlor. But a massage,
I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that you understand. We're talking about like feet, lineage, that type of thing.
I understand.
And it's not a massage parlor. It is a spa.
In a lawsuit previously, which has been approved, they still hand out massage cards on passersby on the Strip for people to come get massages in their rooms from people. Every bit of massage in Nevada ends up prostitution in the end. I just want to bring that point forward.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Good evening, sir.
Gerald Lechner, 1355 Claggett Lane. Opposing generally points 30 to 36. I'd like to zone in, however, on 32. 600,000 square foot nightclub. Let me wrap my mind around that for a second. Approximate occupancy would probably be about 20,000 people.
Try this one.
If you hold your mouth off of that microphone about 2 inches, we'll hear you a lot better.
All right, so a 600,000 square foot nightclub, which estimated occupancy permit would probably be about 20.
Sir, if you could pull your mouth away, about right there.
20,000 people attending a nightclub. And we do know that nightclubs often turn into fight clubs. The atmosphere on Fremont Street Experience right now is pretty leisurely, and yes, there's bands, but it's the kinds of bands that mostly have old school and timeless rock and other classics where people just dance when they're not there to fight and get drunk. So I'm just trying to visualize 20,000 people in an environment where tourists regularly take their kids out, anywhere from a stroller to a toddler to a kid, and I can envision two boozing brawlers spilling out into the pedestrian mall and collapsing on top of a toddler carrier. On the Las Vegas Strip until 2012, clubs were not even allowed on the Strip because of this very reason, because fights in nightclubs spill over onto the sidewalks, which will diminish the public safety significantly.
I think you made your point clear on that, and I will comment on that here in a minute because there are some city regulations, and I'll clarify that a little further.
And I prepared my argument before I heard we're requesting a nightclub, but it's not really a nightclub. So maybe the public should have some clarification. Why is there a permit issued or requested for a nightclub when it's not really a nightclub?
And we'll clarify that here in a minute. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael T. Moore. I'm president of the Performers Union in Las Vegas. And we opposed this application due to inadequate notice under Las Vegas Municipal Code, Section 5D. All postings for this meeting on May 8th, this original meeting, were posted on closed sidewalks. I contacted Brad Jerbick and I believe Paul Bangington of the Planning Commission, and they said there was no violation of NRS or Las Vegas Municipal Code. However, upon researching that, it was in violation for proper notice. It constitutes inadequate notice, and the choices the Commission has, according to Las Vegas Municipal Code, is abeyance or denial of the application. We would like to ask you to deny the application and make the applicant reapply and post the notice adequately to the public, preferably on Fremont Street Mall itself, where the public can have proper input on this, because they were denied that by the signs being posted on a closed sidewalk. We have videotape, we have photographs, and this was done deliberately because the applicant is not a friend of the Las Vegas community. He's attempting to operate a monopoly on Fremont Street, and I handled the Albertsons Lucky's case in 1998. Yes.
This is a land use matter, sir.
That's right.
And you made your comment clear about the notification. Do you have anything in regards to the land use matter or not?
Land use matter, I think, is problematic to public safety. They're asking for a building that's twice as high as it would normally be. How come other casinos haven't been granted this or been able to ask for this? The applicant, from what I understand, will have almost 80% ownership on Fremont Street Experience, which is in violation of Federal Trade Commission rules. I handled a case in 1998 with Albertsons and Lucky's, where Lucky's had to divest.
Sir, this isn't about your past cases and your
well,
resume.
this is about the whole big picture. The applicant
sir,
hasn't given...
I want to know directly about this project.
Okay,
and not
now
about
let's
other
go back to
cases.
that. The signage was not adequately hung to the public. It was hidden, and signs were placed in front of it, closed sidewalks to prevent the public from having access to the meeting. And one of the commissioners here talked about transparency earlier, and I agree with that. If the applicant wants to do this, the signs need to be posted where the public has a chance to come here and speak about it.
Thank you
and
so
that
much.
did not happen in violation of Las Vegas Municipal Code.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I live downtown in Ward 3. I support the project. Lived here since the 90s. I cannot count the number of times friends from Texas and Illinois and Puerto Rico, where I've lived in the past, have called and said, hey, I'm going to be in town. Can you get me a room somewhere? And invariably it's Aria or Bellagio, or of course they wouldn't want a room downtown, heaven forbid. So I'm excited. I'm excited there'll be a new project, something big and shiny and bright, and that'll come to the downtown area. I love the city of Las Vegas, and forgive anybody here, or forgive me, anyone who lives in the county. I prefer the city to the county, and I want more visitors to come to the city and stay in the city. And I think 777 more rooms is a great place to start. Thank you.
Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this back over to the applicant for 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
You know, the brothel comment, we're subject to Gaming Control Board laws, and those are the stringent, most business probity laws that exist in the nation, if not the world. Those types of things will not be occurring. As it relates to the nightclub, I hopefully tried to, at the beginning in my speech, say it is not a nightclub. We actually do not have a nightclub. We just have various live music events, whether it's at the pool, up on the lounge at the top of the building, or anywhere in the casino floor. And then to the last comment, you know, not friendly for business downtown, Mr. Stevens, I would totally disagree with that statement. As it relates to posting, I don't even believe we have the opportunity to dictate where it gets posted, but I don't need to talk about that. I'll let the city attorney, if he needs to comment on that. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions and looking forward for your support tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint?
Well, as somebody who grew up downtown and who's lived in Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, for, I'm not going to tell you, well over 65 years, I am really excited about this. I think this is a great addition to downtown. I thank you for bringing this project to us, and I look forward to seeing it finished. And this is going to help downtown. People need to know how wonderful downtown is. I always tell people, go downtown, go downtown. They go, I want to go on the strip. I say, no, go downtown. So this will bring people downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush?
Wow, I barely get my button on deck. I've talked with the applicant. You know, this is a great project. I love it, and I'm going to be very positive and say that we need more projects like this downtown to create a destination downtown. That said, there's a few requirements that are on the list that you've chosen not to incorporate. And I understand that there's a variety of reasons why, but there's also some that probably could be incorporated. So a couple of questions that I have for you. 70% of the first-story facade along the front property line is supposed to be addressed, and I know that you're talking about allowing a civic amenity to satisfy 50% of that requirement. What is the civic amenity that you're offering?
I don't recall specifically what was counted to the amenity. Maybe staff could help me with that.
Does staff know what that
we find
amenity
building
is?
in a city block is that some of the 70% requirements are challenging, because otherwise, especially where Fremont is.
Yeah, 70% of the first-story facade shall align along the front property line. Arcades, shade structures, or civic amenities such as plazas and courtyards may satisfy up to 50% of this requirement. So is there like a public plaza, or are there arcades or shade structures or anything on the design?
I don't think we did anything to satisfy that other 50%. I think it's either or.
So you're not satisfying that? No, I'm coming to the garage next. So, I'm sorry, Paul, did you have a
Mr.
statement?
Chairman, members of the commission, that is the garage property that is being referenced there. So the plaza that's provided in front of the garage is what's providing that 50%.
So similar to what you have at the D right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's on the record. The parking spaces required are 7,544, and only 1,463 are being provided. How many employees are going to be at the property? Do you know?
There's probably about 1,500 employees.
So
And one thing I want to
1,500.
comment on is just so you're aware that most employees are not allowed to park at properties in downtown. A lot of them do monthly rentals throughout the various spots. You know, the parking ratio, so you're aware, where they come out with that 7,000 is based on your gaming floor and an analysis on that. As you know, we're not subject to a Title 19 requirement in the Downtown Overlay District. I want to point one number out. The Golden Nugget, 2,419 rooms, 531 parking spaces open to the public.
Right, so thank you for pointing that out, because that is exactly my point. My question was going to be to staff, in the future, maybe we should take another look at our parking requirements, because maybe they're outdated with regard to casinos in particular. And so that's just a direction to staff, and in terms of a recommendation and a request that we maybe take a look at doing some sort of a text amendment to Title 19 or some sort of an amendment in general to state that when we're looking at a major project like this, we don't have an application in front of us where we've got such a diversity of required parking versus what's provided, because I feel that the applicant does make a good argument here, and I don't know of other properties that have a different parking situation than this. So it feels like we're holding them to a higher standard than maybe we should be, or if that is the standard that we're going to hold them to, then we need a better explanation and a better reason for a waiver on it. So one or the other, but it seems very incongruent to me to say that 7,500 parking spaces are required with 1,400 provided. That doesn't feel good, and so maybe we need to look at that in the future. So next, I see that you're not providing use of arcades, awnings, ground floor, you know, enhancements like with office or retail. I understand that in a casino type environment. Again, I would ask staff to take a look at our codes where casinos are applying, that this maybe isn't a condition that's appropriate. But my main focus that I want to bring out today is on the parking structure. We see a lot of good uses of parking structures on the Strip. I don't see as good an application downtown. We're trying to move the needle downtown and get better properties like what you guys are proposing. So I'm very excited about what you're proposing. I would like to see, with the scope and scale of this, a little bit of attention to detail with regard to the parking structure itself. I think that, we strive to make these structures more attractive from the street level and as a street amenity, so that we don't have large expanses of concrete, we don't have large areas where we've got a lot of heat as people are trying to walk. You've got the frontage on Fremont Street Experience that's got a canopy, I understand that. I would have liked to seen something more on the Main Street side and the Ogden side where it provides more shade or shelter, whether it be from trees, from awnings, from arcades, something like that. Mr. Stevens has done some impressive things with the D, and every time I go over there, I'm impressed with the number of visitors that are there, the activity that is there. He's becoming the next Steve Wynn downtown. He truly is. But with all of that and the tremendous job that his talented architects have done on these drawings, I'm just disappointed that these talented designers couldn't incorporate some of these requirements, which to me have a very small financial impact in relation to the project scope and scale. So with that said, I'd rather see this built than not built, so I'll be supporting it today. But I just wanted to go onto the record to ask the City Council to consider these comments and to consider, what is a normal parking requirement for a casino, and then please, let's be evaluating projects based on that, and to also have the applicant think about the garage design, so it's attractive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Williams.
Yes, Mr. Kessler, thank you for meeting with me and explaining my concerns away somewhat. Am I to understand that you do have approval for 451-foot tall building? Are you applying for an additional 8 feet?
Yes, we began the application over 4 months ago for the additional 8 feet.
Okay, all righty. So that puts that away. And you and I had a discussion about the parking requirements, just as Christina has mentioned. And you were telling me that there was no rule in the downtown overlay.
Correct.
That requiring any certain number of parks, is that correct?
Correct. Title 19 is not, I'll let staff speak, but Title 19 is not applicable in a certain overlay zone for downtown, meaning you do not have to meet the requirements that are within the Title 19. And it's defined by a geographic region that encompasses all of Fremont down through the Fremont East area. But I'll let staff confirm that statement.
Who's going to respond to that?
If I may, Commissioner Williams, the downtown Centennial Plan, or what is the old downtown Centennial Plan, it's overlay within the redevelopment area. The automatic application of the parking standards don't apply. However, staff will look at it and evaluate whether or not, if they feel that it's justified for a waiver or not, because I've seen it come before us before. Even though the automatic application of the parking standards don't apply, if somebody's providing 0 or they're providing 10 where 300 are required, staff will recommend denial. So it's just automatic application of those standards don't apply.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. We talked about the parking in your garage, and you explained to me, I was concerned about the traffic on Main Street and on Ogden, just one way, each way, and how that might back up. You explained, if I recall correctly, about a portico, that the cars that would be coming in would be dropping the patrons off at the portico. They would pick the car up upon leaving your facility across Main Street.
Correct.
Main and Ogden.
Yeah, our portico share entry is along the Ogden Street, so that's where you drop off, and when you pick off, you have to cross the pedestrian bridge, go to the other side of Main. That allows for traffic congestion to be removed dramatically in the sense that you don't have drop-off and pickup occurring in the same location.
Okay, and I understand that your design is unique in that it's kind of like a hut, a situation where you had Uber and Lyft and those types that would run in and drop off, and
Correct. This is a garage that's been designed now, or a hotel casino, the first one ever in essence, designed where Uber and Lyft in mind. Most casinos and hotels in the past, it's been an afterthought. This casino hotel and its garage and its destination garage has been designed for efficiency for both Uber, Lyft, taxi, et cetera.
My other concern, of course, was about your tour buses. Where would they park? Where would they drop people off?
Sure. Again, they're in the bottom floor of our garage as well. That transportation hub, as we're calling it of sorts, that's Valley Pickup, taxi, and buses as well, tour buses, is efficiently designed for allow all that occur inside, then for you to go up the escalator, across the bridge into the casino.
Okay, all right. The nightclub situation, I think, has been adequately addressed. That it's just you have an all-inclusive area. So if you need to put a band on the second floor overlooking or whatever, then that's what would happen. The massage parlor, spa, because why did you have a massage parlor there?
If you offer any services in your spa that consist of massage, a therapeutic massage, you must get a special use permit to have a massage parlor. That's just the code definition of what it,
spa?
of anyone that offers massage services is called a massage parlor.
Okay, maybe they ought to change that. But anyway, okay. Let me see, I had other questions here. Oh, actually, I'm down to the food truck.
Sure. Sure. Let me
Commissioner Williams, we're going to handle the food trucks on the next two items, if you don't mind.
I think I'm good right now.
Okay, thank you for your comments. If there are no other comments, I'll just ask a few questions, and maybe I can ask one of staff. In regards to the city signage and the posting, the regulations on that, I mean, where does it say that it needs to be posted, and was it posted? Because I heard that it was posted on Fremont Street, and so I'm not sure if that's true or not. And if you need a second to look that up, or...
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, it's in both NRS and the Unified Development Code requirements for sign posting. The sign posting is done through a consultant. That consultant posts the signs and provides affidavits to the city to document the location of the signs as they're posted. There were 3 signs posted for this project, one at First and Ogden, one at Fremont and Maine, and one at Maine and Bonanza. Those are the 3 locations. Further, the sign at Fremont and Maine was relocated by staff 10 days prior to this hearing so that it was more visible to the public who would be on Fremont.
Thank you. And then just a comment about the nightclub for the gentleman that was asking about the nightclubs. Nightclubs have been kind of a weird thing for us for the past couple of years. I own an urban lounge. It's about 4,000 square feet, and in order for me to play music in there over 200 square feet or so, I have to have a nightclub license. If you have a Tavern Limited, which is a bar or restaurant, just to be able to play a guitar, acoustic guitar, without a band, you have to have a nightclub license. A restaurant is now a nightclub. It's not really a nightclub, but that's what our rules state. So if they want to have music anywhere, even somebody just playing a guitar in any portion of the casino, then there would need to be a nightclub license. Instead of them getting a 500 square foot nightclub license in this part of the casino and 300 over here, just typically what we do is we just blanket the entire thing, even though it's not necessarily a nightclub. So anyways, I like the project. Thank you for coming up here. Looking forward to filling that void on Fremont Street, and Derek always does a great job with his casinos, and he really promotes downtown more than just about anybody else, and magazines and the airport and planes and, you know, hockey stadiums and so on and so forth. So we have a big promoter downtown, and hopefully he can hurry up and get this built as quickly as possible. I'm looking for a motion.
Yes. My motion is I'm very supportive of development, and I'm very pleased with the answers that you've given me, because I was somewhat miffed at our first meeting that I didn't have information to make a decision on. So with that being said, I move to support SUP 72998.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
It's not there. You ready? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I move to approve SUP 72999.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a vote on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
SUP 73000, support.
There's a motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
I move to approve SUP 73001.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion passes.
We're at 73002.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
I move to approve.
Motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
It's not posting.
Item 35.
Did it post? Okay. I move to support and approve 73003.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Okay. And just better do my own vote. Okay.
That motion carries.
I move to approve SDR 73004.
Please cast your vote.
Okay. And the next one.
That's, that motion
food
carries.
tracks, right?
That's all we have for right now.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward and be heard at the City Council meeting of July 18th, 2018.
Thank you. Moving on to related items, 37 and 38. Item 37, abeyance SUP 72469, applicant Las Vegas LV Food Trucks LLC, owner 18 Fremont Street Acquisition LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed temporary open-air vending transient sales lot use at the northwest corner of Fremont Street and First Street, Ward 5, Career. Staff recommends approval. 38, abeyance SDR 72470, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the installation of 7 temporary tables in conjunction with a temporary open-air vending transient sales lot. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed temporary open-air vending use will service the surrounding area until the subject parcel is fully redeveloped. Title 19.16 stipulates that a site development plan review may be approved concurrent with other development approval to allow a temporary development to be constructed without expunging or invalidating an active, unexpired site development plan review. The proposed temporary development is distinct from the proposed long-term development, which is the hotel and casino, and is intended as an interim use of the site during the construction of the proposed hotel and casino. The applicant has installed a temporary courtyard with ground cover, and the proposed use does not negatively impact the immediate area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of both requests.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard, North Las Vegas, Nevada 89101. Yes, this is an ancillary item to our other items. This is a temporary use. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. It is identified and advertised as such. As staff indicated, we want to use this, as you saw in the photos that came up, there has been a food truck on site for almost a year. They've been actively operating under a temporary commercial permit. That permit is expiring, and they need to use another method to stay longer. The only way a food truck is allowed to stay, I'm going to summarize in code here, but the only way a food truck is allowed to stay for longer than 4 hours is only if the area that is contained in is identified as an open-air vending lot. For instance, next to the El Cortez, the parking lot across the street, they have a taco truck now that's there all the time. It has been approved as an open-air vending lot. Prior to construction of all the big structures, we want to keep this truck here. It has been a really big success in bringing bodies down to this portion of Fremont Street, given the fact that the Mermaids, Glitter Gulch, Bayou, and Las Vegas Club are now shuttered. It needs some further activity that occurs. This satisfies that use. It's been successful for this past year, and we want to continue such as we begin construction of the project. Once the walls need to go up and that perimeter side, the Fremont, it will be removed.
Thank you. This was Snowden Says public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Plan Commission for discussion and possible action. I'm going to go ahead and start by saying that you've had food trucks on this site. We're just continuing with the food trucks during construction, temporary use. I think it's appropriate. If there's no other comments, I'd like to get a motion from someone.
I have a motion
Thank
that
you.
we should, even though I was initially opposed to these food trucks, but after getting an explanation that they are definitely temporary, and I don't think anybody would put up $1 billion building and have food trucks out front. So with that said, I move to approve, let me put my glasses on so I can see. Okay. SUP 72469.
Thank you. Motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Okay.
That motion carries.
Motion to approve SDR 72470.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will also move on to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 council meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. I appreciate all your support.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Schlottman. Moving on to item number 46, ZON 73294, applicant Rancho Village Partners LLC, excuse me, owner Tabar 12 LLC, for possible actions and requests for rezoning from RPD 19 to R3, excuse me, on the west side of Rancho Drive, north of Smoke Ranch Road, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 47, SDR 73295, for possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed 738-unit multifamily residential development, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The proposal is for a multifamily residential complex that includes 45 2- and 3-story buildings to be completed in 3 phases. The development meets all Title 19 design and parking standards, both as a whole and for each phase. Staff supports a waiver of the perimeter buffer standards, as Smoke Ranch Road is a 100-foot wide major arterial street, and the impact to the adjacent residential development to the south would therefore be minimal. The proposed rezoning conforms to the general plan land use for this parcel. The multifamily residential land use will complement the adjacent commercial uses and will not negatively affect traffic flow on the major streets in the surrounding area. Staff recommends approval of both applications, and please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Kevin Thistle, 7383 Atacama Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, architect here representing the owners.
Thank you. Could you tell us about the project?
This parcel has been a vacant piece of property for quite some time. It is currently, as I said, zoned RPD 19, which would allow 19 units per acre. In conformance with the master plan, we are requesting the rezoning to an R3, which would allow up to 25.49, I believe, units per acre. We're proposing about approximately 22 units per acre. Around this particular property, you can see it's these are the 3, it's one parcel actually, but it appears to be 3 pieces. We are following that. We're keeping the same existing private streets that are running through the property, and we're using that to divide the total project into 3 separate phases. Surrounding the property, across Rancho Road on the east, is some vacant properties, but basically they're zoned for commercial. There are some commercial pieces at the south end of Rancho. Directly across from us on the corner of Rancho and Smoke Ranch is a convenience store gas station. Adjacent to that to the west is an existing Budget Suites apartments. Those are 2- and 3-story units there. Adjacent to that to the west is a single-family residential area and a vacant parcel, and then a convenience or a gas station located at the corner of Smoke Ranch and Decatur. Adjacent to us, directly to the west, is an existing industrial park. Along Decatur Boulevard, along the frontage, is primarily commercial spaces, which seem to be in some despair at the moment. They seem to be some that are vacant and could use some support. We believe that our project, by providing the multifamily residential here, will be a great support and advantageous to the neighborhood and help those commercial businesses surrounding our property. Directly to the west at the north end is the post office. There are apartments on the west side of Decatur Boulevard, and directly north of us at the point of Rancho and Decatur is an existing church and a Firestone automotive facility. Our project that we're proposing has a lot of amenities. The developer of this project had some requirements that were above and beyond that required by the city. For example, the parking. On phase 1, if we went by the city requirements, we would be required to have 479 parking spaces. We're providing 550. On phase 2, we would be required to have 519 spaces. We're providing 550. And in phase 3, we would be required to have 263 spaces. We're providing 324. We are also providing a total of 486 covered parking spaces. And the developer on this also wants to try to incorporate as much energy efficiency as possible, so we will be planning on providing solar panels on top of all those parking elements. The total project consists of 738 units, as I said before, constructed into 3 phases over a period of time. Each one of those phases basically act independently. Each one has its own clubhouse, so we have a total of 3 clubhouses. Each clubhouse has its own pools, playgrounds, dog runs, and barbecue facilities throughout the project. We also have a total of 80 enclosed parking garages that would be available. The units themselves we have designed to be economical rent-wise for this particular area. In addition to that, some of the amenities in the units themselves, they are going to have 9-foot ceiling heights, actually quite spacious, large walk-in closets, private covered balconies, and clothes washers and dryers in each unit. As I stated earlier, we believe that this project will help this particular area, I think aesthetically. It will give this area a good look, and it will also provide a lot of financial support, both construction-wise and after these are rented out for the economy of the adjacent neighborhood. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these applications? Please come up to the microphone. I see one person coming up. If I could ask you just to step aside, sir.
Yes, sir.
Either one. Name and address, please, for the
Yes,
record.
Benjamin Feldman, 2700 South Las Vegas Boulevard, number 2209. I represent the adjacent property owner on the corner of Smoke Ranch and Decatur, as well as the declarant of the subdivision that this property is a part of, and we just wanted to express our support for the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Frances Schwartz, 5000 Jean Avenue, 89108. I just was notified of this a week ago. Knew nothing about it. I know it was previously been set out, but nothing ever happened to it. Apartments, we have plenty of apartments. I know we need low income. Why not low income houses? Condos. Our schools are full. Traffic on Decatur, because I live on a small street, only way I can get in and out is on Decatur. How are these houses coming out off of Decatur? I just live between Bevy and Jean, and there's only one street that goes through, and that's Airport Drive. Are they coming out onto Decatur from there? Smoke Ranch can get heavy at times. They finally put a left-hand turn signal from Smoke Ranch to go on Decatur either way. And my husband and I do not approve of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Your name and address, if you'd like to speak for the record, please.
C.C. Price. I'm sorry, this makes me nervous, so thank you for bearing with me.
No problem.
I realize nobody's here, and that's one of the reasons why I chose to go against what's comfortable for me. I actually have a P.O. box, 571027. It's in the post office within this zone, and it's Las Vegas 89157. I represent a lot of the neighbors and my family who lives in the Paris Park, which is the Stacy, Mark, and Eugene, the original homes that my family bought, and still own one of them in the 89108, and that the first density in between Lake Mead, Smoke Ranch, Decatur, and Rancho Road. And the main thing that I wanted to bring to point was I was visiting the family, and I saw one of the two signs that are erected on this huge lot that was put up, I think approximately on the 31st of May, and I was absolutely shocked that there were such small signs for a property that's been vacant there for many decades, that has been zoned down from industrial to commercial. So I was, there's some main things, when walking around and trying to just network with the community and make them aware, I had only ran across one person that had gotten one of those 258 notices, which there's actually about 8 churches within that block on there, and there is some old businesses along there that some of them are vacant. But there is 1,208 out of 4 apartment complexes. There's 1,208 apartments, which is what these are, within across the street from this development already. We have a budget suites that was put in there against protest, very high crime rate, all kinds of problems. They go down the road the wrong way trying to get into that exit there on Lake Mead and Smoke Ranch. They don't, but they race through on Valley Drive in the neighborhood. There is also, which is not mentioned, directly across kitty corner of the street on Rancho Road is the Fiesta Hotel and the Texan, and that's not even listed, and along here. We have the Walmart on the other side behind the Fiesta, and that's actually closed at night now recently because of the crime. We have a huge issue with high density and all kinds of, there was a duplex approved at the end of the block a decade and a half ago. We have condominiums that are used as apartments that go all the way along lengthwise Valley Drive to Decatur, and the police are constantly there on almost a daily basis because of the crime that sits on the other side of the gate of this neighborhood. The complex looks nice. They have a right to develop their lot as it is. It's just like the gas station situation with that nice neighborhood of people that did not want something to come and affect their neighborhood. And ours has already been affected in a mighty way. So I'm asking that you just oppose this and relook at it, have them repost and notify all of, look at this. There is 3 of us here and 1 left, and that can't be with the amount of homes. Nobody knows this is happening. Please, I plead with you to ask the developer and to have them go through the process, just so that you know, and I want to be brief. I know it's been a long night for all of us. They applied for their application on May 16th, And the signs were posted on May 31st, and Nora at the planning department said that those, when the notices were out, all of the notices that were back in were the notices that the three of us brought back in the last day and a half. And there was a change of ownership in 2013. I'm assuming that this is the same owner, and now all of a sudden, because the market is where it is, you know, you can make a good profit, but if you rezone this for higher density.
We have to wrap up if there's any other specific comments.
We're afraid also that they're going to go ahead and you're going to rezone it. It's going to be sold because the market is at high, and we're going to end up with an even higher density. So please keep it the same and allow them to come back and just scale down a little bit. It would be good for the neighborhood, but not as it is. Please.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else from the public like to be heard in this comment? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing portion, turn it back over to the applicant for a quick rebuttal if you'd like.
I'd like to thank those people for their comments and apologize that they actually have not been notified. We actually met with Councilman Career yesterday, and he requested that we do hold a neighborhood meeting. So we've got that. We're attempting to set that up. We had it set up for the 26th of June, and just found out that the location that we have selected needs to be changed. So we will do that, and they will be notified of that. And so prior to City Council, we will be meeting with those neighbors and going over their concerns. Just to address a couple of the comments that was made. First of all, as far as the density and the use of this particular property, as I said, it is currently zoned RPD 19, which would allow 19 units per acre. The master plan is for 25 units per acre for R3. We're asking to go from 19 units per acre to 22 units per acre. With regards to the traffic, we are keeping the existing drives, private streets coming off of Rancho through the property that are currently there. Our main access points are, again, off of Rancho and into each of these three phases in the middle. So we're not bringing traffic from a lot of other areas. We're trying to keep it pretty much as it is now. Obviously, the property has been vacant, so it hasn't generated any traffic itself. However, I believe that having the major access off of Rancho is probably the best way to go to keep it out of neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying, for me, I think staff has this one right. Out of curiosity, this would need an airport approval because it's adjacent to it, and that's something.
There was a letter written by the airport, North Las Vegas Airport. I did talk to them yesterday. They requested that we give a disclosure form to each proposed tenant that might come into these spaces, and we agreed to that. He emailed me a copy of their standard form, and my clients have no problem with that, so we will comply with that.
Thank you.
In addition to that also, might I say, this is the map of the airport environs area, and our particular project is located right here. So in reality, we're not in the airport environs area. In spite of that, we're still going to comply.
Yeah, thank you. So as I was going down the road, I think staff has it right. I mean, if this was something where it was, they were asking for a tremendous amount more density compared to what they're zoned for now, as opposed to going to the 22 units per acre. I might have some more heartburn with it, but as it sits right now, I feel like it's a well-thought-out project. Let's say if there's three different phases, and you start with one. It's a private road now, but are you putting in sidewalks on both sides if you would do each phase? Is that how you do?
The offsite improvements are currently installed already. There are utilities and everything there already, and we plan to utilize as much of that existing infrastructure as we possibly can and disturb it as least as possible.
Okay, but if I look at and again, I wasn't at the site, I'm looking at in our backup, how the three different sites are broken up. So the sidewalks are currently in.
To be honest with you, I don't know off the top of my head if they exist or not. We're showing sidewalks on our plans.
Right. I just, as you build phases, I'm just trying to understand, do you stop halfway in the road, and as far as improvements, landscaping and
Well, like I
sidewalks on
say,
one
the
side?
roads are already installed, so they're already paved. If we need to come off of those existing curbs, the driveways are already there. If we need to come off of there and put sidewalks in, we'll do that. But like I said, I believe the majority of the off-sites are already installed.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to the Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of quick things. I heard the applicant say, and I'm not sure if I heard it correctly, that the neighborhood was not informed of this meeting tonight. Is that the case? And if that's the case, are we even able to hear this item? Was proper notice given of the neighborhood?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there was proper notice given for the project. I believe the applicant is referring to a neighborhood meeting that hasn't been officially noticed or scheduled as of yet. The applicant has, however, paid the fees for that to occur, and the city will be doing the notice for that neighborhood meeting to occur in the future when a location's been finalized.
So notices of this meeting were sent out in the 1,000-foot radius like we typically do?
That's correct.
Is that correct, applicant?
Yes, ma'am.
Your point of view? Okay, thanks. FAA, or Clark County Aviation Department, I should say, says that they do not support this application because of noise or nuisance. I think you mentioned the fact that you'd have to give a waiver to the tenants because it is so close to the landing strip. You know, I have concerns also about the height. Is there a height issue, staff, with the 4 stories this close to the landing strip? And is this in the crash zone?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, this is in the airport overlay district for the city, so it's different than the airport environs map that Mr. Thistle was showing. But that limits the height to 35 feet in this area. All of his buildings, even the 3 stories, are 35 feet or less.
So right to the limit?
Right to the limit.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Rouse, I apologize.
You know me, I got my list. No, I'll make it brief.
No.
But it's important. And so lastly, I mean, it's not in the crash zone, is that correct? Don't know.
That, I have no idea.
All right, my recommendation would be that we
It's near.
determine that before it goes to city council.
It's just in the area.
Because we don't want to put homes or apartments or people in a crash zone. So that, I'll leave that to whoever makes the motion, but
And
that's
Mr.
something
Chairman, through you,
should be addressed.
the Clark County Department of Aviation's letter basically said it's adjacent to the flight patterns. It doesn't mention anything about a crash zone. So we're unaware of if it is or not.
Okay. Lastly, but certainly not least, I want to see something built here. These large expanses of land on Rancho are problematic. We've all talked about it. This used to be a former industrial park. That's why the improvements are partially built. When you change a use from industrial to residential, yes, it's a down zone, but it also is a rezone of an unanticipated product. It was never contemplated originally that this would be residential, and so the impacts to the local area are such that a density that's something different than what industrial would derive creates a big impact on the schools in the area, just like it would on the fire station, the police department, and everyone else. I know that the property was rezoned RPD 19, and that's the current condition. I don't know when that condition expires or if that's hard zoned. Maybe okay, Steve is saying it's hard zoned, so maybe the residents know that. Maybe you know that you are stuck with that condition. But I do feel for you, and my comment is this. When you take a piece of property and you continue to upzone it to higher and higher densities, it does impact the schools. In this case, it doesn't impact the middle school. That's usually not the case. The Cimarron Memorial High School, it's only impacting it by a percentage point or two. My big concern is Doris Reed Elementary School. In this one action tonight, if we were to approve this, we would take Doris Reed Elementary School, which is already at 125% of capacity. We would add 96 kids to that school. Its capacity is 504. It's already sitting at 630 kids. We're adding another 96. That brings it to 728 children at a school that was designed for 504. I just can't do it. It's unconscionable to me. I can't take an elementary school and put it at 144% of capacity when it's already at 125. So even though I'd love the idea of getting this project built, I'd love the idea of seeing something put on this vacant land, I just can't support this project tonight for that sole reason. And I'm disappointed that I have to say that this is something I'm going to have to vote no on tonight.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I agree with Chairman Cherry. I think anytime you have infill, it's always a problem, and it's always going to be an issue. And if you're building in a new area, you don't have the issues that you have with infill. I am really encouraged that on the parking structures that you're going to use solar power. I believe every new project that's built should have the ability to have solar. I really do believe that. I'm a conservationist at heart. So I do applaud you for that. And I think this is a good project. I really do. Something has to go there. I believe that this is the right project for this area at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you. You know, I really haven't had enough time to study this project. I went there today after a doctor's visit, and I know what the lady was speaking about, the ingress and egress off of Rancho and also on Smoke Ranch. That would be problematic to put that many units on even your first phase in there. You're going to have traffic going out on Decatur, traffic going on Rancho, traffic coming out on Smoke Ranch. I'm in agreement with my fellow commissioners regarding the school. I'm a little bit appalled that you didn't reach out to me to see what I think about this. And I'm concerned about your terminology. This is a good project for that area, and I'm not sure what that means. So, and I don't know if it has negative connotations, but one of the things that I'm concerned about is not making ghettos in Ward 5. If it's low-income housing, tell me that's what it is. If it's moderate housing, say that. But let's not do that area thing, because I don't know what you're talking about. So,
Can I say something, ma'am?
yes, please.
I meant no derogatory about that. My only thoughts on it were after driving around the property and looking at it and seeing that the very adjacent commercial facilities seem to be hurting, and I just felt that having multifamily would support those commercial facilities and would help the whole neighborhood. In talking with Councilman Creer, he told me that this particular area, if you want to call it that, he was very concerned about the 15% unemployment there, and I just felt that this would help support the commercial and would also help them create jobs and help the economy of this particular neighborhood. That was all.
I'm happy you talked to the councilman, but at this point, I have to make a recommendation to the councilman.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am not in a position to do that. I'd really like to sit down and discuss this project with you and bring my concerns forward. So with that being said, if there are no other comments, my recommendation would be to obey this so that we will have an opportunity to discuss it. Otherwise, I would have to move to deny it. I don't know what else to say.
So if we held it in abeyance, that would be for what, 30 days? Is that correct?
30 days is good? Yeah.
I guess we will hold it in abeyance, and I'd be very, very happy to meet with you at any time that's convenient for you, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you, and we will get back to you. What is the abeyance date? 30 days from? July 10th.
July 10th.
It would be July what?
July 10th.
July 10th. Abate to July 10th.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving on to item number 48, MOD 73325, applicant owner KAG Development West LLC, for possible action request for a major modification of the Kyle Canyon Development Standards to amend the minimum setbacks of the Kyle RCL, Kyle RTH, and Kyle R2 districts, TD zone, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the master developer has indicated the need for an alley-loaded specific front setback standard in the RCL RTH and R2 districts in order to accommodate a variety of housing products. For this reason, the proposed changes associated with this modification do not remove specific requirements, but increase options to provide flexibility to the developer and the consumer. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the developer for Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. First of all, we appreciate working with your staff. They're in support of this change, which is a major modification. This is to allow additional housing products and segmentation for Sky Canyon itself. So we'd ask you to approve the changes to the development standards and design guidelines, and I'm here to answer any further questions that you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will, I have one person coming up. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Story, 8430 Canyon Crevasse Street. I read all the documentation. I have no idea what this means. So I just, for my fiance and I buying into this community, there are a lot of large homes on small lots as there is. So it's just unclear in reading all of the paperwork if this is making the homes larger on smaller lots or the lots smaller. That would be, if so, we would be against that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'll turn it over to Mr. Gronauer. Like to...
Yeah, simply put is the developers working with the home builders within Sky Canyon itself is looking for a mixture of different type of developments. So what you're going to have here is you're going to have single family homes that are going to have it's an alley loaded product where you'll have homes facing homes with paseos, which encourages interaction with the homeowners itself along creating pathways to connect to the trails and parks throughout the community itself. So nothing is being approved today as far as a specific project. Those projects will be coming before this board in the future when and if those projects are ready to go. But it's been a demand from the builders that we are representing already in the Sky Canyon Master Plan community itself.
Great. Thank you for the clarity. I'll turn it over to the Commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio? Nope. Commissioner DeSalvio?
If there's no other comments, I just would like to move for a motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor.
For MOD 73325.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. I'm not going to miss you, Commissioner Roush. That motion carries.
Thank you very much and have a good night.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council consideration at their July 18th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you. Item number 49, WVR 73273, applicant owner L. Benjamin LLC, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow 28 parking spaces where 39 are required for a mixed-use development at 523 South 6th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant proposes to make changes to the originally approved uses that were approved via Site Development Plan Review SDR 64442. In particular, the applicant proposes to convert 4,416 square feet of tenant space from restaurant and office space to retail and personal service space. This results in an increase of 8 additional required parking spaces. The subject site is located in Area 2 of the downtown Las Vegas Overlay District within the Founders District and is a transit-oriented historic neighborhood that is envisioned to include a mixture of uses within a walkable community with easy access to public transportation. Therefore, staff finds the requested reduction in required parking spaces to be justified and recommends approval of the subject waiver. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we begin, I'd like to disclose I have worked with the applicant's architect before in conjunction with them, never had a contract with them, don't have any open contracts with them, but I will be voting on the application put forward. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, I'll just repeat the same thing. I've worked with the architect before, don't have any open contracts with them, not working with them currently at this time, and so I'll have an independent judgment on this. I'm going to be able to vote. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
I do know the architect. We have worked on a project together, but this will not impact my my vote today. He actually helped us with our homeowners community, so thank you.
Thank you for the disclosure. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Robert Messiano, 107 Charleston Boulevard, Suite 250, representing the applicant. As staff indicated, this application is because of a change in the originally proposed use from restaurant office to retail for a retail bookstore. As a result, we have to come back and ask for a parking reduction waiver. We're in support of staff's conditions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will close it and turn it over to the commission for discussion if there's any. And if I remember correctly, this was the application last month where we had the address changes?
Correct.
The same place? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roush?
I just have a question of clarification through you, Chairman. The Chairman probably knows the answer to this, but I don't. How in the world do we require more parking for a bookstore than for a restaurant? Does the architect know this answer? I don't know this answer, and I'm in commercial real estate. Does the staff know the answer? They will know.
Hopefully there's a high demand for bookstores.
All right, well, someone will tell me on break. Meanwhile, I am in full support of this. This is an awesome project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlabman?
Yes, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Yes, on item 49, WVR 73273, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 50, WVR 73318, applicant owner Sharon Development LLC, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow 2 existing 96-square-foot monument and development entry statement signs where 75 square feet is the maximum allowed for each at 7350 West Centennial Parkway, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Get the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant proposes to keep 2 existing monument and development entry statement signs with an area of 96 square feet for each sign, where 75 square feet is the maximum allowed area for signage. The subject property is located within town center and is subject to the town center development standards for signage. The waiver request has been created by a self-imposed hardship, and no evidence has been provided to substantiate the request. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have your name and address, please, for the record?
Barry Goff, 6377 Whispering Clouds.
Thanks, Barry. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yeah, when they originally designed this apartment complex, they had these Project ID signs designed with them. So they built the walls for these things, and we're just installing the signs. The actual sign area for these is about 40 square foot. With the wall behind it and the base, it comes out to 96 square feet each, where 75 is allowed. One of the issues they did have with it was the town center standards for the wall sign, the colors, which are pretty much earth tone on earth tone. When they laid these signs out, you couldn't even hardly read them from across the street. So they added a little colors to it. So if you can show that on the overhead. And the different colors is just a little bit of blue on there and the yellow. And it comes out to about 10% of the actual sign, which is non-standard for town center regs.
Okay. Thank you, Barry. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, I will close this portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, to us, after viewing it and getting with the neighbors to the surrounding area, it's not intrusive. We're fine with it, to be honest with you. If the commission is as well, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Please.
I'd like to, for item 50, WVR 73318, a motion to approve.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries. Please.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, let's hear another few more here. Item number 53, VAR 73062, applicant Pinnacle Consulting, Inc., owner Robert Earl and Joanne Zelfa Pool Family Trust, for possible action on the request for a variance to allow a 70-foot tall wireless communication facility where 35 feet is the maximum allowed, a 3-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required for proposed wireless communication cabinet structure in a residential adjacency setback of 96 feet where a minimum of 210 feet is required at 5961 Mellow Avenue, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 54, SUP 73063, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed 70-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design use, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to install a 70-foot tall stealth-designed wireless communication facility in the rear yard of an RE Residence Estate Zone parcel with an existing single-family detached dwelling. The proposed use does not meet the wireless communication facility stealth-design conditional use requirements number 2, which states that no residential use can be located on the same site, and number 5, which requires the design and location of the facility to be compatible with surrounding uses. As the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself, staff recommends denial of this request as the proposed wireless communication facility is not appropriate or compatible with the neighborhood. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, to the record?
Good evening. My name is Michelle Ammer. I'm with Pinnacle Consulting. My address is 1426 North Marvin Street, Gilbert, Arizona 85233. Good evening, Commissioners. It's been a long evening. I'll try to make this brief. So I am representative for Sun State Towers. They are a build-a-suit company. Verizon currently has need in the area for a site. So this site is actually for capacity. The difference between capacity and coverage, in short, is coverage is when you're driving down the street and all of a sudden you drop a call and you don't have any coverage. Capacity is when, like in this building, when we had a full house in here, you're trying to load something or look at something or send a text and you can't do it because your phone just spins and spins and spins. So that's, in short, the difference between capacity and coverage. In this area, there is a need for another site. We did look at several other options in the area. When an RF engineer looks at an area that Verizon has a need in, it's not an area that's large. It's not miles that we're looking at. We're looking at maybe 500 to 1,000 square feet that they're saying this is where we need to put a site. It's not an endeavor that Verizon takes lightly or that Sun State Towers takes lightly. We realize we're going in a residential area. We did contact the cemetery, which is across the street, to see if we could locate on their facility. They were not interested in having us locate there. We have tried to look at other, there's just no other place in that area that we could locate a facility. So instead, we tried to make a blend with the area. We are making it stealth. If there are other stealth options that the city would like to see instead of what we've proposed, we're certainly open to that. We are on the street, on the main street. So Jones Boulevard, we're on the corner of Jones Boulevard and Mellow, and right across from the cemetery. So we did try to make it blend in as much as we could. The particular property owner that we are going with, they do own both the parcels on the corner and then the one directly adjacent. We are certainly open to input and are willing to work with the city if there's suggestions.
Thank you. This has been noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, oh, I see a couple people coming up. If I could just, hello? Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Michelle Orlup, 5700 Mellow, 89131. I live down the street from 5961. It will not blend with the neighborhood. A 70-foot tower will stick out like a sore thumb. There's one down the street at Lamb of Lutheran Church at 215 in Jones, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. As far as coverage capacity, I can't speak to that really, but we don't have any issues with cell phone coverage, Wi-Fi, or anything else. I'm opposed.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Mike Bingham. I live at 5655 Mellow, 5 houses down from the property. Can I ask a question?
Say whatever you like.
Anything I've ever been involved with the government here, whenever there was a variance request, there was always mailers sent out to tell the neighbors what was going on. And I've heard over and over tonight of people that didn't get notice. Not one person on our street knew about this. So I just feel like, you know, things like this are going on, and so back, I don't think it should be built there. It'll be overlooking the veterans part of the cemetery. Most of the homes at that end of the street are all single story. And we get 90-mile-an-hour winds there, as you all notice. In the last big wind that hit, I think, 86 miles an hour, I lost 5 30-year-old pine trees. So I just don't think it's a good thing to do.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
But are we supposed to be notified? That's what I want to know.
Turn this to staff. Is this in the notification area?
Sir, I apologize. I missed, what was your address again, please?
5655.
What street?
Mellow.
Hold on one second. No, that, Mellow, through you, Mr. Chairman, so the notification radius per the map that's included in the backup would extend to approximately, it looks like, 5,800 Mellow. So it does not go as far down as what your property would be. And that's 1,000 feet from the property, consistent with our code and in excess of what state statute requires for
Well,
notification.
I've talked to everybody on the street, and they didn't get anything, so.
Well, sir, you're outside the notification area, but we're glad you're here tonight for your comments. We appreciate that. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Brianne Poole, 5941 Mellow, property owner. We received both pieces of mail for both properties on the same day, so they must have gone out. As far as the design, they have been more than willing to make everything where it's just going to fit, and it's just kind of an interesting situation that it fell into our lap. So we're hoping that it'll work out, and we have not heard from any of our neighbors. Nobody has said a thing that they have a problem. So if they have any questions.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else, I'll turn it back over to the applicant if you'd like a minute to rebut.
So we actually did, before we started this, we sent out notices to the whole area, just seeing what the neighborhood wanted to see. We realized that we were going into a residential area, and you know, we wanted the feedback from the neighborhood, and we sent out notices for about a 3,000-foot radius, and we had a meeting. We've actually had 2 meetings. We had one at the library, and we had one at the YMCA. The first one at the library, we had maybe 4 or 5 people show up to. Nobody was really in opposition of it. And then the one that we had at the YMCA, we didn't have anybody show up to. So you know, if people were opposed to it or wanted to express their opinions to what they wanted to see or how they wanted us to change it, we're certainly open to that.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. You know, if I could just start out, Commissioner DeSalvio, by saying a question. You approached the facility across to the west about locating it there, and they said no?
Correct.
Because I stand with staff on the denial. It doesn't make sense for me, like having a tower on a residential neighborhood. I feel like for me, it'd be going down a path that isn't a good one. And I just feel like there's other areas that could be approached. And if not, then if not, but it just, so I do stand with with staff on the denial. So Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur too. You know, it just doesn't fit. It really doesn't. Nobody's even reached out from your office to me. Nobody's reached out to my councilwoman.
I did actually meet with Councilwoman Fiora.
All right. Can you tell me when that was?
It was on Let's see. It was in May that we met with her. Let's see. Actually, I'm sorry. It was January 24th.
January 24th?
We've been working on this project for probably 2 years.
I'm going to tell you tonight, I can't support it. I think honestly it'd be in your best interest to have a debate until you can have a more recent meeting with the councilwoman and myself, because I don't think that it fits the community. I think it still needs to be worked out if it's even allowed to go there. So, I mean, it's your choice. You can pull forward, but if you do, I'm going to motion for denial. It's just, it doesn't conform. Nobody's reached out to me. No site visits, no nothing. So, and it's actually the only thing in my ward that nobody's reached out to me on. So I can't support it tonight.
Sure. I apologize. We did reach out to Councilwoman, and I thought that,
Commissioner DeSalvio?
Absolutely.
I would note that this is going to City Council either way, so if there was a motion, approval or denial, and just in an effort to keep our agenda in line, you know, maybe there's a vote, and it's something that she can still work with the councilwoman's office and you to figure out a way, depending on your motion. So.
Well, if nobody has any other comments, got one down in there.
Commissioner Roush.
You can't see on the angle of my light. Besides the obvious comments that everyone's made, that it's just not a compatible use. I mean, driving down Jones, and I know this area near the cemetery, and to see that tall of a cell phone tower in someone's yard is just jarring to me mentally. You know, I mean, this sets a precedent where now everyone says, oh, I'm going to get a cell phone tower in my yard, too. I just think we go down, like Chairman says, down a road we don't want to go. In addition to that, I just want to make a general comment that the stealth cell phone tower is not stealth. And I am tired personally of driving around town and seeing these things that are losing their limbs, and 90% of it is not even intact anymore, and they're not maintained, and I don't know what we need to do. I've talked to Mary McElhone from Business Licensing before about this. She says if you see something, say something. You know, because there's so many of them, we can't keep up with them because people aren't self-policing them. So I'm not a favor of the stealth design, especially not in somebody's yard, because I don't want to see that limping along in a couple years looking like crap. Excuse my expression. But that's really what I see when I drive around town these days. So I will personally be not supporting this tonight, and I'll be looking for other stealth designs to turn them into Mary.
Thank you, Commissioner Roush. Commissioner DeSalvio?
With that said, I would like to entertain a motion for denial on VAR 73062.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And motion for denial on SUP 73063.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of the Planning Commission meeting, the City Council meeting on July 18th, 2018.
Okay, and we've again gone over our 2-hour mark. We're going to take a quick break and come back before we continue. Okay, we will call the meeting back to order. We're on item number 55, VAR 73243, applicant owner DR Horton Inc. for possible action request for a variance to allow a 17-foot front yard setback where 25-foot is required for proposed single-family dwelling at 5864 Island Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 56, VAR 73244, same request in respect to 5876 Island Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 57, VAR 73245, same request in respect to 5888 Ireland Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 58, VAR 732346, for possible action request for variance to allow a 12-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling at 5889 Ireland Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 59, VAR 73247, possible action request for variance to allow a 20-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for proposed single-family dwelling at 5876 Temple Ridge Court. Staff recommends denial. Item number 60, VAR 73248, for possible action request for variance to allow a 17-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for proposed single-family dwelling at 5865 Temple Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 61, VAR 73249, same request in respect to 5841 Temple Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 62, VAR 73250, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 12-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling at 5805 Ireland Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 63, VAR 73251, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 17-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling at 5816 Ireland Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 64, VAR 73252, same request in respect to 5828 Ireland Ridge Court, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting variances to allow reduced front yard setbacks for 10 lots within a previously approved 29-lot residential subdivision located at the northwest corner of El Campo Grande and Alpine Ridge Way. Per the submitted justification letter, the developer would like the option to provide three-car side-loaded garages on various house models, which will reduce the front yard setbacks. Staff finds that no unique or extraordinary evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variances. As such, the hardship is self-imposed, and therefore staff recommends denial. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of DR Horton Homes. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize, you had to read all that into the record for this application. It's one type of use that we're requesting, but on 10 various lots. So first, if I can just direct your attention to the overhead, you can see our aerial, 215 to the west, Ann Road to the south. Right here is Alpine Ridge. Just a little background, our office, and DR Horton in particular, Bob Gronauer, has in the last several years, on behalf of DR Horton, entitled this property, these properties over here, and then the other side of Alpine Ridge here, the subject site, and then I believe just last month, another parcel down here. What I'm here to talk to you about is the one that's highlighted in yellow here. What you can see here is our site plan that we have going through, all minimum 10,000 square foot lots, and in particular what we're asking to do is on a driveway option to provide on a third car garage. It is side loaded, and what that would do is go into the front setback. But most importantly, what I'd like to point out is that the driveways themselves will still remain 25 feet. We're not asking to encroach on that setback. Another thing I think about that is nice about this feature is that it provides some articulation to the front of the house from the streetscape, provides varying looks throughout the neighborhood. And because the third car is popular, and the fact that we are still meeting the driveway distance, I don't think has a great impact on the neighborhood or the design, and we appreciate your consideration, and hopefully you can support this, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in these items, please come forward. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Randall Harris, 5881 Corte de Casa Circle, directly across the street from this. If I could use this, please. I can't see. This is my property right here. I've been dealing with construction here, 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 and here for the past year and 2 months. I've had semi-trucks 35 feet. My house, my master bedroom is 35 feet off of Alpine Ridge. And I've had semi-trucks blow their air horns at 5:30 in the morning because they're stacked up, trying to get through. Cement trucks doing the same thing. I got the guys filling up.
Could you speak into the microphone, Mr. Harris?
I have the guys filling up the diesel systems and coming out and maintaining all of the graders, bladers, buckets, and everything else at 3 in the morning, backing up. I hear all of that noise right out the backside. I heard your comments, sir, about one of the previous issues concerning line of sight. As a line of sight, my house is 4 feet below grade, 4 feet below road. D.R. Horton has put this first row of houses 6 feet above road. So that's their footing, basic elevation. So now you're going to put a slab on top of that, that's 6 inches. You're going to build up the house on top of that. You're going to put, what, a 6-foot, 7-foot block wall there. I'm going to be looking out my kitchen window at a 12-foot block wall. And then I'm going to be seeing gabled ends of houses all the way down that row. Now, this was supposed to be rural preservation, I believe is what it was called, which is no less than half an acre, is what all this land was supposed to be. And I was here a year and 2 months ago, back in April, protesting this property. And now I see, as it shows here, that all of these are less than a quarter of an acre now. 0.23 acres on all these lands. Rural preservation, half acre, trying to maintain that kind of country quasi layout. Now I'm getting higher density. You can't go down this road in the morning because of school buses. I've got front end loaders ripping up this road. They've been doing it for almost a year and a half, and now you're going to have development here, you're going to have development here, we're going to have development here, and all this is D.R. Horton. They don't police their stuff. I have to clean out my backyard every week from all the construction debris. The guys park their cars along the road, and they throw their trash over into my yard. I'm just kind of, and I don't know what I can do about this, but I'm just going to object to every one of these things, because if these guys have planned this all this time and are so good at what they do, they're national builders, and they didn't figure this out. I mean, they're intentionally hitting a lot more density in here, and it's not what it's supposed to be.
Mr. Harris, specific to the variance, I understand you're opposed to it.
I'm big time opposed to it.
Thank you for your comments.
Extremely opposed to it.
Anyone else like to be heard in this in the public hearing portion? Seeing no one else, I will close the public portion and turn it back over to the applicant for a quick rebuttal, if they like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we're just here with respect to a third car side-loaded garage to provide variance setbacks. Again, the driveway itself is going to be minimum 25 feet. With respect to the density, again, this was approved some time back, and this is in the interlocal agreement area where, when you're along the 215 in this portion, some concessions are made with respect to the density and lot sizes. This, again, is on the west side of Alpine Ridge. Everything is greater than 10,000 square feet. Everything on the east side of Alpine Ridge, when you get farther away and more interior, is where the 20,000 square foot lots begin. I will certainly contact my client, D.R. Horton, to see what is going on with respect to the construction out there. But again, the streetways are going to be our off-site improvements, and the streets are going to be improved, and when this is all developed out, it will certainly enhance the entire area. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. I will turn this over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
A question of staff and then a couple of comments. Staff or clerk's office, why can't we take these items all together in one motion and save us all some time and aggravation?
Commissioner Roush, Council, or Chairman.
sorry, it's getting late. Because they're separate lots, they're separate variances, so therefore the clerk's office prefers to have them listed separately. So if we had a issue with regard to one lot, you're not pulling all of them, you're pulling just the one lot, so.
And I
Unfortunately, it's a procedural.
And I understand that. I just, for the record and for the
I know.
public, I think that everybody wants to know, why do we go through this process
I
every
know.
time?
But, yeah.
And it's unfortunate. I mean, you know, if, another answer I received from staff was, if the builder would decide what they were building on the lots in advance, then we would already know, and we wouldn't have to have,
Or build smaller homes,
or
yes.
et cetera. Okay. A couple of comments, and you'll be surprised that I say this. I think that this is a wonderful plan, and here's why. This is an unusual situation where you can actually buy a single-family home that is single-story. We don't see these very often anymore. I think that the 17-foot front yard, in some instances, maybe people think that that's a bad thing, but what we're doing here, from what I met with the applicant on, was we're giving them a bigger backyard in the process and less front yard to take care of as well, and a single-story home. And for that reason, I'm in favor of it. Many communities that are master planned, especially Summerlin and Sky Canyon, actually reward you for doing side-loaded garages because the front of the house has, you know, a better street appeal. You've got windows instead of big garage doors. So for all those reasons and more, I say hooray, and I'm voting yes.
Commissioner Toussaint?
I mean, personally, I love side-loaded garages. I like looking at a house and looking at the front of it. Looking at garages isn't really that attractive. I do think this is a good project. I'm in favor of this. I really am. I like side-loaded garages. I wish my current house had a side-loaded garage like my previous house had, and it doesn't have that. But I believe people don't live in their front yards. Kids don't play out front anymore. They play in the back. So personally, I think having a smaller front yard with a bigger backyard is an advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio?
If there's no other comment, I'd like to move forward with motion to approve.
Please.
Okay, on item 55 VAR 73243, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
VAR 73244, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
VAR 73245, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
VAR 73246, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
VAR 73247, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
VAR 73248, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
VAR 73249, motion for approval.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That last one carried. Motion carries.
VAR 73250, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
VAR 73251, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
And VAR 73252, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Mr. Chairman, those items 55 through 64 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm going to pull two items out of order. I know, Commissioner DeSalvio, I appreciate you being here with us tonight. I know you had to leave some time ago, so we'll get through these items. Number 78, please. VAR 73314, applicant owner Hershey Holdings LLC, for possible action on a request for variance to allow two existing accessory structures, Class 2 garage, not to be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling, where such is required and to allow a 3-foot yard setback and an 8-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required at 7120 West Azure Drive. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance for an accessory structure that does not meet setbacks or size requirements. The structure was built without permits and is here today in response to a code enforcement action. The structure was expanded under the current ownership. There's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance, and as the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship, staff recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Craig Wiseman, 7120 West Azure Avenue. Actually, both structures were not constructed under my ownership. One was pre-existing from the 80s or the 90s. It was not built by me. It was on the property when I purchased the property. The setbacks, or the existing building that was on the property and the building that is in question right now were both built under county. It has since been annexed into the city and doesn't meet the current city setbacks, but it did meet the county setbacks at the time. The property, the gated community to the northeast of the structure has houses that are built when it was county as well with 3-foot setbacks from the wall. It's well shielded by trees. The wall separating me from that community is a 9-foot cinder block wall with heavily grown trees that shade the structure. From the street, you see a wood structure that's been painted and is consistent with the house that's on the lot. This sits at the very back of a 1-acre property. The other side faces onto my property and faces other properties that have very similar buildings with similar setbacks on them. The secondary building we added at the request of the city. They asked us to go for the variance on the house that was reported, or the building that was reported, which is the northeast corner. The northwest building was there for a long time. It, I can't say a whole lot about it. They just said throw it in with this variance, just so someone doesn't turn you in for that building as well, and you have to do the process all over again. I agree, it's not an attractive structure. You can't be seen from the streets. Again, it's consistent with the neighboring properties. They have very similar structures. My neighbor to the rear is perfectly fine with my structures. My neighbor to the west is perfectly fine with the structures. I guess that's about all I can.
Okay. We might have more questions for you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be personal. I don't have a problem, honestly, with it. It conforms with everything else that's pretty much around there. But what I do want to make sure is that is the city requiring, if it moves forward, that these structures are brought up to today's current code? Is that what the ask is?
Yeah, no, I'm pulling permit. We were trying to pull permits to get it approved, and because of the setback variance, we had to go through this whole process because of the setbacks.
Like I said, I'm for it. Unless anybody else has got any comment, if he's going to bring it up to code and get what he needs, we're fine with it. So with that said, I'd make a motion for approval on VAR 73314.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action
you.
this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
And we will jump to 91, SUP 73384, applicant owner Smith's Food and Drug Centers, Inc., for possible action request for a special use permit for 1,000-square-foot beer, wine, cooler, on-sale establishment use with a 124,943 square foot general retail establishment at 9710 West Sky Canyon Park Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use will be operated as a standalone beer and wine bar for use by customers within an existing grocery store. Given the minimal footprint of the area proposed, it is an appropriate use within this type of anchor retail establishment. With compliance with all Title VI licensing requirements, the beer, wine, cooler, on-sale establishment use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner within the existing grocery store. Staff recommends approval of the request. Please note there are additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please? Your name and address for the record.
Steve Sorensen, 9646 Duchess Place, South Jordan, Utah, 84095. I'm with Smith's Food and Drug and didn't have anything additional to present, but if there were questions, I wanted to be here to answer them.
Great, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Again, do you, Mr. Chairman, we don't have any issues with it. The concept, though, I do have a question, is can you explain the concept, because I don't think I've ever seen this set up in another Smith's before?
Do you know, we've got it in one other Smith's. It's in the marketplace format store, the larger store, the 124,000 square foot store. And we've got one in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Fry's, a sister company, has several of them in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a nice addition to the store. They'll have typically 4 red wines, 4 white wines on tap, and some beers, so they can, you know, sample different things. And there's tasting opportunities. It's a nice small area, you know, within the store, and they'll feature local brews, you know, craft beers and things like that. So it's been really well received. It's something Kroger's trying to roll out more around the country.
I appreciate that, because I was trying to kind of figure out what was really going on there, but I got enlightened a little bit earlier today. But I could support it. I know Councilwoman could support it. Fits, nice new thing for Ward 6, so give it a whirl.
You have a motion, Commissioner?
I would like to make a motion for approval on item 91, SUP 73384.
There's a motion for approval. Please cast your vote.
Thank you. I would invite you all out to the store. It grand opens tomorrow, and it's beautiful.
Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Okay, going back to item number 65, VAR 73281, applicant owner Turley Family Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot separation of existing accessory structure where 6 feet separation is required from the main building at 1055 Bonita Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item number 66, SUP 73282 for possible action request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 432-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 square feet is required. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There's one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. In addition, the applicant proposes to continue using an existing unpermitted accessory structure which is attached to the house and therefore not meeting the separation standard. As there's no hardship related to the property itself, staff recommends denial, and staff would like to strike condition 1 of VAR 73281 as it should be a standalone variance. Thank you. And please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Suite 210, Henderson, Nevada. On behalf of the homeowner and occupants, Mr. and Mrs. Turley, who are with us today. Let me take the first item, which is the variance for the setback. The Turleys had constructed an accessory bathroom for the spa for their home. When they did so, they didn't provide an internal access. So code requires accessory structures to be separated 6 feet from the main dwelling unit. In looking at that, once again, we're asking for a setback variance from ourselves. So there's no public harm and detriment to the health of the surrounding area. It's a minor variance in nature. I would look through the codes to try and figure out exactly why there's a 6-foot separation between non-habitable accessory structures and the main dwelling unit. I couldn't find out why. I asked staff, I asked the fire department, I asked the building department, and they just said that's what the code says. So we think that variance is minor in itself and would not cause any detriment to the surrounding area since it's a setback from ourselves. Putting an additional door in that bathroom, this home was built in the 50s, and providing that door, that internal door, would destroy both bathrooms in that nature. So we think it's a minor thing to avoid. In regards to the short-term rental, and once again, I have a photograph of the backyard. This is the bathroom that I spoke of, here and here. It's 64 square feet in size. This is the internal item here. We have a total of 3 bedrooms located here. It is owner-occupied. Our requested waiver from the other short-term rental is a company known as Zeus B1 LLC. Their office address is listed as a PostNet mailbox, so I don't believe it's owner-occupied. However, I think there's a difference in short-term rentals. When it's owner-occupied, much like accessory structures that are habitable, your code gives deference to those that are owner-occupied. So if the main dwelling's occupied, you don't need a special use permit. In this case, they came in first, so we need the special use permit. Mr. Turley canvassed the neighborhood in order to see how his neighbors felt about his application. He did that in March before our application was submitted. He walked his neighborhood. He knows his neighbors very well. We have 18 neighbors in support. As a matter of fact, I have that petition plus 3 letters of neighbors who have written personal letters in support of that, and I'll submit that for the record. As I stated before, it's important that owner-occupied makes it different. Matter of fact, the American Planning Association has acknowledged that when owner-occupied short-term rentals occur, that it's a different case than those that, a company that buys up 5, 6 short-term rentals, rents them all the time, they're always available. So in this share economy we have, what's old becomes new again. So old was the bread and breakfast of old, and you got breakfast. Well, now you sign up on the internet and get a room, and you might share a room with the family, or they might be gone for the day. So I want to turn it over now to Ms. Turley, and she's going to speak a little bit about her project.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chairperson. Thank you for having us this evening. Me and my husband are actually first-time homeowners, and this is the first house that we bought. We bought it completely original in 1953, and we completed a 3-month renovation before we could even move in, because everything was all original in 1953. So we try to keep some of the vintage elements of the house, and we love living on our house, and we support our neighborhood very much. My husband is close friends with both of our adjacent neighbors that look out for our house when we go out of town, and we don't plan on changing anything about the way that we live other than to have very limited use using one platform, that is Airbnb. We can't have too much of a use because my husband has his daughter as a joint custody arrangement, and we do need to provide a home for her. But we're just asking to, be the millennials that we are and avail ourselves to being on the platforms and sharing some of the downtown charm with our visitors.
All right, that concludes our presentation. We're here to answer questions if you should have any.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? I see 1, I see 2, I see 3. If you want to, there's 3 microphones if you'd like to come up. Give your name and address for the record if you're for it or in opposition, and reasons why. We'll give everyone a minute to speak.
Good evening, Mike Brown, 1411 South 9th Street, less than a mile from the subject property. As much tap dancing as you do around it, the additional bathroom was a self-imposed hardship. If they had searched out and gotten a permit, they would have found out that they couldn't build it the way they built it or where they built it. Additionally, when it comes to the waiver for the distance separation, I don't know that I make a distinction. I certainly don't. I don't think any of the neighbors do either. We have too many short-term rentals in our neighborhood. I've provided maps before at previous meetings. We're at least double by some measurements, and in some cases triple in the area what the city believes there to be or what is actually permitted. We don't need any more short-term rentals, whether it's owner-occupied or not. I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Frugeri, 1801 Chapman, 89104, so I'm across the street, across Maryland from the house in question. I can't support any more of short-term rentals in our neighborhood, owner-occupied or otherwise. It's just becoming too many. I actually pulled up the map, the Airbnb of our neighborhood, and they're everywhere. I actually found out that a house behind me that I've actually called the police on is actually on Airbnb, whether or not it's legal or not. We have another house at Bonita and Chapman that recently sold. That could also be another potential short-term rental. So I feel like there's like this gold rush mentality again going on in downtown. We're just coming out of the recession and the foreclosure debacle. Our property values are coming back up. We're going to have these black holes up and down our streets and on the blocks. And I'm just really concerned that it's a safety issue plus a property value issue for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Peter.
Hi, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, president of the historic John S. Park neighborhood, which is the adjacent neighborhood association to the subject property. Our position is well known with regard to the waivers of the 660, so I'm not going to repeat myself. I'll just refer to my own statements on the record at pretty much every planning commission meeting. I would say that with regard to the specific subject property, I think owner-occupy is a weird misnomer. I think it suggests that when they want to treat it like a house, they could treat it like a house. When they want to treat it like a business, they could treat it like a business. I do not hear that they're going to be in the property when the individuals are going to be renting it out short term. So that was I wasn't sure exactly where they were going with that. It doesn't really matter because of the distance requirement and all the things go through there. The other point with regard to this particular applicant, I don't know the code well enough with regard to separation, but it seems as though if the attitude already is, well, we're just going to do it without permission, without making sure we're in compliance, and then ask for forgiveness afterwards when we don't have sufficient code enforcement. Commissioner Roush, I had an issue with the hotline. I called it after our last discussion, and it went to voicemail for a solid 2 hours, and after 6 or 7 tries, the enforcement's just not there. We can't handle the amount that we have currently. The 660 is our last bastion to at least keep somewhat under control, and I appreciate their position, but we are in opposition as a neighborhood and as an individual. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, David.
Heidi Swank, 546 Barbara Way. I'm also the state assemblywoman for this district, and I've worked over the last 2 sessions in Carson City to help to curb Airbnbs, to make sure that, I like to say, our neighborhoods are for neighbors. And I think that distance separations are one of the really important things that we have as a planning tool in the city, and sticking to that 660 feet is not that much to ask. We want to make sure that we don't have, I live right off of Las Vegas Boulevard, and we have seen a massive influx of Airbnbs and other short-term rentals, and I just think that we need to really be very clear that we will stick to that distance separation of 660 feet. That's still an Airbnb every block. 660 feet is just one block. That's still a lot of short-term rentals in our neighborhoods. So please just remember, neighborhoods are for neighbors.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address?
My name's Hart Fleshour. I live at 1816 South 9th Street. I'd like to say that the 660-foot rule, the public officials who came up with that came up with it probably with a very good reason, and I support that rule. I'm not within the mailing distance of this particular applicant, but this month I received 3 notifications that people want to do it in my neighborhood. Plus I know there's another one that was last month that got forbade. So that's 4 people within my block that have applied for the short-term rentals. And I would like to ask that you always keep the 660-foot rule under control. Do not make any exceptions for anybody. If you make an exception for one person, then somebody else is going to ask, why did you make an exception for them and not for me? And then you have to explain, did you do it for race? Did you do it for money? Why did you make an exception for them and not for me? So I think there should be a rule about no exceptions at all to the 660-foot rule. You have my permission to call that Hart's Rule. No exceptions to the 660-foot rule.
All right, Hart, thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank
Can I get
you.
your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Jose Rivera, and I live on 1061 Bonita Avenue.
Can I get your last name again for the record?
And he's my neighbor, and I support his post.
Can I get your last name for the record, please?
Rivera?
Rivera?
Yes.
Rivera, okay, thank you. And you're opposed to the application?
Yes.
You're not opposed to the application?
Yeah, I agree with him. I support his...
You support the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the mix-up. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening. My name is Michelle Laramie. I live at 556 Ellen Way in the Beverly Green Historic District. I certainly can sympathize with owner-occupied short-term rentals, but the reality is we don't have any way to regulate that. They can move out of this home in 6 months and rent it more as a commercial property. Because of that, I'm opposed to this. I just don't think that we have the proper regulation in place, and as many people have already said, we're oversaturated as it is, and we don't need another home turning into a problem home a year from now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michelle. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll give the applicant a couple minutes to rebut.
Absolutely. In regards to the bathroom that was constructed, we do have a permit. We've submitted for that. We also have an architect and a licensed contractor in order to bring that into code compliance if it should get approved, so that we can move that along quickly. I just want to note that we do have 18 neighbors who are our immediate neighbors who support the Turleys. The Turleys are great neighbors. They know their neighbors. They came into a neighborhood that was a little depressed, and it's one of the nicest houses on there. So I don't know if Vanessa, do you have any other things to add?
Just that we purchased the house before the economic turnaround, and we don't plan on selling the house or using it in any other way that we put before you this evening. I want to thank our neighbor, Frank Rivera, for coming out and supporting us tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that, I'll close it and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I know this neighborhood. I grew up in this neighborhood. I lived in this neighborhood in the early 50s, and this neighborhood has my heart. I did drive by the property, and I love what you've done with it, and I love looking at people who are fixing up my neighborhood. But I do have heartburn about the 660 feet. I really, really, really do. I met with Mr. Turley and Mr. Rankin. Mr. Turley seems like a very nice man. But I have a hard and fast rule. It's 660 feet, and if we make a variance for you, we have to make variances for everybody. So with saying that, I personally can't support it at this time. I wish I could. I love what you've done with the house, and like I say, I wish everybody else would do that with my neighborhood, because that neighborhood has my heart. But as far as the bathroom goes, I don't have any heartburn about that. I could approve that. But as far as the short-term rental, I can't support it tonight. Sorry.
Thank you. And Commissioner Toussaint, I will add on to that I know I can support the variance, and if it is approved, all the things that have to go into it to make sure it's code compliant and goes through the building department process. And, you know, I did meet with the applicant, with the representative, and I see a very nice house, and in my mind, when I was there meeting with you, I thought, okay, owner occupied. I really was trying to like go down a path when I've always voted no. I'd say majority of the time voted no in this neighborhood. Maybe there was one exception where I felt like something got through the cracks with licensing, and there was a little bit of a dispute. But I just am reminded after going and hearing again with the neighbors that I feel like I'm in the same place as Commissioner Toussaint, specific to the short-term rental portion at this moment. So, Commissioner Roush. Oh,
Yeah.
Paul, excuse me, 1 second, Commissioner Roush. Paul, you had a
Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to call to the Commission's attention condition number 1 on the special use permit. This is a condition that we have been placing on all of our short-term rentals, beginning with this meeting and moving forward. That condition requires that at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit. I just want to call that to your attention and to the applicant's attention, as this was not something that's been discussed with them prior to the report being issued.
Thank you.
And
Commissioner,
Mr. Chairman, we reviewed that condition, and if approved, we would agree to that, that we would expunge our special use permit upon selling the home, so there's no flipping.
thank you for addressing that. Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
Thank you, Chairman. And as well, I have no problem with the accessory structure. I'll be supporting that tonight. But I'm also going to be supporting the short-term rental, and I have some very specific reasons as to why. And I'm speaking to the residents of Beverly Glen, the residents of other parts of Jonas Park. This neighborhood is South Ridge. This is not your neighborhood, although it's adjacent to your neighborhood, and I understand exactly what you're saying, and I hear what you're saying. I want to make a few comments that are consistent with what I've said in the past, and I'm going to expand on them, because as we go through this process, we continue to evolve in terms of what we want to see in short-term rentals. And many of you know that the ordinance is being redrafted, or if you haven't heard that, that is the fact. There's people that are coming before us tonight that are going to be asked to obey or remove their item because they know that the ordinance is changing. So from this point forward, it probably gets more restrictive, not less restrictive. But that said, you know, I've told you before that I went to the APA conference. I listened to testimony from many other communities that are going through short-term rental strife, if you will. It's a national controversy, and it's become an issue where, you know, a lot of people don't want short-term rentals. And I hear your comments about code enforcement, and Mary and her team continue to try to work very hard on code enforcement, but that doesn't mean that we're not enforcing issues. You might not be able to get through on the hotline, but someone's still going to address your concern. You can still come down here to City Hall. We can still send code enforcement people out there. That's what the purpose is. So for the time being, the law of the land is that short-term rentals are allowed, and we have, as a body, the jurisdiction of deciding how those are to be awarded. I have been back and forth on the 660 rule. I don't know where the 660 feet came from. It's what Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian came up with. It's as good a rule as any. It could be 1,000 feet, it could be 500 feet. When I look at each application, what I'm deciding now is that sometimes 660 feet is capricious, sometimes it's not enough, sometimes it's more than enough. It comes down to, in my mind, two very important things. When I look at other communities, they're evolving towards short-term rentals in commercial areas and where there are owner-occupied applicants, because those are really the two more compatible scenarios if you think about it. A commercial area is a compatible area for higher intensity rentals. An owner-occupied short-term rental has the most at stake. I look at these photos and what these people have done to this house, and they've easily spent $75,000 or $100,000 in improving this house. I know because I fix houses up like this downtown. It's not an easy undertaking, and I really appreciate that they're fixing the house up. And I drive through the neighborhood, and this is all of these neighborhoods: Beverly Glen, Jonas Park, South Ridge. You know, moving further east across Maryland Parkway, like the gentleman that spoke tonight. The gentrification rather of the area, the regeneration of the area is staggering. I drove every short-term rental on the list today, and I was shocked at the disparity of the applicants that we're going to see tonight. I wanted to get a feel for the lay of the land of how many short-term rentals we had, what they looked like, who the applicants were, what they'd done to the home. I didn't see a home nicer than this applicant. And when I think about trying to award a short-term rental, and I talked to Commissioner Quinn about this afternoon because she has many in her area that she called me about that we'll be talking about later. She said, you know, look at who the applicant is. Look at what they've done to the house. That's more concerning to me than 660 feet. If I'm going to award a short-term rental, I want to give it to somebody that I know has a lot at stake and is going to do a lot to make sure that if something goes wrong, it's going to be corrected immediately before the city even needs to get to it, before you even need to call code enforcement about it. To me, that's the best way to enforce something, is self-enforcement. So from my point of view, I think that our current ordinance provides for a 660 separation, but our Planning Commission gives us the ability to award an applicant that is just and worthy, and I think that this is a great example of that. So, you know, I think it's a proper enough reason to award it. I look to the neighborhood and the applicant for my cues, not just to enforce a hard and fast rule. And I know that nobody wants STRs, short-term rentals, but the fact of the matter is, these are your neighbors, and they are living in this house. They're not going to let somebody come and party and trash it, in my opinion. So of all of the short-term rentals that are on the list tonight, this is probably the only one that I'm going to approve, honestly. So those are my findings, and I'm going to be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. Try to keep it brief. There's certain areas where I say that it's okay to have a 0-foot distance separation or a 300-foot distance separation or 100. And I've typically stated that area closer to downtown or in the Arts District or between Fremont and Charleston, Las Vegas Boulevard up to Maryland Parkway, a lot of multifamily, not a lot of single family in there. There's single family, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them are converting to office spaces and things like that, so you're not disturbing those people at night. Not saying that you would be disturbing somebody, and you seem like you would take care of that residence much better than a lot of people would. The thing that I try keeping myself focused on is it's a land use matter. It's not based on the applicant. If it was based on the applicant and based on how nice of a job that you did to your house on the improvements, I'd like to come rent it out. But the truth of the matter is, we have this new condition that says, at such time that a property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge a special use permit. I like that. However, I don't like that because now we're going to start basing our decisions on the applicant and how well do we think that the applicant will manage that property, and we're not basing it on, you know, strictly the land use and distance separations and things like that. So I'm a little torn because this is the first time that we've seen that. But I have been pretty hard when it comes down to that 660 foot rule. So I don't think I could support the short-term rental for that. But as Mike Brown's in the color was talking about earlier, you know, he was mentioning something about, well, we need to get permits and all of that before we do improvements. At the end of the day, we see this quite often, and as long as you're doing it correctly, you're coming before us. And when Mr. Rankin met with me, he explained if we put a door going in between that bathroom and the house, it would no longer be an accessory structure. It would be part of the house. So, but it doesn't make sense to have 64 square foot, a 64 square foot bathroom tied into the main house when it's for the pool. So I could support the variance, get your permits, and, you know, get it inspected, and we'll see where that goes.
Seeing no other comments, would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a comment for the record. I do live in Southridge.
Mr. Hart, the public portion is closed.
I understand that,
So,
but
but it's closed, so we need to keep it going along, so thank you. Mr. Summerfield, Director Summerfield has a comment.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify for the record so that there's no misunderstanding that the 660 is based in rational reasoning and good standard public planning policy. 660 feet is generally considered a block. When short-term rentals were being examined and the request for distance separation was requested by the now Mayor Pro Tem, as a part of that, she wanted to make sure that we didn't saturate any of our neighborhoods with this particular use, specifically not to have more than one of these essentially per block in any particular neighborhood. And so 660 is customary, particularly in our code, but it's also a distance of separation used in other codes. For instance, 660 is the distance separation for community residences and other types of residential-like structures that occur in residential neighborhoods in order to not saturate a neighborhood with that particular type of activity. So I just want to be clear that 660, there's a reason why that was chosen and used in this case, and it did have some forethought that went into it when it was
brought forth.
Thank you. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, if there's no other comments, I'll be ready to make a motion.
Please.
On item 65, VAR 73281, move to approve with striking condition number 1.
Some motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And item 66, SUP 73282, I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, both of those items will go forward to City Council and be heard at their July 18th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 67. VAR 73313, applicant Holy Trinity Etrian Orthodox Tohado Church, excuse me if I didn't pronounce that properly, owner Doris J. Wilbur et al., for possible action to request for a variance to allow a proposed 52-foot tall building where 35 feet is allowed at the northeast corner of El Park Avenue and Mohawk Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item number 68, SUP 73315, for possible action request for a special use permit for a church, house of worship use, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 69, SDR 73316, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,347 square foot church, house of worship, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can you get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a church is proposed to be located within a rural residential area with large estate lots surrounding the site. The church includes an architectural dome that exceeds the RE district building height standard by 48%. In the context of a rural estate neighborhood, the additional height is not compatible with the existing residential and non-residential buildings in this area. As there is no extraordinary characteristic of the property that would create a hardship, staff recommends denial of the variance, special use permit, and site development plan review. Please note there were additional protests submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes. My name is Emmanuel Tasfe.
What was the last name, Emmanuel?
Tasfe.
Tasfe.
I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Holy Trinity Church.
Could you come a little closer to the microphone for us?
I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Holy Trinity Church. Here next to me is one of the elder of the church, and he'll be answering any specific questions regarding the operation of the churches. I'll be doing the presentation.
Thank you.
The proposed site for the church is on Mohawk and El Parque. The cross street, major cross streets are Oakey and Lendell. The use for this is house of worship. The building is 35 feet high. That is, the occupiable building height is 35. The neighborhood meeting was held on May 29th with our voluntary. We have no opposition from that meeting. Regarding the site plan, the surrounding perimeter edges, there's a real estate, residential site here, and then there's a vacant land on the north. All will be buffered with heavy landscaping. We have two access from the site for easy access through Mohawk and El Parque. We agree with staff recommendation that the two access does not create any impact, negative impact to the traffic. The location of the building is farther is moved back from the all adjacent usage because of setback requirement. So we are meeting the setback requirement for residential adjacency. Parking requirement, the city requires only 30 parking. We've provided 82 parking. So we are 63% over the parking requirement. We are in agreement for the site location of staff recommendation. The floor plan for the church, it has a worship in the middle. On the east side, it has parishioners location, and then on the front, the vestibule, the bathrooms, and the cover entry. This building has a mezzanine level that is an open space for multi-purpose and also some storage and office space. The elevation of the church is designed very aesthetically and harmonious to the neighbors. And we agree with the staff recommendation that the building matches the consistency of the neighborhood and does not impact in any form or shape. The size, the scope, and the space is also harmonious for the site. The building height is basically the main portion of the building is 35 feet. So throughout the building, it's the maximum 35. Only the cupola, the dome, which is very important to the Orthodox Church, that extends out to the 52 feet, resulting in staff denial for this application. The color, the material, all is very harmonious to this neighborhood location. Regarding the height of the building, staff mentioned in their staff report that on Mohawk Street, there is a church that is under 35 feet height, which they mentioned in their report that church meets. But when we did lots of research around the area, there is a Catholic church on Linden and Obannon that is 52 feet in height. And we did some research in Clark County record. So this is basically what was approved for them. The top of their steeple is 51 feet and 6 inches. So almost similar to our church that we're proposing. And this is the picture that we took of the Catholic Church. Of course, I did not measure the top of the building. I just took a picture of it. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Emmanuel. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? We have 3 microphones. If you could sit right there in the front row. And If I can get your name, address for the record, if you're for or against it, and reasons, please. Give everyone a minute or so to go through.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for giving us an opportunity as neighbors to speak on behalf of this church.
Can you name and address for the record?
Oh, yes. I'm Billy Bastian. I live at 2090 South Mohawk. I just live one lot away from where this proposed church is. I have residents in the neighborhood who could not attend tonight's meeting or could not stay because of this late time. So there are 18 people who have submitted their opposition to this proposed project, although there are some duplication of the names on some of the sheets, but it still is reflective of 18 people. I'm here this evening to ask you to please support staff's a recommendation to deny this variance and the church itself. I'm in opposition. And I'm representing several neighbors that are here in the audience who, because of the late hour, have asked me to speak as we have common concerns. In this area where the proposed church is, we have 6 churches already represented in the area of various faiths, so we believe that an additional church just saturates the area. We also believe, as a collective group, that we want to maintain our rural desert residential area. All of us bought into this area because we want to live rural. We want to be without sidewalks, without street lights. This church, as proposed, will have requirements that start bringing in sidewalks and street lights and so forth. And it will also kind of create a area where there is some sidewalks on some sides of the streets and other sides they're not, because none of the other areas are required to have sidewalks. We have this height that they're asking to put this additional dome on top of their church, and I believe that will crowd us in. We have very few 2-story homes in our area, and it's just invasive to our properties and to our views of the mountains to the north of us. We also are opposed to the start time of 6:30 in the morning. On Sunday is the only day that this neighborhood gets a reprieve from the cross-through traffic that comes from those drivers who are trying to avoid going down Jones, Decatur, Oakey, Sahara to get to their various destinations. So Sunday is our reprieve date, and starting at 6:30 in the morning seems a little early. An 8 o'clock start time seems more reasonable. Staff has reported that there's 86 trips proposed on Sunday. That's 3 every 2 minutes. And I'd like to state that the occupancy of this building is over 600 potential parishioners that could come to this meeting. That's a lot of people trying to drive into our little rural neighborhood. And even with all the churches that are already presented there, we believe that in addition, the traffic is overwhelming for us. We'd like to also mention that we could not get a hold of Commissioner Quinn because she is on vacation, is our understanding. And it's been a very short timeline for us to have been noticed and then to have an opportunity to have a community meeting with the representatives of this project. So if you are giving any considerations of moving this forward to council, we hope that you will also consider doing it later than what was represented on our notification card, which is coming up in the next couple of weeks. And I'll turn the time over to some of the other neighbors who have some concerns about the area.
Thanks, Billy. We went well over the minute, but thank you for all the comments.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Can you get your name and address for the record?
My name is Mary Ann Hine. I'm at 5240 El Parque, and my home abuts the property. My main concern is traffic. There are times, Lindell is on the next block. There are times that I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by. And I have to wait for 10 or 15 cars to go by before I can make a left-hand turn to get onto Sahara. It's very difficult. The traffic there is horrendous because people avoid the intersections. So they use El Parque and Mohawk as shortcuts to avoid the intersections. There is no stop sign between Decatur till you get to Lindell. So it's like the Indy 500 when they come down the street. So I'm opposed to this church.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Martin Kaselica. I live 2017 Mohawk Street, which is right across diagonally from the subject property. And the core values of our rural neighborhood are low density, low street activity, low traffic. Residents in this location feel the proposed project will have negative impact on their living standards. It would change the core values and harmony of this rural neighborhood area. In addition, we believe another similar type of project would overserve this location, and we feel it would tilt the balance in this rural type of a neighborhood. The current economic and real estate conditions are favorable for this vacant land to be developed into the highest and best use, which is according to its current zoning, RE residence estates. Majority operations with this type of service are typically situated on major and supporting streets. This proposed project is inserted into inner part of the residential neighborhood with the frontage facing underdeveloped rural neighborhood streets. Business type of operations on this property would alter core values of this location and the nearby environment we want to live in. Dear Commissioners, please consider our concerns and please vote to oppose this proposed project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll turn it up. Anyone else would like to come up?
Hello, my name
This
is
will be
Peter
the last
Bubenicek.
person.
I live at 2104 Mission Peak, which is like a neighborhood. And what concerns me is a little bit about that parking lot, what they're gonna have 84 spots there. I don't think that it's not sufficient amount of the parking, you know, because then I can imagine that you're gonna be parking sometimes in these streets surrounding, you know, the neighborhood, and which I think is going to create traffic, noise, and variety, similar things, you know. So I'm just trying to say I'm opposing this.
Can I get your last name spelled for the record, please?
My name is Peter Bubenicek.
Could you spell the last name, please?
Bubenick.
B-U-B-N-I-C-K. Got it. Thank you very much, Peter.
Okay.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing portion. Ask the applicant to come back up, and I'll give you a couple of minutes for a quick rebuttal if you'd like to discuss anything. Thank you. Need your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Tekasteno Guru, 647 Mystic Cliffs.
Could you spell your last name for us, please, sir?
N-U-G-U-R-U.
Thank you.
Yeah. The neighbors are complaining about the starting hours. Our starting hours is just, you know, quietly praying time. It starts at 6. The actual liturgy starts like 7.
Okay. That's 7. Anything else you'd like to add before we close it and turn it over?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Staff has recommended that this church does not create any negative impact to the traffic, and if there is a need of making a traffic study, we're willing to do that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll turn over to the commission for discussion. You know, I'll start off by saying I think you gave a nice presentation. You do have a nice building, and I do like nice, solid houses of worship, but this is just something where being inset off of Oki if this was the parcel to the north, maybe I'd have a different outlook on it, but just being inset, I think it's a little too much personally. I feel like I'm going to follow staff's recommendation on the applications, and I will say whether it is approved or denied, I think between now and city council that there's a lot of work to do with your neighbors just based on what you heard. You said you had a meeting and there was no one in opposition. Clearly there's people in opposition and have some concerns that need to be worked out. And unfortunately our councilwoman isn't here, Vice Chair Quinn, to add comments. She knows this neighborhood well, is very passionate about this neighborhood and offers great insight, but she isn't here tonight. And from what I'm hearing today, I'm going to be with staff's recommendation on denial on the applications. Commissioner Roush.
I did talk with Commissioner Quinn. She called me about this, and she wanted me to know that I don't know what staff has received in the way of complaints, but she's had a number of people call her in opposition, unfortunately. And I hate to sit here tonight and have anything bad to say about a house of worship or church. It just puts us all in a really tough position. And just like the chairman said, if you'd been one parcel to the north, closer to Oki, it would be a little bit different scenario. But you're smack in the middle of a neighborhood that's fairly rural in nature, that feels very low density. And this is, quite frankly, a commercial use. So it ends up being an inappropriate and incompatible use in the area, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to agree with staff on this as well, and unfortunately I'll not be able to support you tonight, and I'm sorry, but I do wish you well, and I hope you'll be able to find another site in the area that might be more acceptable to you and to the community that we could approve. I'd love to see that in the future.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes. I'm having a hard time understanding what the opposition is. I've heard traffic congestion, parking, I believe, I don't know. But I'm looking at the fact that there is a Catholic church. I know where the church is. And if they're at 51 feet, where these people are asking for 52, is there a problem with the first? Where are we here? I put the glasses on to take them off, can't see with them on, either way. Okay, with 73313, when they're asking for a variance to allow the 52-foot where 35 is allowed. So are we saying that, commissioners that oppose it, that you're going to oppose that also?
Commissioner Williams,
them all together?
I will say, as I look at the map, it looks like the Catholic Church is in the county.
It's in the county.
And might have different height requirements and restrictions compared to what the city is. And that wasn't an application that if it was in the city, that I recall coming before this planning commission, or myself while I've been on the planning commission. So, but I do think it is in the county, which would have possibly separate codes.
I heard them say that there's 6 churches in the area, and I don't know what the area means in that respect. I mean, so did you guys complain for church number 3, number 4, number 5?
Folks, please. So I will.
That's kind of like where I'm going with it.
No, I understand.
If there are that many there, who stood up and complained about them, and how did they get licensed? Okay.
Thank you.
What I'm just having a difficult time thinking on denial when in fact I just don't think, well, fairness doesn't have anything to do with this, but I'm not sure that I could support denial, so just my opinion.
And I thank you for the comments, and they're well noted. Again, as I look at the church that's existing within the city to the north, which is on Oki, which is more of an arterial, and I believe that one is at 35 feet in height. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not exactly sure what the ultimate height is, but we know it is less than 35.
It's less than 35. Okay.
It meets the RE standard.
For me, I feel like the applicant has a beautiful building. I think the dome's beautiful. I think the architecture's beautiful. I just, the fact that it's in to the south one street is really, and the fact that I see that there is so much opposition in the neighborhood is why I'm still kind of standing with staff's recommendation for denial on it. Commissioner Toussaint?
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. If this was across the street from me, I don't think I would be very happy about it because of the size and the amount of people that it's going to attract. No one wants to deny a church or a house of worship. They just really don't. But I just believe this is the wrong parcel for this beautiful building. So you will not have my support tonight.
Thank you. Anyone like to make a motion? No motions? We need a motion.
On VAR 73313, motion to deny.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Okay. Okay, on SUP 73315, motion to deny.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
And make a motion SDR 73316 to deny.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council for their consideration at the July 18th City Council meeting.
And I would encourage you to work with the Commissioner Councilwoman's office more, and neighbors that, you know, were in opposition. Maybe you could discuss with them between now and City Council.
Sounds good.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, for your consideration.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 70 at midnight. VAR 73322, applicant owner, Portfolio We LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow a 132 square foot wall sign on the north, south, and east building facade, and a 112 square foot wall sign on the west building facade, where 50 square feet is the maximum sign area allowed on each building facade at northeast corner of Utah and Casino Center Boulevard. Ward 3, staff recommends denial. Related item 71, SDR 73323, for possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed 6-story, 77-foot tall, 143,877 square foot multifamily building with 117 residential units. Ward 3, staff recommends approval. Can you get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development supports the goals of the Gateway District by providing a high-density transit-oriented development to the area that will increase the population, increase safety, and rehabilitate a blighted area. Staff's recommending approval of the site development plan review. With regard to the variance, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing wall signs that exceed what is allowed within the R4 zoning district. Wall signs 50 square feet or smaller would allow conformance to the Title 19 requirements. Therefore, staff's recommending denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we move on this, I will disclose that I'm involved in a project that's adjacent to this project. It won't affect me in any way, for better or for worse, so we'll be voting on the application. Commissioner Rausch.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be abstaining from this item tonight. I am part of the property ownership group, and I will have to abstain, and I'm going to recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, that
Chairman. Well,
Chairman, if we can just hold the meeting for 1 minute when Commissioner Williams comes back.
Okay. We need to get into quorum because of the abstentions. Thank you.
May I introduce myself in the meantime? And
we're going to have to wait till we...
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Schlottman, did you?
Yes, I'd like to make a disclosure on this. That I worked for Christina Roush, Commissioner Roush, but all my business has been concluded as of, I think, September 2016, and I don't have any ongoing contracts or
And Commissioner, as long as you don't have any outstanding billing or anything else that she
None.
owes you, you owe her, as long as your independence of judgment isn't compromised and you can vote on this unbiasedly, you're able to vote on this item.
Okay, thank you. I will be voting on this item.
All right. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Good morning. I know it's late and all of our collective blood sugar is being depleted. My name is Mitch Ogron, 10655 Park Run Drive, Suite 160. For the record, I just want to clarify that on the agenda items 70 and 71, you show applicant/owner as Portfolio We LLC, and as you all know, in your forms, the applicant, strike that, the property owner, the current property owner is required to sign the application if the applicant himself or itself has not yet closed on the property or does not own the property. On my application and in my current situation with this property, I am currently in escrow, or I should say Sienna Holding Management Co. LLC, which was the applicant on this application, of which I am the managing member, is the applicant and is currently in escrow to purchase the property, and we have not yet closed on the property. So I just wanted to make that distinction with regard to applicant and owner. As to item 71, we concur. Oh, by the way, with me is Daryl Brandwine from D3 Design Studios. Daryl is the designer of the project, and his company will be handling the architectural working drawings for the project should it be approved. And Daryl is here if you have any questions regarding the specifics of the building. As to item 71, we obviously concur with staff's findings and recommendation, and we would be bound to the conditions set forth in the report. As to item 70, with regard to the signage, we respectfully disagree with that finding and would like to take a few minutes to basically walk you through the project and state why we believe a signage in this particular instance would be appropriate. As you know, and I know the hour's late and you still have 30 items in front of you, so I'll get through this real quickly and you can cut me off if you've heard enough. I did meet with Commissioner Schlottman as well as Councilman Coffin, who does, I believe, support this project, as did staff. It's a 117-unit project located at the very south end of the Arts District at the northeast corner of Casino Center in Utah. It's a mix of studios, ones and twos, and it's a mid-rise project which has two levels of parking. One is subterranean and one is at grade, fully covered. It's a fully secured building with 4 levels of dwelling units. The top floor has a clubhouse, a gymnasium, and a pool that harkens back to the Glass Pool Inn on the south end of the strip that we've designed. I can show you that rendering real quickly here, and that is at the south face of the building. And you can see here on the 4th level, there's a swimming pool, and to the east of that is the clubhouse event center, and to the west of that would be the gymnasium. We are proposing to, all the rooftop units will be obviously screened. We will have solar panels. It's a fully secured building. We will have a separate delivery room for Amazon deliveries, both non-refrigerated and refrigerated deliveries. We have a loading zone on Casino Center along with a Uber Lyft pickup drop-off area. We will be providing electric car chargers in the secured parking area, as well as making ourselves available the bicycle rideshare program that we've laid out.
I'm going to move you along to talk about this variance on the sign, if you don't mind.
What I'd like to do, so let me just show you here on the renderings. The one I'm placing before you here is the front of the building on Casino Center. This is the western elevation. And the building itself is about 220 feet long and about 77 feet tall. And the signage on the Casino Center side is here in the upper right-hand corner. As you come around the project and turning into the subterranean parking area here, you'll be looking here at the north elevation. This is what you would see if you were traveling down Casino Center coming from Charleston. As you all know, right now Casino Center is not a heavily traveled or trafficked area. And one of the reasons why we designed the signage for this building as we did was to be able to capture, going back here to the frontage, being at the corner of Utah and Casino Center, we're 1 block east of Main Street. The project virtually has no visibility other than from Casino Center if we don't have the appropriate signage. So what I was trying to do here was capture the signage opportunities that could be seen from Main Street to the west, Las Vegas Boulevard to the south and east, and of course what I just showed you here on the north elevation coming from Charleston or from the north down Casino Center traveling south. Most of the signage would be integral to the building. It would not be heavily illuminated. There aren't any residential or commercial buildings in the area, for that matter, that would be directly impacted by any illumination of light. These are not flashing signs. They're not, as I said, highly illuminated signs. So we believe that given the size and scope of the building, the signage is appropriate. The rendering I'm showing you here is the east side elevation that faces Las Vegas Boulevard. And you can see we've actually designed this element to support the signage, which when we first started working with staff on this was a rooftop type sign, and they didn't like that idea, so we basically came with this element where it would be a wall-mounted sign. And then going back again to the south structure where you've got the glass pool facing the south end of Las Vegas Boulevard, again, we're showing signage up in the east corner there also. And again, as you can see, we believe it's appropriate size given the overall dimension of the building. We would ask that you approve that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitch. I don't mean to move you along. I just, we have an approval on one and what I think is a nice project.
Appreciate that.
And
Thank
needed
you.
some clarity on the variance. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Name and address, please, for the record.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I would ask that if, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that if you choose to move forward and approve the variance, that a condition be placed on it that the signage be strictly for the property and not any kind of LED signage or anything that could be used for advertising purposes or change in nature in any way, that it simply be for the property permanently as a condition of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this item? I see Mr. Figler running up to the podium. Name and address.
Thanks. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. This property is within my normal route of traversing of the area. I'm highly encouraged to see this type of development in the area. I think it's something we've all been asking for a long time. I appreciate the applicant's comments with regard to the signage and with the question just posed through the chair. As long as it is unique to the property itself and not as an advertising tool and it doesn't have flashing LED, it seems to fit with the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We would agree to that condition also.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. I will say, I think you have a wonderful project. I think you did a great job with the architecture. I will be supporting the variance on the sign portion of it. I believe if it's in staff, maybe you could chime in, if it's something that was off property, they'd have to come for a special use permit for off-premise advertising, which is not part of this application.
Mr. Chairman, correct. Special use permit would be required for any off-premise signage and would have to meet the requirements for off-premise signage.
Okay, so this would be specific to the property. If they had a retail tenant, they could have the retail tenant or the project, but if it's off-site, then they'd have to come back before us.
Correct.
The one thing I would, and this is just for your consideration, as these projects come forward and there's zero lot line, there's grade changes with parking, and they kick out into streets, that you look at some type of almost device like you see in other cities, that there's a warning, and it's something we're looking at, a building down the street. We're coming down a steep garage. It kicks us right onto 4th Street, and many times people have been zipping through, and we've had as we get busier downtown, some concerns and issues with that. It's not a condition right now, it's just something to consider because it might be coming down the road with other projects. But otherwise, I will be supporting it. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. The sign's not offensive to me. I mean, it's a little larger than what the code allows, but based on the overall scale of the project, the sign is, you know, it seems to fit really well on this building. This is kind of tying together that, you know, not the east side of the Arts District, you know, another 8 blocks further east than the Arts District, all the way back down to Charleston. So there's a lot of redevelopment going on in the Arts District right now, and that little part of 8 blocks east of the Arts District, there's not a lot going on. There's a new dispensary that was built. West Elm is over there in the Hop building, but there's no new residential. And hopefully this will, you know, start redeveloping that area and encourage other people to come in. Hope you'll build it quickly.
We hope so too.
I know that you're a little under on parking, but you know, you're within the downtown Centennial plan, so the automatic application parking standards don't apply. And I know the site, and there's plenty of parking on, you know, 2 sides of it. And I don't know if it's metered or not metered, but
Not presently, but I believe the staff reserve the right to meter that if they
and
so choose.
you know, with the smaller units, you'll probably be renting to more millennials. Hopefully, they'll be renting skateboards and you know, bicycles and everything else. And so, anyways, I could support this project, and looking forward to you getting it built.
Mr. Toussaint?
Well, I think this is a beautiful project. I think this is the perfect location for it, and I'm really excited that you're going to have solar panels and car chargers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, so there's...
Commissioner Williams, did you have
I
anything?
think it's a beautiful project, and I'm happy to see it come to downtown.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, if there's no other comments, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 70, VAR 73322, based on the testimony today and for the reasons that was given about the scale of the sign in relation to the building, I'll make a motion for approval, subject to staff's, if approved, conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Good evening and good morning.
On item number 71, SDR 73323, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within the next 10 days.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. Have a good night. A few more. All right. Moving on to item number 72, VAR 73129, applicant owner Julia Alicia Lamella for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing accessory structure that is 64% of the floor area of the principal dwelling where 50% is the maximum allowed, a 4-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is the minimum required, and a 2-foot side yard setback where there is 3 feet is the minimum required at 1618 Atlantic Street. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance for a second detached garage that does not meet setbacks and is not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling. Both garages were built without permits. There's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the property, and therefore staff recommends denial. Please note there are additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Chairman Cherry, council members, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I compliment your endurance. I'm a little bit confused. He just mentioned garage.
I need your name and address for the record.
My name is Carlos Rivadeneda, 7125 Sprucewood Street. I am a little bit confused. He mentioned garages. We're this project has nothing to do with garages. Is there a mistake there? Or did I mishear something?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I can clarify, the application is actually for a existing casita that exceeds the 64% of the floor area of the principal dwelling, where 50% is the maximum allowed. There's also issues with the separation from the main building and setbacks as well.
Thank you. My mistake.
Thank you so much. Back in August of 2016, the current owner of the property purchased the property within an existing casita. Unknown to him, that casita did not have a permit. It was built without a permit. And he inherited this problem until he was notified by the city that he had this situation. At which time, the client contacted me and asked me to help him obtain a permit. We came up with drawings. We worked with the city to bring the building up to code, and we submitted the drawings. Unfortunately, there were two little hiccups that required my presence here. And number one, which was misprinted on the agenda, it states that the casita encroaches into the 3-foot setback by 1 foot. It doesn't. It encroaches by 4 inches. The actual setback on the side of the house is 2 foot 8 inches. The other item is that is an error, is that the separation between both structure, the agenda says it's 4 feet, whereas according to the drawings that we submitted to you here, it's 6 feet, 6 feet, 8 foot 2. I don't know where the 4 feet came into play. The only two items that are in question are the 4-inch encroachment and the size of the house, which is the size of the casita, which is 65% over the main house. Unfortunately, my client inherited this problem, and I'm hoping you could help bring a peace to this client's mind. We've gone through all the procedures, and this is kind of the last step.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you
This is
so much.
noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Any comments from our fellow commissioners? I will start off by saying, I clearly can see on the floor plan where it is more than the 4-foot separation. Maybe staff could.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the separation between structures is measured from eave to eave, and it's measured at that closest point, which is not correctly shown on the site plan. The closest point, while difficult to measure it, would be just above where the 6-foot measurement, it looks like, is. So staff, using the measuring tools that we have available to us, determined that it was a 4-foot separation from the closest point. Further, the setback that's indicated in the header, staff measures setbacks to the whole foot rather than the partial foot to assure that when the building permit does get issued, that there's no 1-inch issues that come up during that process.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarity. And this was something that was purchased by the homeowner that was there existing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And if this is approved, the process again is with our building permit to make sure that it comes out and it's in conforming with the building department. And if there's any code deficiencies, they have to be addressed and changed at that time. Is that correct for staff?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chairperson, the client would be more than happy to move back the eaves or the overhang of the house so it could meet the 6-foot requirement. If that could be a condition of approval, would be more than happy to adjust that on the plans.
Oh, great. That's very nice of you to offer that up, and I think I would be able to support it if that was there. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yeah, I always hate running into these illegal structures that get built, and then we have to go back and retroactively inspect them and everything. But when I seen the 2 feet, I was really concerned. But I think this was on probably page 2,400 of my 2,600 pages that I read last night. So it's 2 feet versus 3 feet, and or 2 foot, 2'4", whatever you're saying.
Yeah,
Sir, I don't really have that big of an issue with it. I mean, if it was anywhere else, I might have a bigger issue. None of your neighbors complained. Notification went out to all your neighbors. Neither of your next door neighbors complained. Nobody in the neighborhood complained. And I look at the pictures, and there's a box truck in the neighbor's yard and a boarded up house on the other side. So this isn't the worst thing in the world. And I don't know if going through the effort to cut off the eaves and overhangs is going to make it look any better. Through you, Mr. Chairman, question for the fire department. Does the fire department have any kind of rules about distance separations between accessory structures and the main dwelling? And does that ever... No, except through you... Could you turn on your microphone, please?
How's that?
Perfect.
Through the chair, the eaves aren't a fire significant issue. My familiarity with the building code does indicate that rainwater should not be shed on another property from those eaves.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I do have a question for city planning staff. Under the conditions, it says building permits must be obtained and finalized within 90 days of final action. What happens if they don't finalize their building permits within 90 days and they get stuck till the 95th day or the 100th, or day 100?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, they would technically be in violation of the approval. It would no longer be valid, and they would be required to come back to the Commission to obtain a additional approval.
Okay. I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Chairman, is 90 days enough?
To change this and submit it, resubmit it?
Resubmit it. And before you answer that, another question for city staff. Building permits must be obtained and finalized. Does that just mean the building permit must be issued, or does that mean the final inspection must be issued?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that would be a final inspection.
Okay, so building final. And so the issue comes up if this gentleman goes out and pulls a permit, or the homeowner pulls a permit, and the building department finds an issue within the structure that needs to be repaired, then, and it takes 30 days to repair that, then they're going to be back in front of the Planning Commission, or is there a way that they can work with you for a 30-day extension, or?
The current, Chairman, Commissioners, the current act, if they can anticipate that they are going to not meet that deadline, they could request a review of condition to extend that. Alternatively, that timeline could be extended if the Commission does feel that that is arduous.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I could, just for the councilman so that he know, or the commissioner so that he knows, this is a standard condition that the council has been requesting that we put on variances for existing structures to ensure that the applicant is incentivized to get the situation remedied, to get their code enforcement situation resolved, and to get everything up to code and in proper order. So typically 90 days is what the council has asked us to try to get these things done in. However, if you feel that that's too tight of a window and would like to propose a different amount of time for them to get this into compliance, that is within your purview.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman, through you, in the past, planning never put a time limit on the condition. They just said building permits must be obtained and finalized. And I would always put a 180-day window. I don't want to put a 180-day window, but just to make sure that they can get through the building permitting process, because this is probably going to have some code issues in it. I would like to change condition 1, building permits must be obtained and finalized within 120 days of final action versus the 90 days.
Okay, would the applicant be okay if that condition is there? I mean, it's to your benefit.
I just spoke to my client's son, and they're pretty sure once the permit is obtained, they could do all the fixing within that time period.
The 90 or 120?
The 120 would be good, because we don't know how long the county might, the city might hold up. This is one thing that they were requesting, that we get an approval and variance before they could issue a permit.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
Please.
On item number 72, based on testimony here today, I move to approve with modification of condition number 1, state and building permits must be obtained and finalized within 120 days of final, they just took my screen off, final action.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. How you doing, Mary? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Gentlemen and ladies, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Can we hear another one?
Question, will I be receiving a letter based on that?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, you'll receive a letter from the city giving you an official record that this has been approved, and then you will be able to pull that permit provided that you supplied all the appropriate documentation 10 days from essentially, well, later today.
Once again, thank you so much and have a wonderful week.
Thanks. All right, one more before we take another quickie. Item number 73, VAR 73202. Applicant owner 901 Fremont Development Partners LP, for possible action request for a variance to allow 2 proposed projecting signs to extend 8 feet from the building elevation where 6 feet is allowed, and to allow each sign to be 203 square feet where 32 square feet is allowed at 901 Fremont Street. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject property is located within Area 1 of the Downtown Las Vegas Overlay, Fremont East District, which is subject to the development standards outlined within Title 19 Appendix F Interim Downtown Las Vegas Development Standards, which indicate that all signage must comply with Title 1908 development standards. Per Title 1908, projecting signs within this commercial development are limited to 32 square feet in maximum area and cannot project more than 6 feet from the building elevation to which they are attached. Staff has determined that the proposed signage is inconsistent with the intent of the Title 1908 sign development standards. Furthermore, no unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, staff recommends denial of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we turn it over, Commissioner Schlamman.
Yes, Chairman, seeing this item 901 Fremont Development Partners LP, when I looked it up, it didn't seem to be related to downtown project, but I use that kind of freely. Downtown project owns many of the companies, and I think they have a joint venture on this property, and considering I'm under contract with them, I'll be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Barry Goff, 6377 Whispering Clouds. Yeah, they built this Fremont 9 building right up on the property line to the right-of-way. So the only signs are, they can't do any traditional type signage on this thing, so it's going to need to be projecting signs. The whole bottom part of this building is going to be about 15,000 feet of retail space, and there's going to be 6 units that are going to be live and work, where they can have a store frontage and their apartment in the back, and the upper floors will be 226 apartment buildings. So it's kind of a unique situation where it's sitting. The projecting signs, they're allowed up to 32 square foot. 32 square foot projecting sign on this would you can barely see it a half a block away. They're trying to draw traffic down from Fremont for these retail stores, so that's why they're requesting a larger sign.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Anyone? Commissioner Roush?
I'm the only one still awake.
Past my bedtime.
I think this is a fantastic project, and I think that you got the signage just right. I think it's totally in keeping with the architecture and with the Fremont Street genre that has evolved, headed this direction, and I'm fully in support. I think it's wonderful.
Great. Anyone like to make a motion?
That makes me put my glasses on. I'd like to make a motion for item number 73, VAR 73202. The motion is for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Director?
Sorry about that. 73, this item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break and be right back. We've gone well past our 2 hours again. Thank you.
But you can put your small pictures here if you want, or you can put all the pictures.
Yeah, I want to put all of
I'll
them.
just put them all up there and leave it. Just put them down, then you can talk about them.
Okay. So all the way across, you got,
As long as you keep them inside these, you're okay.
okay.
So now if you pull the fire alarm to get us all out of here to go home, is it still going? See, I do all the data, so I like people like you. I get just about 80%. So you know just about most of the races except those close ones, and that's why I vote for you. 'Cause I don't want anybody to know
All right, let's reconvene here.
We have no attorney, though.
We have no attorney. Do we need an attorney? No. Do we have, we need one more commissioner.
No, you have four.
Do we? Oh, we have four. We have four.
You have
All right. If we get in trouble, we get in trouble. Item number 74, VAR 73225, applicant owner John R. and Sandra J. Weber for possible action request for variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, not to be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling, where such is required for a proposed 960 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 shed at 4232 North Decatur Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the structure as proposed will not be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling, and it will be located within 5 feet of the north property line where 10 feet is required. This request is for a third accessory structure to be located on the site. The two existing accessory structures on site do have valid building permits which were issued in 1986 and 2001. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, therefore staff recommends denial of the applicant's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Go ahead.
John Weber, 800 Mohawk.
Sandra Weber, 800 Mohawk.
Thank you.
We're trying to follow the code, the city code stuff and everything with this because we wanted to do it right. And what we're trying to do is get the 5-foot variance from the fence so that we can still have the driveway on the other side. Oh, she's showing you on the map on there. But I don't know how they got, what was it, 1,100 and some feet where it's only 960 feet. It's 24 by 40. And so it's not really 1,150 square foot like they say. And I gave him the drawing that's right here on the table in front of you. The building be as close as possible to the color of the house. Oh, yeah. Well, this is, the only difference in it is the house is old and it's stucco, and this is metal. It's a steel building. We're trying to downgrade from our house, and we're moving all of our stuff into that so we can downgrade. That's why it's just for storage.
We have talked to our neighbors, and no one next to us, whether it be to the north or south of us, there's no neighbors in front of us. That's Decatur Boulevard. There's no neighbors behind us. That's an alley. And both side neighbors do not object to it. The only one person that did object is about 5 or 6 blocks from us. As you can see from your pictures, you cannot see the sheds in the backyard. This is over 3/4 of an acre lot.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Any comments from our fellow commissioners? Commissioner Williams?
I'm looking at your picture, and I can't see what's behind the house. And so what you're saying is that aesthetically, nobody else would be able to make a decision whether it looks good or is comparable or whatever.
Right.
And you're on 3/4 of an acre. I know where your house is, but I'm just trying to understand why staff would recommend denial. And of course, I'm sure they will address that. To allow a 5-foot side yard setback for 10 feet is required. Okay. Can I hear from staff at this point? I'm not sure why this is such a big issue. I mean, they're on 3/4 of an acre, and we're talking about a difference of 5 feet. You can't see the house. They're the only ones going to be able to see it. Why would you recommend denial is the question.
Chairman, Commissioners, staff looked at the site and determined that there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to meet the setback of 10 feet. There's ample room on the site to meet that setback, and therefore it is preferential in nature, their request to have it be 5 feet.
Okay, yes, now I see, I did notate that. Okay, that they could do it elsewhere. Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have anything further. Unless someone else does, I'll make a recommendation.
Please do.
Okay. I, actually, at BAR 73225, I will follow staff's recommendation and deny, since you have the ability to put it somewhere else.
May I say something?
There's a motion on it.
There's a motion on the floor.
Oh.
So motion to
My
deny.
motion is to deny.
The yes vote is for denial.
It hasn't been put up yet, so I could move it 10 foot if I had to.
But,
That, I think, was the point.
but the travel space in between, if we pull a trailer back there, we're
I'm sorry,
hoping...
we closed that portion of
Okay,
it.
I'm sorry.
So this is something that if it is denied...
I'm sorry.
And it doesn't go on to city council, you can appeal it. If it does go on to city council, it's still something that... Okay, so if it does, there is a motion for denial. If it is upheld, it does go on to city council, so you have an opportunity to talk about it at that point. So there's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
Already did. Already did.
That motion carries.
So, Mr. Chairman, this item will go forward to City Council for the council's consideration on the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Then I have to, it's been denied then or not?
It's been recommended for denial by the Planning Commission, but the City Council will have final action on it at their July meeting, their July 18th meeting.
So do we do anything more?
You'll come to the city council meeting, and it'll be on the agenda for discussion.
You'll present your case to City Council in July, similar to what you just did this evening.
Okay.
You'll present that case. You may want to meet with the council person in advance of that meeting. That's at your discretion, but yeah, you'll do essentially what you did this evening, but you'll do it at City Council on July 18th at 1 p.m.
Yeah, that's the guy we talked to before for the hearing then, huh? Maybe.
That I don't know.
Okay. I'll see you midnight the 18th.
1 p.m.
All right. Moving on to item number 75, VAR 73265, applicant owner Marius and Lumanita for possible action on a request variance to allow an existing 7-foot tall solid wall in the front yard where a maximum of 5 foot with a 2-foot solid base is allowed at 3312 Queens Canyon Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, per Title 1906, front yard walls and/or fences are allowed a maximum height of 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base. The subject wall was constructed without a building permit and was cited by the Code Enforcement Division. Staff finds the hardship to be self-imposed, therefore staff recommends denial of the request, and note there were additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Good morning. My name is Marius Niata. We live on 3312 Queens Canyon Drive.
Thank you, Marius.
We processed the house last year in August, and the house has been from the bank, and there was a bunch of squatters. So for our safety, we applied we tried to get the permit from the association. They approved us. We didn't have no problem. We didn't know we need a permit from the city. So we built a fence. We have a 12-year-old daughter, which she stay like half day by herself because we are at work. So then we got from the city, we got the notice. We didn't know we have to get a permit, so we made a mistake.
I understand. Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
I'm never happy when I have to see these kinds of situations. This is in my ward. I went and I drove the property. I drove by your home this afternoon, and I saw the wall with the gate, and I understand the condition and the situation, and it's not a great situation. What compounds the problem for me is that normally I try to work with the homeowner and look for a way to say it was a mistake. I understand, we'll try to approve it, but in this case, it encroaches all the way to the sidewalk, and in fact, so much so that when you back out of your garage, you can't see that there's oncoming traffic coming on the street, and you've installed a mirror in front of your front door, or your front window there, rather, and on the right side of the driveway. I don't know if anyone can see that from the pictures, but when I drove by, I clearly saw that. I don't know if the association has even approved that mirror, but you wouldn't need the mirror if you hadn't have built the encroachment onto the sidewalk, so, or right up to the sidewalk, rather. So as much as I would like to try to find a way to compromise with you or figure out a way to make this work, it's just simply the wrong thing to have done. It's the wrong execution of a gate and a wall. Had you done it in line with the house, or in terms of something more of a compromise, I might be able to justify it, but I can't, unfortunately. I'm very sorry. It's something we should have had you check into before you built it, but now it's already there. So unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be able to support this tonight. I'm sorry.
Would you like to make a motion?
Well, with regret, I have to say then that item number 75, VAR 73265, motion is for denial.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council for their consideration at the July 18th, 2018 council meeting.
You understand there'll be a point to hear that again?
No, not exactly. So what do we have to do?
It goes on to City Council, July 18th.
July 18th, 1 p.m., you will come back and you'll present your case before the City Council on this matter.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay, item number 76, VAR 73277, applicant owner Samantha L. Jones for possible action request for variance to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing patio cover carport at 1253 8th Place, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to keep an existing carport located within the corner side yard of the property at a 0-foot setback. This variance is the result of a code enforcement case where the carport was built without securing proper building permits. The subject property is located within John S. Park Historic Neighborhood, and the applicant has secured the Certificate of Appropriateness, HPC 72464, by the City Council on April 4th, 2018, and is required prior to apply for the variance. No evidence of a unique circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing the carport without securing the necessary building permits, which has resulted in the structure not meeting the required corner yard setback. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the request. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Samantha Jones, 1253 8th Place, Ward 3. We're here asking for a variance on an existing carport. We did meet with our councilman, Coffin, and he did show his support. We went in front of the city council on April 4th, and we did get their approval, and we're asking for your approval here.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to be heard on this item? Name and address for the record, please.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 9th Street. Chair, through you, I'm a little confused. Did they appear at City Council in April and got approval on a variance that's being discussed tonight? I'm not sure I follow that. And if I could get clarification on that, and I do have an additional comment.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as the site is located within a historic district, a certificate of appropriateness is required to be approved for any external improvements on the property. The applicant applied for that. That was approved by the City Council, which approves just the certificate of appropriateness, and that approval was also required them to complete the variance process, which is why they're here this evening.
Thank you for the clarification. I recognize that times have changed since the neighborhood was built. I'm only the second owner of my 1953 house, but and I know back then having a car was unusual, and certainly having multiple was unheard of. But I'm just not sure that a carport that doesn't seem to quite fit the neighborhood aesthetic, that goes right up to the sidewalk, is appropriate. And certainly we've brought this up before, but the let's build it now and ask for forgiveness later plan, whether intentional or not, certainly is not a way to kind of look forward and plan our neighborhoods. So I would ask that you follow staff's recommendation and deny the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. I'll give you a minute if you'd like to rebut. If you have no other comments, we can turn it over to the commission.
I have no other comments.
Thank you, Samantha. Any other comments from the commissioners or discussion? Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, I've been kind of torn on this one because I also had the same question because it was a little bit weird that it went to City Council, and I just didn't know that it needed to go to City Council beforehand for a certificate of appropriateness, and kind of shocked that we didn't hear anything from the historic preservation or any of those people, because that would have been very helpful for us in making our determination. It would have made my job a lot easier tonight. And I'm not saying anything about the Historic Preservation Committee, because they do a great job and help us out all the time. This one,
Mr. Chairman, if I can,
Please.
based on that, I just want to be clear for the commissioner. The HPC did review the certificate of appropriateness. They actually denied it. The applicant appealed that denial to City Council, which is what City Council then acted on that certificate of appropriateness, which then resulted in them needing to come forward for the variance today. So HPC did look at this project via the certificate of appropriateness process. They made their recommendation. Council overruled that recommendation and issued the certificate of appropriateness.
okay, that's helpful. I'm glad to hear that that the Historic Preservation Committee did review this. So I'd like to hear from the other commissioners before I make a motion.
Commissioner Hush?
Thank you, Chairman. I drove by this property this afternoon, and I found that there was a house next door to the east that also has a carport/shed enclosure that also appears to be illegal, so maybe staff can look into that. For me, it seems to abut this applicant's wall. We seem to have a lot of those tonight. My only concern about this, besides the fact that it was built first and then asked for after the fact, is It looks like you built it for the purpose of storing a boat or an RV that's in there, and then you've got a trailer also in the driveway, so it seems like there's a lot going on. And this neighborhood, as you've heard me say before, these neighborhoods are really a treasure. And I'm delighted to see the houses being fixed up. I'm delighted to see your house in a beautiful condition. But it's always troublesome for us when somebody comes after the fact, and then you heard what I just had to tell the last applicant, and it's heartbreaking to me. You know, I hate to have to tell somebody to rip something out after they've already incurred the expense and put it in based on their own judgment when there was other considerations to have taken. So my only concern with this particular application is that it looks like you're storing a lot of RVs on the site. And I don't know if we have a code item for that or not, maybe we don't, but it doesn't lend itself to the neighborhood. You know, if it was just going to be something where you were going to park your car under it, or maybe one RV under it, fine, but you have a circular drive that takes up most of your yard, you've got the carport with the RV, with the boat under it, I think it's a boat, I couldn't tell for sure, you've got a trailer in the front, you've also got your vehicle in the front, only one vehicle was there when I went by, I assume you both each have vehicles, so I can only imagine how many things you've got going on in the front of the house there. So just to me, it was not aesthetically pleasing. So that's my feeling on it. I haven't decided how I'm going to vote yet.
Commissioner Toussaint.
I really conflicted here. I mean, John S. Park and the Crestwood areas, the areas I grew up, these have my heart. I'm not excited about the way it looks right now, and I'm not excited that you put it up without the proper what do you call it, approvals. But, I mean, this community is a treasure. I love this neighborhood. I really do, and I don't want to see it looking any different than what I remember it looking like as a child. So I'm conflicted. I just don't know what I'm going to do at the moment. My first reaction is to deny it, but I need to think about it for half a second. Thank you.
I'll continue. I'm going to be following staff's recommendation for denial. I think you live in a great neighborhood and something that's designated as a historic neighborhood, and I feel like this is just kind of a path down to degrade that designation. If this was probably in a different neighborhood, I'd probably be more inclined to vote for an approval, but being in the neighborhood that it's at and the consideration, the effort that everyone's made in this area to get the designation and to continue from a planning standpoint, I'm going to have to sit with staff's recommendations. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, I'm a supporter of historic preservation, so I would have to vote along with staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, I tell you, it's a beautiful house and a beautiful driveway, nice grass, nice fence. Everything's well taken care of. And I was really torn on this one. And I mean, just looking at it from the side, how close it is to that fence, and seeing that the Historic Preservation Commission has voted against this. I know City Council voted for it and on the appeal, but I think a lot of work has gone into this neighborhood, and you could tell you put a lot of work into your property because it's one of the nicer looking properties. And so I think I'm going to have to follow staff's recommendation for denial, and we'll see where it goes. And you always have the option for an appeal to City Council. So on item number 76, VAR 73277, move to follow staff's recommendation of denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council and be heard at their July 18th, 2018 meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item number 77, VAR 73293, applicant owner NP Palace, LLC, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 1-foot setback from the east property line where 5 feet is required for a proposed freestanding incidental sign, directional sign at 2411 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject property is located within the C1 Limited Commercial Zoning District per Title 1908. Freestanding incidental signs, directional signs within this commercial development must be placed at least 5 feet from the property line. Per the submitted site plan, the applicant is proposing to install one 7-foot tall, 12 square foot freestanding incidental sign approximately 1.83 feet from the east property line of the subject site adjacent to Rancho Drive. Staff has determined that the proposed signage is consistent with the surrounding area and with recently approved Site Development Plan Review SDR 64785, which allowed reduced landscape buffers on the east perimeter of the subject site. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Travis Mitchell, 5119 Cameron Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're requesting the reduction in the setback for this single sign location as a result of, as you can see in this exploded view here, the narrow planter that we had available at our disposal at this location. As you can see from the overall site plan, they have built a loading dock here, and our intention was to keep guests from pulling into this drive, interfering with the operation of the loading dock, and sending them instead down to the new expanded south parking lot.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying I will be going on with staff's recommendation for approval on the item. Commissioner Schlotman?
I think staff made the right decision here, and if there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
On item 77 VAR 73293, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard as part of the July 18th, 2018 council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 79, the VAR 73346, applicant owner Terra Vista LLC, for possible action on request for a variance to allow a 0-foot corner yard setback where 5 feet is required, and to allow a 0-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required for 3 existing accessory structures, Class 2 sheds, at 3979, 3883, and 3931 Terra Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the subject site contains a multifamily residential development. The applicant is requesting to keep an existing carport and 2 storage sheds within required corner side and rear yard setback areas on 3 separate parcels. Per the applicant, the existing accessory structures have been utilized to store apartment maintenance equipment and are estimated to have been there for approximately 40 years. There are no building permits on file for any of the subject structures. Since this is a self-imposed hardship created by the owner, staff recommends denial of the request. And please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Terra Vista Apartments. So if I can just show you a quick aerial here. I can see right here is the subject site and its existing apartment complex built in the early 1960s. This street right here is Valley View. This is Terra Street. A little bit south would be DI, Desert Inn, and just to the north, Sahara. This is Clark High School. That's the subject area. This application has basically kind of 3 components to it. I'm going to blow up this aerial here of the site. On the western edge is the carport. At this time, we would like to actually withdraw our request for the carport. We would request that we have 60 days to either remove it or have it come into compliance. The other 2 aspects are existing sheds. The sheds are located right here in the highlighted areas in our blow-up. These sheds, though, are, as staff indicated and as is in the write-up, if I can pull it up, right here, those sheds have been can see right here, both sheds are estimated to have been there for approximately 40 years. So this is not exactly a case where we're coming in and asking, we built something and then coming in and asking for forgiveness. This is something that has been on the site for 40 years. In fact, in trying to dig up some of the information with respect to this property, the previous property owner in 2003 received a letter from the city indicating that the property was in compliance with the city at that time. Then a couple of years later, in 2005, the prior property owner in January of 2005 received a permit notice saying that they needed these 2 sheds to be permitted. Then the prior property owner wrote back saying, I did contact the city in 2003. They told me this was in compliance. Nonetheless, let us know what we need to do, and we'll try to rectify it. In May of 2005, a permit application was submitted to the city. The city did process that application, and in May of 2005, that's kind of where I will say the case went cold. My presumption is at that point in time, the prior property owner did not contact the city to come back for final inspection. So now we come fast forward about 13 years later, this past November or December of 2017, the new, not necessarily new property owner, but wasn't the previous property owner, gets cited for this notice of violation with the 2 existing sheds. So we're coming back and now asking that those 2 sheds be allowed from a land use perspective, and then work on finalizing the building permits. So I just want to emphasize that this does have a little bit of history, the 2 sheds. It's not a case where we built it knowing that we should have, come back and getting a permit. This has been there for 40 years, and we are going to try to now finalize the process and get it permitted. So with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you, Chairman. I met with the applicant on this one. This is a crazy situation. I'm glad to hear that you're willing to try to rectify the carport. That's a mess. The whole thing is a mess. But as far as the sheds are concerned, at 40 years old, I'm going to say that the structures as well as the prior approvals probably predate the useful life of the existing or remaining life of the structures at this point. I can't even form a sentence. I'm so tired. In short, I think what I'm going to say is I'm fine with the sheds. They've been there forever, since anyone even worked here at the city. And then as far as the carport as a condition, if you'd be willing to rectify that within 60 days or remove it, and I would make that a condition of a motion that I would like to make. If you're in agreement with that, I'd like to move forward with that.
I think we have some more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have more discussion? Go ahead. In the interest of time.
I agree with everything you said, but you can't see those 2 sheds, but the carport is just horrible, so instead of rectifying it, tear it down, is what I would say. And I think the applicant would be fine with that. But it's your motion.
Well, I only rolled ahead because I didn't know you had comments. I'm so sorry. Any other comments from any of my other fellow commissioners?
I would say I agree with Commissioner Schlabman. It's right up against the road there, and it's pretty bad aesthetically. I don't know how I guess you could rip it down and put something new or try to get something new, but at the point it's at, the sheds, they're 40 years old. I'm 40 years old. I don't think they're going anywhere.
Don't go there.
Commissioner Roush. I know what I'm talking about. Commissioner Roush.
No further comment. I will make a motion then, if the applicant is okay with the conditions as stated, which the condition is going to be to remove the shed. But I'm going to toss it for 1 minute to Paul, and he's going to read the condition, and then we'll move forward with the rest of the motion.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff would recommend condition number 1 to be this approval shall, or a new condition number 1, this approval shall be for the 2 sheds only the carport shall be removed within 60 days of final action.
And I do agree with that condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, the motion is to approve VAR 73346. The two sheds may remain, and the carport needs to come down pursuant to staff's comment just read into the record.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
All right, thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council at the July 18th, 2018 council meeting.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Number 80, SUP 73287, applicant owner Mohawk Charleston LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 119 parking spaces where 162 parking spaces are required for a proposed facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse at the northeast corner of Charleston and Mohawk Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 81, SUP 73288, for possible action request for a special use permit for a facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse use. Staff recommends approval. Item number 82, VAC 73284, possible action request for petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located at the northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Mohawk Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Related item 83, SDR 73289, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed three-story, 48,375 square foot office development with waivers to allow a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter, an 8-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the west perimeter, and a 4-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 8 feet is required. Ward 1, staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed office development supports the goals and objectives of redevelopment area 2 for the city of Las Vegas and recommends approval of all applications. Please note there are additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, Ken Kramer with Hontech Engineering, 800 North Rainbow, number 135. And I'm here with the applicant, and we're here to answer any questions.
Great. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in these items?
Chairman, quick question for the applicant. We've worked with Hontech in the past, but I don't think we have any open business at this time. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
John Weber, 800 Mohawk.
Sandra Weber, 800 Mohawk. We live 2 blocks down the street. We oppose this mainly because we have grandchildren. That whole area is children, senior citizens. There's a church, a school, a remodeled park around the corner, and it's just, prior to this, it was, you denied a marijuana operation in that area, in that location.
They need to have the parking and that, so they're not parking on the street. And besides, I don't need the drugs and alcohol with all the kids and everything else in that neighborhood. And I don't see why there isn't 10 more people down here, except they go to work early in the morning.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I deny it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We oppose it.
Okay. Anyone else like to be heard in this item? I'll close the public hearing and have the applicant come back up to rebut. Can I get your name and address for the record?
For the record, Vu Lu, 7997 Dark Hollow Place, representing Mohawk Charleston, the applicant. Just wanted to clarify in response to the objection that this is in fact going to be a medical clinic. The idea, this property was previously a bar and a swimming pool, which we had to raise because of vagrants occupying those spaces. And the idea now is to build medical offices, and with the focus of those medical offices to provide a multidisciplinary treatment center for those that are suffering from chronic illness, from chronic pain, who have potentially been using medications that are not helpful for their illnesses. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is William Turbay, 3017 West Charleston. Just for the record, this is Dr. Vu Lu. He will be the medical director of the facility. Opiate abuse is a little problem, and we have in Las Vegas. One of the particular reasons we want and why it's on this medical corridor, the court system. We have an alternative court system that we hope will take advantage of the medical facility in the alternative sentencing of this court. We've spoken to 17 judges in these medical, in the court system, and we think this is a perfect place because of the bus zoning. This is not, we're not serving alcohol. We're quite the opposite.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'll close it and turn it over to the commission. I'll start off by saying I think that the staff got this recommendation right and consistent with the redevelopment 2 area and being on Charleston, then I will be supporting the application. Commissioner Roush, I see your light on.
Am I the only other one?
At the moment.
So I feel that this is an appropriate location for this facility on Charleston. It's a very busy thoroughfare at Mohawk. Some of the other uses along here are all heavy commercial. I do respect the comments made by the residents, the Webbers. Thank you for coming forward and participating in the process. Unfortunately, you said 3 or 4 items ago that you're moving to 4232 North Decatur, so this shouldn't impact you, I don't think, by the time you get... You're not moving. I thought I heard you say for the record that you were moving to 4232 North Decatur, and that's why you were putting a shed in there so that you could accommodate your stuff because you were downsizing. Then I misunderstood. Well, that being the case, I still take it under advisement, and I understand. But you also heard the doctor say here tonight that this is a treatment facility. They're not going to be dispensing beer, or I don't think that the people in the facility are going to be drinking or doing drugs in their car or in the neighborhood. I think that they're remanded to the facility by the court, and they're probably transported there and to their next destination. They're picked up, I think, and taken. I'm not sure. Maybe you can comment on that so that the neighborhood feels a little bit better about the process. I think education is always a really good thing.
Definitely. The courts do not allow, for example, driver's licenses until they're completely sober, let's put it that, for lack of a better word. These programs are 2-year programs supervised by the court systems. I can mention Cynthia Young, Judge Kearns. These are all people who are super supportive of our program. No, there will be no transportation issues. They won't have driver's licenses.
And one of the reasons we're motivated as a group of physicians to convert the use of this property is that opioid abuse is rampant across the country, as it is here in Las Vegas. There are currently 22 bills in Congress to address this issue. We, in Nevada, just passed this January a bill to reduce the ability to prescribe opioids, yet it is still rampant on the streets, and we have 1 in 5 young people dying from this, and so the urgency is there for us to create a facility that brings in experts from multiple specialties to begin to, and also to begin to conduct research to explore new ways. This is not an old problem, but we still struggle with it, and we need to discover new approaches, new ways to address it, and that is the hope of this facility. Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint?
I agree with staff. I think they did get it right. I think this is something that we really need here in Las Vegas, and I want to thank you for doing this, and I actually know some people would benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Chairman, question for Public Works, Lucian Pyatt. Looking at the site, it looks like the site goes out into the middle of the street on Alpine and Mohawk. Is there any mechanism to clean that up through a mapping, or is that not required with these entitlements?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have a standard condition. It's actually under the planning condition number 13 that requires mapping, or at least to meet with the city surveyor to determine the most appropriate mapping action.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner, I think that's one of the requirements. We already redid the map, so I think that's one of the, vacated the property, am I correct?
I was looking at there's several sets of conditions, and I think it just looked at the wrong one, so.
Yes, at this time, there are multiple parcels that this one parcel are comprised of. They will have to be joined with another map, yes.
And you'll dedicate the street back to the city?
Yes.
Okay.
That will be done.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any other comments, Commissioner Williams? No. Anyone like to entertain a motion? Commissioner Tucson.
Number 80, SUP 73287, move for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Motion carries.
Number 81, SUP 73288 for approval.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Number 82, VAC 73284 for approval.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
And 83, SDR 73289 for approval.
That last one carried, and we have a last motion for 83. There's a motion on the floor for approval. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Have a good morning. All right. Number 86, SUP 73447, applicant owner, Veterans Village 2, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 181 parking spaces where 206 parking spaces are required for an existing parking impaired multifamily residential development at 50 North 21st Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 87, SDR 73305, for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 10-unit addition to an existing 204-unit multifamily apartment development with a waiver to allow 0-foot perimeter landscape buffer along a portion of the north property line where 10 feet is required. Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed addition consists of 10 permanent prefabricated shipping containers converted into living spaces on the north side of the existing Veterans Village multifamily complex. The addition is compatible with the adjacent multifamily residential development and generally conforms to Title 19 development standards and the general plan for this site. The applicant has submitted an alternative parking standard showing that additional parking spaces are not needed as a result of the addition. Staff accepts and approves the alternative standard given the unique application of the residential use in this area. Staff recommends approval, and please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for that?
Good evening, or good morning, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. Arnold Stock, founder of Veterans Village here in Las Vegas. Proud to be in front of this commission tonight. We are in our 6th year providing emergency and transitional housing, also permanent housing and assisted living in 5 different locations in downtown currently. And this project goes back with me to 2007 when we built our first prototype at the Meadow School with then director and founder Carolyn Goodman. And we're very excited about this. So very briefly, if you can pull up the site plan, we're located at 50 North 21st Street. We're on 4 acres of land. The city is a partner in this project with us. We also have, for the container house portion, we have Sands Cares, the Venetian, Wynn Resorts, the Raiders Foundation, Labor's Union 872, the Latin Chamber of Commerce, and Operation Tiny Homes, which is typical of our business model, if you will, of going to the private sector to build things quickly and to build things at no cost to us. We built a crisis intervention center, which we opened last Veterans Day, which is a 24/7, 365 food pantry. We are literally feeding hundreds of people every week in the neighborhood that are in need. We're a 3-square pantry. We also pick up food rescue from 37 Starbucks a night from 12 midnight till 4. We have 204 units that are existing. We're at full capacity on the site presently. We just also built a veterans courtyard, a dog park, and a large barbecue plaza area that was built by Wynn Resorts and Penta Building Group. To get us to this point today, we have with us Mosier Architects, who have they've done all pro bono work on this and the park, Aria Landscape and several other local professional consultants that are all pro bono. And our contention is you can't solve a homeless problem without building homes. We see this as a unique opportunity to take a recycled shipping container, which has now become pretty standard in the public around the country and around the world. But when I did it, it wasn't. And I'm glad to see it all coming together. We agree with staff's recommendations. We're going to build 10 of these. We're hoping and praying we can open them by Veterans Day. It's a very aggressive thing for us because of other site issues and infrastructure issues. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have 2 veterans here that would like to say a few words.
Okay, please. Name and address for the record.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Go ahead. Is it on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is James Muller. I live at 50 North 21st Street, Veteran Village 2. I'm here today because I've been living at this property for over a year now. And when I first moved there, I ain't gonna lie to you, I was skeptical. I'm not a politician because, like I said, I'm a vet, so I already been through that. So I usually take people based on how they carry themselves. I truly have to say this is one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. He changed my life, changed my wife's life, changed my kids' life. I was homeless, and the VA said they wouldn't help me and my wife and my kids because I made too much money. That's crazy. This man took me on his property for a month, didn't ask me for a dollar, even gave me money and said, here, you take care of your bills and get you and your kids and stuff together. Since I've been on this property, I've seen veterans who wanted to kill themselves, and him and his staff saved their life. Now they got jobs. They're law-abiding citizens. I've saw soldiers who was alcoholics. These people cleaned them up. I saw soldiers who was drug addicts. These
Guys,
people cleaned them
I
up.
don't mean to cut you off, but it's 1:36, and
I understand.
your words are important. Just I need to keep it to the application.
Thank you, and anything this man do, I definitely support him, and you should too. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words. For sure. Can I get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Whitefeather, 50 North 21st Street. I also live in Veterans Village, too. I got to hand it to these people. They help me out a lot. Okay, so whatever they want to do, I'm going to back them. I wouldn't mind living one of them either, so hey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both for your words, and everybody for their words, I know. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Obviously, to me, a great project, but as I look at it from a planning standpoint, I will be going along with staff's recommendation for approval. On a personal note, I'm excited to follow how the shipping container process works out through the building department and getting that done, because it is something that's kind of pioneering in a lot of different ways. And thanks for the continued good work that you guys, great work that you guys do out there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I think this is a wonderful project, and you will have my support tonight.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rausch.
How do you say no to something like this? This is amazing. Arnold, I congratulate you. One quick question of clarification. Is this transitional housing? What is this envisioned? I either missed the beginning of it or I wasn't paying attention. I apologize.
No,
In terms of what is the length of stay or is it permanent housing?
That's a very good question. This site is permanent housing, and the main reason we're building this, besides doing 10 new housing units, is this is a precursor to another project that we want to get all the bugs out on this and do one about 100-unit village in downtown, so.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, this is about 3 blocks away from my house, and we built about 70 lofts over there, and so there's a mixture of everything. It's not Summerlin, it's not these other areas. It's urban setting, and I think it's a great opportunity to get a mixture of people in there, from Veterans Village to the people buying the lots to the single-family residential and everything else. And I think it's a great mixture. I think it's great what you're doing, and we do need more homeless housing or veterans houses, and to correct that issue. So I'll follow staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes. Hello, Arnie. Hi, Arnie, I've known Arnie for over 20 years. When he first came to Las Vegas, we worked together on veterans projects when I worked for Senator Richard Bryan. He's always come with phenomenal projects, had initiative and ingenuity. I remember talking about the tent city that they were building in LA. So with that being said, I support just about anything Arnie does because it always is the right thing. And I want to applaud you veterans for your service, and I would approve this.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, on item 86, SUP 73447, I move to approve, subject to staff's, if approved, conditions.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on item 87, SDR 73305, I move to approve, subject to staff's as if approved conditions.
Motion is on the floor, please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thanks for all coming up and presenting. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item number 88, SUP 73255, applicant the Derby Grill, owner Devarim 18 LLC et al. For possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 5,327 square foot restaurant with alcohol use with waivers to allow a 303-foot distance separation from church, house of worship, and 146-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 921 West Owens Avenue, Suite 110, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to establish a 5,327 square foot restaurant with alcohol use at 921 West Owens Avenue, Suite 110, located within an existing shopping center. A distance separation waiver is required to allow 303-foot distance separation from an existing church and a 146 distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required. However, staff supports the waiver of distance separation as the proposed restaurant with alcohol use is located within an established shopping center and can be operated harmoniously with surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval and the use is considered appropriate for the surrounding area. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning, Planning Commission. My name is Rita Hernandez. I live on 3121 Flower Garden Court. I am the applicant's representative. The staff has recommended approval, and I respectfully ask the Planning Commission for approval also.
Okay, thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission. We'll close the public hearing. I will start off by saying I will be following staff's recommendation for approval. I do see an off-sale premise, alcohol use in this established shopping center. Either way, being that it's a restaurant use, I will be following staff's recommendation for approval. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, when I saw this on the agenda, I was very excited. I grew up in that area. I've been on the west side since I was 4 years old. And this is something that is much needed in our community. A restaurant that would have, if I want to go to dinner, I can come to your place and have a glass of wine and have dinner. I applaud you, your applicant, for making that step forward and having belief in our community that you would invest in that community. We need that for economic development, and I approve really the waivers, because there's not too many places on the west side that you can get within so many feet of a church. There's so many churches there. So with that, if there are no other comments, I'd like to make a recommendation to approve staff's recommendation on SUP 73255.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Plan Commission.
Thank you. Item number 89, SUP 73285, applicant Deborah Resley, owner 6600 West Charleston LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for an 1,800 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow a 100-foot distance separation from an individual care center and school, and a 0-foot distance separation from a residential use where 400 feet is required at 6600 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 126, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow proposed massage establishment with distance separation waivers from protected land uses at 6600 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 126. While a massage establishment previously operated in the subject tenant space, it operated in conjunction with a cosmetology use. The subject SUP request is for a standalone massage establishment use. As evidenced by the requested waivers, the subject location is not compatible with the intensity of the proposed use. Therefore, staff recommends denial of this request. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Deborah Resley, 7218 Platinum Creek Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I am asking for the SUP based upon, I've been in Las Vegas my whole life, born and raised, and this particular building is perfectly set up for the 126 office space is right by a ramp. I brought a few of the clients that I work on and patients. Vern, the gentleman up front, wears a prosthetic, so it's very difficult for him to go from a parking space that's very far out in a parking lot of, say, a strip mall, and then make his way in with that leg or his wheelchair. It's usually a narrow space that he usually has to go around, along with the other clients that I have. There's always been a problem with stairs being too steep to a building. I've mastered in 25 modalities, and I take this very literal, and their safety is the most important to me. And upon searching for a perfect place, I have found this place to be absolutely perfect, from the bathroom to the spaces in the tunnels to get to the space, just everything, the bathrooms, parking. And I don't know if you actually saw, I know that you're questioning the parking area, is that correct? That you don't think that's adequate, or?
Right now, it's the waivers from the distance separation from an individual care center and school.
Yeah, because I also got, from the church, I actually got a recommendation letter from them as well.
Is that something like you'd like to turn in for the record?
I'm sorry?
Would you like to turn that in for the record, the letter?
I thought I turned all those in.
Oh, I thought you said you had one
Oh,
now.
what
I apologize.
No, I was just going to show you this little diagram here. So right here would be 126 here. That tunnel is right here, and the handicap parking is right there. I mean, it's ideal for the clients that I work on. And this isn't always the case in other buildings when I've gone searching for the perfect place or the safety factor.
Okay.
Okay.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I have a few people coming up, if you don't mind stepping aside so we can have them speak. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Sandy Nolans, 7321 Platinum Creek Street. I've known Debbie for years. She's been my massage therapist. Her talent and her professionalism is above reproach. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be walking at this point. I've avoided numerous surgeries because of her ability to diagnose and treat problems that I've had orthopedically, and I would highly recommend that you approve her request.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
My name's Vernon Marceau, 108 Sam Jonas Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89145. And I was very fortunate to be able to meet Debbie several years ago, and at that time, half of my life was in a wheelchair. Excuse me. It's hard. It was a bad accident I had. Anyhow, with her help, she's got me up and moving around, and I live a very much better life because of her. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Teresa Schrotberger. Do you want me to spell my last name?
Please.
Schrotberger. And I live at 7214 Platinum Creek Street. And the reason I'm here to support Debbie is because standing up straight is underestimated. And I can do that on a regular basis because of the work that she does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Name and address, please.
My name's Christy Brad Escobar. My address is 308 Torrey Point Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. I have an accountant that is in this building. I have gone to it for probably the last 20 years. I know the school that is in question is across Charleston. I do not believe that this will have an impact at all on that school or anything in that area. It would be very beneficial, obviously, for these patients as she's described it, and what she describes about that building is accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. I see some lights on. I'll start with Commissioner Rausch.
Thank you. I've checked out this applicant. She's the real deal, and she comes highly recommended. This is a private practice by invitation. It's not open to the general public. This building is well known to me. This is a destination unto itself. This is not something that people would casually enter. And we live in a town where the massage industry is abused on a regular basis, and it's unfortunate that we have to go to these extra measures, but you'll be receiving my support tonight. This is much needed, and you do a wonderful job, so thank you.
Commissioner Tucson.
Well, I don't know Debbie, but I do know how important massage is for someone who's had 4 total knee replacements and who was in a wheelchair for a good 15 years. I really understand how important massage is for the health of patients. So you will have my support tonight, and thank you for helping these people.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, I think the main point here that's different than most spaces is there are medical offices in this building. It's a professional office building. And the school is separated by Charleston, which is 100-foot right away, or 120. Lucian will probably correct me. I really don't care right now, but I think it's great enough distance from the school. I think this will operate well. And if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion.
I just had one quick question. What are your hours of operation?
Usually they're 8 to 6.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, on item 89, SUP 73285, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions based on the testimony heard today, and also considering that it's across the street from a right-of-way that's probably bigger than 100 feet.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, if you can give me 1 second, we're trying to verify that we actually have the Mayor Pro Tem's final action on this particular one, so if you can give me just 1 second, I will update that for the record. If you want to take the next item, and then
We'll take the next item. That did pass, and he'll come back and say if it's final action or not. So if you just want to sit in the front, we'll keep going, and we'll get back to you. But right now, you have an approval. Item number 90, SUP 73306, applicant owner, 110 8th Street LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 1,316 square foot tavern limited establishment with a 6,680 square foot outdoor plaza at 129 North 8th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this project is located within an existing commercial development, which was previously utilized as a 94-unit motel located within the downtown Las Vegas overlay Fremont East District. The submitted plans indicate the proposed use will be 8,001 square feet in total area, comprised of a 6,685 square foot courtyard and 1,316 square foot lobby bar area. The applicant has indicated that the proposed establishment will have a mid-century modern theme with associated color palettes, decor, breeze blocks, and other design elements. Staff recommends approval of the proposed special use permit with conditions as the proposed development meets the goals of the downtown Las Vegas overlay and by providing new opportunities for commercial ventures. Please note that additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I apologize to the applicant, just so the last applicant can go get breakfast. The item 89, SUP 73285, that is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, I have ongoing business relationships with, Mark Carlson, the company that he works for, and so therefore I'll be abstaining on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rausch?
Thank you, Chairman Cherry. I have had business dealings in the past with Mr. Craig Palacios of Bunnyfish, but we currently do not have any projects underway. So with that, I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the disclosures. Name and address, please, for the record.
Art Carlson, 701 Bridger, Suite 850. I'm representing Downtown Project.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to tell us about the project, or?
Yeah, sure. So keep it brief. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are seeking approval for a tavern limited license. We think it's harmonious with what else is happening on that block. There are other tavern limited licenses on that block as well. This is part of a larger scale renovation that's taking place on this property. I can show you briefly here, as mentioned by staff, there's a 1,300 square foot front desk area and bar that you will go into and check in and also have a bar experience there. Also the 6,700 square feet, what used to be a carport or pass-through for cars to park by the rooms will now become a courtyard area, also an area where you can co-work and bring out your computers and so forth. Really meant more for a lounge, not necessarily anything more than that, quite frankly. And then we're also going to be blocking off this carport area so that the only way to access the property will be through the front desk area or the bar area, unless, of course, through egress.
Great, okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on this item? Please step forward. I see someone. If you guys could just step aside for 1 second and let them speak. Just name and address for the record, sir.
Yes, I'm Father Courtney Edward Creer at St. Joseph's Catholic Church at 131 North 9th Street, which is right across the street from where they propose this tavern. So I'm kind of concerned how it can be opened up. Now, I know and we tolerate what's on Fremont because that's expected. But another thing I have besides that of doing it, perhaps unless they think that after they get drunk, they can go to confession afterwards. We get enough of those already. But the parking, because they're taking out their parking, and I don't understand their relationship with their customers, but we have to constantly tell them not to park in our parking lot, which means that because they don't care, I have to confront these people when they have their car towed, because there they leave their cars, and we have our ceremonies, And that means because they tell them to park across the street, then I have to face the people whose cars are towed. So they're losing their parking space, which means I'm going to have more confrontations, as also the fact that right across the street, they got a bar. And therefore, all the children, et cetera, are going to be faced with that aspect. So, I mean, people expect it on Fremont, but this isn't Fremont, this is A Street.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion, and I'll ask the applicant to come back if they'd like a quick rebuttal before I turn it over to the commission.
So the one comment I would make specifically to the transition and the renovation that's taking place, there's 88 units that are getting renovated. From a residential perspective, you have more cars than you do for people that are coming to town to visit. A lot of people take taxis, Ubers. They're not specifically driving into town, so I actually think that we will have less parking needs or requirements. The other thing I would mention is that we own over 400 spaces within a 2-block radius. I definitely acknowledge and understand the challenges that the father had mentioned in terms of his parking lot across the street and the challenges we have with communication. We do our best to make sure our guests are aware where they can park. Unfortunately, sometimes people don't listen.
Okay. We will turn this over to the commission for discussion. As far as the question, the distance separation, I believe, that was brought up by the fathers, can staff speak to that?
Yes, for the proposed tavern limited use, there are no minimum special use requirements and no distance separation requirements associated with that use. So that's why you do not see those with this project.
And is that specific to downtown?
That is specific to the use, to the tavern limited use.
To tavern limited anywhere that it's at in the city?
Yes.
Okay, and I will say, I will be going along with staff's recommendation for approval. I mean, this is something that's really consistent with what's happening in downtown, in that area, in the area I live, which is in the Arts District. It is a concern, though, that he brought up with parking, and I mean, I have to deal with it down on Hoover and Las Vegas Boulevard, and I quite honestly have to be a good neighbor on both sides, which means you guys as well, to work with him and do the best you can. And I can't tell you how many times I've had to have cars towed, and it's not a fun experience to get out there and then someone's going nuts when their car's gone. And quite honestly, they just didn't even read a sign, if you put a sign up there. So I understand both sides of it. It's something that's a growing pain of downtown, and so I hope that you guys can continue to try to work together and be good neighbors with everybody, like you've done in the past with other areas. And with that, I will be following staff's recommendation for approval. Do I have any other discussion from any other commissioners? No? Okay. I'll make a motion. All right. Item number 90, SUP 73306, make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Also, if I may, I'm not going to be able to stick around for item 109, and I wanted to submit a letter of support.
Letter of support, okay. If someone could grab that for him for item 109, I believe he said.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Item number 92, SUP 73070, applicant owner Toa Toa LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 1709 East Oakey Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1, requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
All right. Hello, thank you. My name is Ashley Diamond, 1709 East Oakey. Very nervous, very tired. I'm a Las Vegas local. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm a UNLV graduate. I would like my special use permit to operate a short-term rental. I'm available 24/7 and plan to operate very responsibly. I have overwhelming support from my immediate neighbors. I've highlighted here, shows you exactly, I have signed, I have this to submit. These are all signed by the neighbors. They all know me, I know them, they have my phone number, we're all good. They're totally on board, they support my request. The interior of the home and the exterior are perfectly maintained. There's no issues. This shows not very well. Pictures of the inside.
Excuse me, could you turn it, rotate it around? Thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay. The pool and the yard are all maintained weekly. There's no issues there. This shows the outside of the home. And I also have security cameras around the perimeter of the exterior to ensure that there's nothing going on. I get alerts to my cell phone if there's any movement, if there's any noise, if there's anything. I have a very strict rental policy, rental agreement that will need to be signed by guests, aside from whatever the short-term rental sites require of them. I have very strict rules, maximum of 8 guests. There's no unregistered guests. There's no parties. There's no events. There's no bachelor party groups, nothing like that. That's not what I'm trying to achieve. I love the house. I actually plan to live in the house before I tried this, and I plan to live in it again one day. I don't wish to see it destroyed by partiers. That's not my intentions at all. I have my neighbor that's so kind. He's been here for hours, that supports me, and he lives immediately next door. So I will move on and let the public take over.
Is it? Thank you. Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to come up and speak on this application from the public? I see one person possibly coming up, possibly two. Come on up. Morning. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Nathaniel Jones. I live at 1705 East Oakey Boulevard, which is right next door. I bought my house there 4 years ago, and I can say the house was a total wreck next door. Ashley came in and did a wonderful job. She's very conscientious of what goes on around the house, and I support her wholeheartedly.
Thank you for your comments. Can you name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Hannah Rogers. I live at 3000 Arabian Road. And while I'm not an immediate neighbor of Ashley Diamond, I think there's an important citywide conversation we're having about short-term rentals. And I just want to reiterate that there are kind, good people that want kind, good people to stay in their homes that they care for deeply. And I hope that that Ashley's amazing record and example proves that point. As one last point, I would like to respectfully note that I don't totally understand how the commission could schedule 114 agenda items for a single evening. One of the paramount characteristics of democracy is access, and there are a lot of people who cannot afford childcare or to risk this little sleep in their work, like they have to wake up early in the morning. And I just recommend that the commission consider scheduling more events so that more people can have access to the civic discourse and participation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. We'll have the applicant come back up. Yeah, I'm ready to go too. Yeah. I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
Director Summerfield, would you like to respond to that?
It's a matter of due process. The applications, the applicants as a developer, you have the right to submit, and unfortunately, we can't cut anybody off. So just for all of those in the audience and listening, we are examining the length of our meetings and looking at alternatives that we hope to roll out here in the not-too-distant future.
Thank you. I wanted everyone to hear that. With that said, you heard me earlier tonight say that I'd probably only be speaking in favor of one short-term rental tonight, and this applicant actually surprises me. I went by the house this afternoon, and what struck me is that it's very close to the school. There's a school just 2 parcels to the west of you.
International School.
And you didn't bring that up tonight. But I would like to know more about that school, if you know anything about it, or if anybody from the community knows about it, because that's always something that I'm concerned about. And so when I saw the proximity, it was something that really gave me pause. The house looked great, and now that you show me the interior pictures in the backyard, I'm sold, but I'm concerned about the school. So if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate that.
It is a charter school. Excuse me. It's a charter school that's about half a block away. I'll basically say we have, towards our end, we have maybe 3 young students that come by the house that attend the school. Most of them are picked up and dropped off by their parents 99% of the time.
Sir, I need your name and address for the record again. I'm sorry.
Nathaniel Jones, 1705 East Oakey Boulevard.
Thank you. Okay, and we close the public hearing portion now, so if we just stick with the applicant. I appreciate you coming back up to answer.
There are no sight lines to the school. There are no playgrounds that you could see from the house or from the school to the house. You couldn't walk out the door and turn to your right and actually see the school. You'd have to walk down and walk over across 17th Street. So there's nothing, no one could sit in the house and actually see the school. There's no playground, like I said. There's nothing. I've never even seen the buses or the children be picked up, like Nate said, directly in front of the school. I think all of that happens around the corner. And yeah, that's it. I've never had any issues with it.
And I understand that. I mean, the concern that we always have when this happens, and we had one that we denied on Alta because the house was adjacent to Our Lady of Las Vegas, elementary school and middle school, is that the concern is that you've got a transient population going through the house, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. And so my question to you would be, what is your screening process as you...
My screening process is extremely strict. My ideal guest would be small families. I have 2 small children. This is the way I choose to travel. I love to stay in Airbnbs, no matter where I go. I'm not trying to disrupt anyone's neighborhood. I would never even cross my mind if there was a school nearby where I was renting a home. I mean, it's just, I really want small families. I want groups of travelers that are coming for conventions. The last thing in the world I want is to disrupt my neighbors or to ruin a house that I absolutely love. I love that house. I love that neighborhood. If it weren't for my son getting into a preschool on the other side of town, I would live there. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work at this time for me. So, I mean, I will do everything in my power. And I understand this is a privilege. It can be revoked at any time. If for any reason anyone has any issue, if they have an issue with the school, I would like to work
thank you.
with
I get it. I get that you're passionate about trying to get this application
Sorry,
approved.
it's late. I'm
It's
rambling.
okay. Yes, and we want to keep moving. And so the other question I have for you is, what is the process that you have for if there is a complaint in the neighborhood? How do the neighbors get a hold of you? I know you know some of the neighbors. What if it's a neighbor that doesn't know how to get a hold of you? What if it's somebody, an official or a teacher from the school that's having an issue with someone that's rented your house? I want to know what the accountability is and what the method is for getting a hold of you and how they would know how to get a hold of you.
Got it. Well, all of these immediate neighbors, I've gone to all of the neighbors. The ones behind, I have yet to get a hold of. It's not for lack of effort. I have been on that street daily. I have been pounding the pavement, trying to get a hold of anyone. I want to be transparent. I want them to know how to get a hold of me. I want to know how to get a hold of them. This is my home. This is my neighborhood.
So the one thing you didn't say that I would have liked to have heard you say is that you'll post something at the front door.
Well, that's part of the requirements, correct?
Well, that's what I was hoping you would say.
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes. I
so
mean,
it wasn't part of your presentation or the application yet so far tonight, and I would like to just make sure that there's some reinforcement on your part that you're complying with that you know that you need to do that, and
Absolutely.
that happens. Okay.
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
thank you.
Yes, Chairman?
Please.
Yes, the school is a charter school, and I mean, everybody's probably going to correct me, but I think it's elementary or something along those lines. And the church isn't an active church.
Yeah.
And I know a few years back they tried turning that into a school, but it was just overpopulated, that school already. And so I think they used that as an auditorium and a few other things, but there's no active church or anything at that location. And then there's a pretty wide NV Energy easement. And usually I'm not for a lot of the short-term rentals and you know, this area, but considering there's none within 660 feet, I think I could go ahead and approve this one.
Okay, thank you. I will add to that and say I agree if this had a waiver, I wouldn't be supporting the application as it sits right now, but I feel like you've done a lot of legwork, as the other applicants do as well, but you've done a lot of legwork and presented it to us, and the fact that this would enact that 660-foot rule, if approved, certainly helps. So for me, so I will be supporting it as staff has recommended. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. On item number 92, SUP 73070, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions. And
Director, maybe you could read into the record the condition of expunging upon sale for the applicant to agree to.
I'm going to ask my staff to actually reread that condition and ask the applicant to, on the record, agree to that condition.
The condition number one in the staff report is, at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit.
I agree to that.
that, just for clarification, that was already in the conditions, or we just having all applicants saying they agree to it?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. It's a non-standard condition, and because of the nature of an entitlement versus what this condition is asking for, just good record, we want to make sure that all applicants are accepting that condition.
Okay, perfect, thank you. My motion stands.
Motion on the floor, please, Castro. That motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council for their consideration on the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 93, SUP 73089, applicant owner Elmer H. Marquez and Christian Enriquez for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 258-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1001 East Oakey Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There are two other short-term residential rental units within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. If approved, condition number one would require expungement if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Elmer Marquez. Address is 1001 East Oakey Boulevard. My purpose is use a special use permit for a short term. This I got it's a old neighborhood, and I wanna get up, do some remodel in the properties and get some extra money to fix it up and get made payments on my mortgage. And also, I have my intention is rental to short-term to families, or not for parties, not for event, just for families just coming into the house, not make a noise to my neighbors, and just that's why I'm applying for a special permit. And also, I go and talk to my neighbors and all that close to my house, and who's can support me in the application for that one I'm applying for. And I got in my petition letter where they signed and they support me for the application.
Would you like to turn that in for the record? Okay.
And also I have I make all the plans I make it for started to do the summer remodel inside and outside, do the metal fence because everything is open all around, and I want to do a summer remodel and look better, the neighbors and the properties all around there.
Thank you. Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I see a few people coming up. Sir, Mr. Marquez, if you could step to the side so we can let them speak. We have 3 microphones. Can you get your name and address for the record if you're for or against it? And we'll give you a minute to talk. Mr. Hart.
My name is Hart Flashauer. I live at 1816 South 9th Street. This is one of the ones I did receive a notice on. I cannot tell you how strongly I'm against this. Metal fence around a property, that's what we call blighting. This is 2 other short-term rentals within the 660 square feet. This house was in reasonable condition before. It was not a blighted house that needed to be gutted. And one of the things that happens when they do these short-term rentals is they have to bring them up to Airbnb's specifications. And to quote another neighbor, a lot of cool stuff goes into those dumpsters. Panel doors, glass doorknobs, light fixtures from the 50s. I love my neighborhood. I've lived in my house for nearly 16 years.
Sir, I have to ask you to wrap up. We've gone past
when my 16 years ago, when my agent tried to sell me a house in Summerlin, I had to pick a house downtown because that's where I wanted to live, and I love my historic neighborhood. So gutting houses and throwing treasures into the dumpsters so you can make a quick buck by destroying the neighborhood,
Sir,
this has to be denied.
I need to wrap up. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Ladies, please.
Heidi Swank, 546 Barbara Way. I'm in opposition to this mainly because of the distance separation issue, which we addressed earlier. I just wanted to point out that all of the variances that are being asked for tonight for short-term rentals, if you look at the addresses, they're all right in our downtown neighborhoods. They aren't out in Summerlin. They're not anywhere else but right in the downtown neighborhoods. And so because of that, we all kind of work together. So if somebody's here for some other issue at Planning Commission, we're gonna speak for all the other neighborhoods around us, because with how many we have that come through Planning Commission, it's just too much to ask to have people come down to Planning Commission all the time for every one of these. So we do kind of band together on that front. I would also note that of the ones remaining, all of the distance separations that they're currently at are all under 300 feet from the next short-term rental. So in that, it's late. I oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I oppose this project. I don't know if you've driven past the property. It's not an attractive property from the outside. The money that's been spent on the inside some of it have been spent on the outside. Additionally, in the maps that I've provided at previous Planning Commission meetings, this house is currently being operated as an Airbnb property. You can find it on Airbnb right now. So I would not want someone to be rewarded for poor behavior. And additionally, it's well below the threshold of the 660 feet, I ask for you to deny it, please.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name's Tony Cristiani. I live at 1610 South 10th Street. It's directly across the street from this house. My house has been in my family for 76 years, and I have some concerns about the safety in this area. There's an elementary school. It's approximately 10 houses to the north. John C. Fremont is a quarter of a mile to the south. Hundreds of kids walk past this school each and every day of the school year, and I do have concerns about that. Also, there's very little parking in this area, and this house has been operated as a rental for about 2 years, and there's a lot of nights there is no parking on the street. We've had semi-trucks parked in the backyard. Right now, there's 3 non-operational cars parked there. Another problem is the homeless population in the area. When Circle Park closes in the evening, they spread out through the neighborhood. They look for places to stay, and there's a carport there that at 5 in the morning when I get coffee, I can look out my window and see these people. And I've met Mr. Marquez. He's very nice, but this isn't the right property for a rental in this neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks for staying tonight. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Philomena Hawkinson. I live at 1604 South 10th Street. I don't care for that rental. I'm catty corner from it, and there's semi-trucks in the backyard parked for a week, race cars, motorcycles. I've lived there 30 years, and I just don't want to see it go to waste.
Thank you, Philomena. Thank you for your comments. That's a pretty name. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, President of the Historic John Adams Park Neighborhood Association. Oppose. Presuming that the Planning Commission is going to oppose too, and I make that presumption based on the fact that it's yet another waiver, and everyone has made their comments with regard to the waivers in this particular area. I was just wondering if, in the interest of time, if there could be some sort of planning workshop or some sort of intermediary step for all the waiver applicants to meet with planning to kind of explain to them the lay, if they choose to move forward and clog up the agenda with these waiver items. I guess that's their right, but it seems like maybe there should be some affirmative measure taken to try to limit the number of these waivers that are being placed on these late night agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back up. I'll give you a minute if you'd like to rebut. Have a rebuttal.
I'm his son, so if he needs any help communicating.
I'll need your name and address to the record.
My name is Christian. My address is the 1001 East Okie Boulevard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you want to add anything as a rebuttal from what we just heard?
Yeah, I saw you approve, another properties close to just couple house, and just please just a waiver and just be if you give me, the opportunity, just a special permit, and I put in my a stricter rule to the guests. It's nobody, like I say, and I don't want to affect my neighbors. And if it's something wrong, that I can fix it, or I broke, the rule with the city, I'm agree, and I have to follow all the rule, just if you give me the opportunity to, get the special permit.
Thank you. I'm going to close it and turn it over to the Planning Commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying, Mr. Marquez, it's nothing personal. One person said you're a really nice guy that they talked to, one of your neighbors, and he seemed like a nice guy. But when there's a waiver associated with a short-term rental, for me, it's just I start off on no, and I don't move from it, and so it's just something. When I see a waiver, and it's not just one, there's 3 within the circle that I'm looking at, it just makes it even that much more of a no for you or the next person that would come within that and ask for the same waiver. And fundamentally, it was different from someone in the last one that had nothing, no request of a waiver. It was just them coming in for the application for the SUP. So I'm going to be standing with staff's recommendation for denial. Commissioner Tucson?
Well, I've said before, this neighborhood has my heart. I was at John C. Fremont in 1955 when the school opened. We got to pick the mascots and school colors, and we had transferred from John S. Park. This was my neighborhood. I love this neighborhood, and it's too close to another short-term rental. I personally cannot support this. You're not 660 feet away from another short-term rental. There are a lot of short-term rentals in this community. A lot of them are legal, a lot of them aren't, and I cannot support this. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
I echo everything that Commissioner Toussaint has said, as well as others. This isn't personal. This is just a decision that we have to make as a body as to what we think is best. And there are too many short-term rentals in these neighborhoods here. I made the comment earlier about owner-occupied. I stand by that. If the owner is occupying it or it's the owner's primary residence, I have a different attitude towards it. But when it's a business opportunity or it's an absentee owner, I take a very strong approach and a hard line. I did want to ask staff, has this application number changed on this item? Because it's showing as item number 73089, and there are 25 protests in our backup materials, but about 15 of them, I think, or maybe only half of them around there, is PRJ 73065 on the items, on the complaint items.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, that you're looking at the project number and then the SUP number, so it's two numbers for the same item.
Okay.
So those numbers are
So
correct.
it's only SUP 73089, but some of the complaint forms are using the PRJ and some of them are using the SUP, but they're all for the same exact item, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Just wanted to make sure that the record was correctly reflecting the number of oppositions. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Slotman?
Don't want to repeat everything, so I won't, but I'll just say that there's 2 business licenses already issued, and there's 2 being proposed, so the area is kind of saturated right now in this neighborhood, so I'm going to have to stand behind staff and follow their recommendation for denial if we're ready for a motion.
Please.
So item number 93, SUP 73089, I'd move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you, Director. Application number 94, SUP 73117, applicant owner Craig A. Vanis and Lori G. Vanis for possible request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 241 Moose Lane, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Could we get your name and address for the record?
Craig Vanis, 241 Moose Lane.
And Lori Vanis, 241 Moose Lane.
Good morning, members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and to ask for your consideration of our approval. The location meets the 660 code requirement, and the next closest vacation home being a distance of 1,099 feet. We love this home. We've we came to this area and it was a dirt lot 33 years ago. Durango did not exist, and we raised our family in this home, and we plan to keep this home, but rent it out temporarily to those that would like to use it. And we, as has been stated, will provide 24/7 contact and local assistance for local assistance, and we will also post on the front of our home contact information. We also will be working with some friends of ours who will, if we can't be reached, they can be reached. The grounds and the residents will receive frequent upkeep to maintain harmony with the neighborhood. The rental and the amenities will be oriented to families and will be also pet-friendly. Here I have an example of our recent paint of our home here in the upper left corner. The front yard has a lush landscape of lots of plants, and then of course the backyard here, it has a mini golf course, and in here in this area here is a water feature, waterfall. The front, as you come in the front door, we've refurbished the fireplace, the flooring. We've got new stair railing, new gallery art, which we put through the home. And then we have remodeled our kitchen. We have all new appliances and all new cabinetry, flooring, backsplash, and farm sink. We've also remodeled our bedrooms, the guest bedroom for our guests, the master bedroom. We're currently in the process of remodeling our front bedroom, which will be for bunk beds for children, and also our bathrooms. There's a picture of our master bathroom. So as you can see, we've invested quite a bit in remodeling and upgrading our home. We feel it's probably the best home on the block. As far as the interior, we've reached out to our neighborhood. As was shown previously, we went around our neighborhood. Of course, we couldn't reach 510 homes, but we went to as many as we could. We prepared a flyer to inform people of what we intend to do. We also stated in this flyer, and I'll turn it over to the record. We have our cell phone information, we have our contact information, and we're welcoming the neighborhood to come to our home to view what we've done, and so they can understand and get a better idea of what our intentions are. We were not sure of how many people turned in an approval. It was suggested that we also do a petition, so there may be repetition in those who turned in cards, but some of them told us they'd lost their cards, so we went back and we had them sign and put their address, and this was submitted this morning to the development office. And in case you don't have it, I have another copy of it here. Did you have anything to offer?
I'm a native Las Vegan, went to Rancho High School, grew up here. My father was a 26-year veteran of Metro.
Can I get your name and address for the record?
Lori Vanis.
Thanks, Lori.
241 Moose Lane. This is my home. I love this home. I've never let him move me. Everything in this home is cherished and valued. We wouldn't do anything to jeopardize this home. And it's with that intent that we're moving forward with this.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
In addition to our contacts, our next-door neighbor, Franco and Laura, have agreed to keep an eye on our place when we're not where they need to have us, so they will be able to contact us as well. So naturally, we want our home to be a place that's preserved, that it's cared for, that we will hire maid service, landscaping service to take care of the needs, as well as pay the local taxes to the city. So we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you. And we have a friend here who will also offer his encouragement. So
thank you, Mr. Vanis.
We'll leave that
Okay.
with you.
We will open this up for a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. If you're for or against, I see a few people coming up, 2 people coming up.
My name is Kathleen Shannon, and I live at 252 Moose Lane. I don't know if it's early or late, so I had to bring my notes so I could get this straight. I am opposed to having a short-term rental in our neighborhood. Moose Lane is part of a very quiet neighborhood. This house is located right at the entrance to our housing tract. Right across the street is the park, and people are constantly going up these streets, out the exit to walk their dogs at the park. Families with little children are constantly going that way to take their kids to the park. And this is the entrance that these strangers are going to be using in and out of our neighborhood. Now, this neighborhood is not close to any area that tourists come to Vegas to see and do. This is just a residential neighborhood. Now, if this was a long-term rental, these people living there would become part of our neighborhood. There would be regular comings and goings. But a short-term rental brings strangers in and out of our neighborhood on a 7-day, 24-hour-a-day basis, and we don't know who they are. Now, it feels to me like you're introducing a business into a residential neighborhood. This is a mini Motel 6. And I understand that these people, the owners, they want to get as much money as they can out of their property. But they're not going to live there. We're the ones that live there. This is where our homes are. And we're the ones that are going to have to deal with these strangers coming and going, and we're going to have to deal with the problems that they bring with them.
Thank you, Kathleen. We've gone
Thank
well
you.
over the minute. Thank you for your comments and staying so late tonight. Can I get your name and address for the record, please? Anyone's name and address for the record.
Okay. Yes, my name is Robert Braun. I live at 248 Moose Lane. I am the head end home of the neighborhood. I bear the brunt of it all. You know, I just heard, you know, the applicant speak. You know, I heard about how much they love their home, they love their home, they love their home. I love my neighborhood. That's the only thing I didn't hear. I didn't hear anything about the neighborhood. I've been there 19 years. They live diagonally across from my house. That was the first time they knocked on my door, was to stick that sign on there. The first time they've ever knocked on my door. First time they ever said hi. I didn't even answer the door. I didn't even bother. I take responsibility for that neighborhood. I paint the entrance of that neighborhood with my own paint. I went out there to Lowe's, I got 10 gallons of paint, painted both sides.
Mr. Braun,
To
we've
fight the
gone
graffiti.
Past the minute. If there's anything specific, it sounds like you're in opposition of the application. Anything more specific so I can wrap
It
up?
gives me one more job I have to do to watch another house when I watch the whole neighborhood. I walk out there. I took out the drug dealers that were selling across the street from my house on both sides.
All right, Mr. Braun, thank you. I'm going to have to wrap up. We've gone well past
I got a
the
lot to
minute.
do, and you're going to give me more.
Thank you for your
A
comments,
lot
sir.
more.
Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
Christian Brad Escobar, 308 Torrey Point Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. I live across the street in the park. I'm within 1,000 feet of the notification, so I received a notification. It's right off of the park there. As has been stated today, particularly by Mr. Summerfield, there is a 660-foot radius between short-term rentals, and then you have to get a variance if there isn't one. What I found in my neighborhood is that we're getting applications for those variances, and one of the things I see is if you approve this, that's going to stop other short-term rentals in that neighborhood. We're going to have the one that should be there, and if you're going to have a short-term rental, you want somebody that you know is going to take care of it. I've known the Vanisses for 20-plus years. They've been good neighbors to me, and I've been in their home, and I know how well they take care of it, and that their intention isn't to leave the neighborhood, but to take care of this property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion, ask the applicant to come back up. Give you a minute if you want a quick rebuttal before we turn it over to the commission.
Well, we feel the concern of our neighbors, and we certainly appreciate that. We want to do everything to make them not feel so angry, unfortunately. We have good people in our neighborhood. There are a lot of good people. I know that when he talked about the drug people over on Mulcahy, he worked with Luis, who's on the corner across the street from him. And these are, good people. And we know that they have their, the best interests of the neighborhood in mind, and we certainly appreciate that. We appreciate what he's done to make sure the neighborhood is a good neighborhood. Obviously, it's an older neighborhood. It needs a facelift. We're trying to do that, and we hope that our efforts can be appreciated. We hope that...
All right, Mr. Van Ness, I need you to wrap up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Did you want to say anything?
I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Who would like to start tonight, this morning? Commissioner Tucson.
I do have one question. Are there cameras on property?
It's my intention to install cameras. It is a work in progress, and yes, it will be part of it when we finish. And they will be facing the street. We don't want to disturb our neighbors on the interior, but it will be the exterior where we need to take care of what's happening outside.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other, Commissioner Rausch?
We're all tired. Thank you for staying so late. Thank you to the neighbors who have stayed here until 2:45 a.m. If you stay here until 2:45 a.m., you are freaking pissed off, and I get it. I am your Ward 2 Planning Commissioner, and I hear you loud and clear. These are terrible decisions to have to make, because on the one hand, we have an ordinance to follow, but on the other hand, we are planning commissioners who have the ability to make a decision to award or not to award what I will call a privilege license, and others have called it that tonight as well. With all due respect, I know you love your home. You've put a lot of work into the inside. I'm a little surprised at the deferred maintenance on the outside. I drove by today, and the paint is terrible. And I know that you focus...
Wait a minute. We just had it painted.
Sir, let's...
Well, the photos look bad, and when I drove by there today, it looked bad. There was also a car parked in front of the sign to obscure it. I don't know if that was intentional or accidental. I'm just stating facts that I observed. I did observe that it is at the entrance to the community, right across from the park, the public park where children play. There's a lot of conflicting issues here. Yes, there's no one in the 660 feet, but as I've stated earlier, I'm not using that as a guiding principle anymore because that is not useful enough for me. I don't want to do any harm to a neighborhood or to neighbors. I don't want to cause neighbors to fight with each other. I don't want a situation where we're tearing neighborhoods apart and people are upset with one another. And I fear that that's the case here, given the comments that I've heard tonight. I also feel, and you may choose to object, but the public hearing is over at this point. It is my personal feeling that you're not quite up to the task. You're not quite ready for prime time. This is a big job. This is something where you have to screen people. You should be doing background checks. You should have cameras already installed. You should know what you're getting yourselves into. And I think maybe you might be in a little bit over your head, although that's just my personal opinion. That's all I'm going to say about this. I may get outvoted by my fellow commissioners. I may not. I'm not sure how this will go, but I will not be supporting this application tonight, and I will be making a motion for denial. If anyone else wants to speak, I'm happy to listen.
Commissioner Roush, if you'd
That
like to
said,
make a
I'd
motion.
like to make a motion to deny SUP 73117.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, moving on to item number 96, SUP 73176, applicant owner George C. Tsao and Shu Wen Ye for possible action and request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 4517 Ultra Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff recommends approval, noting staff's added condition number 1 regarding expungement of the special use permit upon sale of the property. Please note there were additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Shu Wen Ye, 11505 Mystic Rose Court. I didn't, maybe the picture didn't show in the exterior and the interior of the house, but I already do the backyard have the artificial turf for improving the scenario, and I do have a good relationship with my neighbor, Marcus and Danny, and I believe, and on my justification later, I get along with people. I know how to avoid the conflict or resolve the issue, and I do follow the street rules of no event, no party. I have a draft of the rules before they contact me about if they wanted to rent the short-term rental. I will be double check no event and even no noise after 9:30 p.m. in the backyard. I definitely strict follow the rules. And also, as earlier, I heard that the other short-term rental there's one elementary school around, and there's a couple blocks away, there's an elementary school. But I definitely will put the note before the travelers contact me about they want to rent the short-term rental. I will put those rules like a driving speed limit lower than 20 miles. And also the stop sign and the school sign, they needed to notice that. Any question?
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please come up to the microphone and give your name, address for the record. If I could just have you step aside. What's your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm
Morning.
Annabelle Mace. I live at 4512 Alta. I'm right across the street from her. I turned in yesterday, well, on the 11th, signatures from seniors, 69 signatures. The 90% are seniors. What we've had since she bought this house is people that have, we were anxious to see who was going to live there, and she's been renting it out since she bought it, and she's had multiple renters, one right after the other, and some of them are 7, 8, 9, they're college students, mixed, male, female, and a couple days later she has 6 male, 1 female, and they're very noisy. In the backyard, that 1 female that came with a 6 male was screaming at a loud voice. She had the neighbors, a little girl, crying because the little girl thought they were doing her something bad. And they haven't been calling the cops on her. She says her neighbors are agreeing with her. She puts her trash cans out. Her neighbor right next door to her is disabled. He's been pulling her trash cans. He said he's not going to do it anymore. Last week she put them out Tuesday. They've been out all week. Yes, the whole neighborhood has called the Republic Trash, telling them her trash cans are out there all week. She put on the website, in your website, that she goes by there daily. I have tremors from a thyroid problem, I'm sorry.
It's no problem, Annabelle.
But she says she goes by there daily. Why don't she pull her trash cans back? She says she's the cleaning person there. She has a white van that says maids on your website. The seniors around my neighborhood wanted me to speak for them. Some of them are even 92 years old. They're very bright, and they don't appreciate what she's been doing in our neighborhood. She's 4 houses from the school crossing where the elementary kids go to school.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Is there anything you wanted to turn in for the record?
I do want to know if I heard you say, did you receive my signatures from the 11th? There were 69 signatures. They stamped them. I have them here, the stamped ones. They gave me copies. I turned them in.
Okay, so if you did turn them in, the clerk does have them. It might not be in our
Do
backup
you have
right
them,
now.
or I can give them to you? You can
Yeah,
give me
we'll
a
take them
copy.
for you right now. We'll take them. Okay, anyone else like to be heard in this item?
With the signatures?
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing portion, ask the applicant to come back up. I'll give you a minute for a rebuttal, and then we'll turn it over to the commission.
I'm very surprised to hear that because my neighbor told me, I say why, because I drive by my house every day and almost every day, 4 or 5 days a week, and my neighbors, I say, how come my trash can, I try to put my trash car by the house, and my neighbor said, oh, he helped me because he supported my program, so at least by myself, my house, the neighbor, they support me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. I do see that this is in Ward 1. Commissioner Quinn, Vice Chair Quinn is not here tonight. I will say, though, while there is a staff recommendation for approval, just based on the testimony tonight, what I've seen in the backup as far as opposition, I do see 2 cards that are for it, but then I see the pictures of the house and the condition and other factors with proximity to schools, which are always of concern, but I just feel like this is a reach as far as an operator coming in as presented, so I won't be supporting the application. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I just don't think this house is ready for prime time. I really don't. They don't have cameras. They don't have the assurances that I think that we would be comfortable with in supporting this, even though it meets the 660 feet. I just cannot support this short-term rental at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
I did speak with Commissioner Quinn. She called me about this one in particular. She has very specific requirements. Just like Commissioner Toussaint mentioned, if there is no waiver required and nothing's within the 660, she wants to make sure that there's cameras. She wants to make sure that there's a sign posted at the front with instructions how to reach the owner. She wants to make sure that the property is in good condition. Similar to everything that's been said tonight, I went by and drove by the house today, and it was in terrible condition. I was disappointed to see the condition of it. If you're going to come before this body for a privilege license, you should have your act together. And unfortunately, I feel the applicant is maybe in over her head. So with all of that said, I will not be supporting this tonight.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I heard what you said about the number of people who have been in that house and the parties and the yelling and all of that, and I am a firm believer that an individual has a right to peaceful enjoyment of their home. So that type of behavior affects your neighborhood, and because you live there, I have to support you, the homeowner, and not a rental. So I will not vote in favor of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Toussaint, motion?
Yes, on number 96, SUP 73176, motion to deny.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council for their consideration at the July 18th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you. We've been going well over 2 hours, over 3 hours. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and be right back. We'll be.
This is why I'm asking for a couch.
All right, people, let's get excited. We're coming back to order.
We're excited.
All right. Number 97, SUP 73220, applicant Jessica Siegel, owner Kendrick Co., for a possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 8441 Cavaricci Avenue, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements. Staff recommends approval, noting staff's added condition number 1 regarding expungement of the special use permit upon sale of the property. Please note there are additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Jessica Siegel, 1913 Blue Jay Circle.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the application?
Okay, so pretty much background. I've had 8 short-term rental licenses in the city. I know all the code and ordinances. My house has cameras. We have noise aware. We have the 24-hour security. I represent the owner here, and he has asked me to do this because I'm so aware of what's going on. All my houses had my 24-hour contact number on the outside. I went by my houses. I checked on to make sure the trash was always inside. I had a maid who always checked everything as well. The inside and the outsides of the house are completely maintained, and that was always something that I was very, proud of. We make sure that our houses are up to code. I come to business licensing to talk about how I can do a better job in my business too, because this is also property. I mean, we don't want parties in these houses either. I mean, this is a big deal. Like, this is property. Not only do we respect our owners and their property, but this is a business, and we don't want party people happening. The 24-hour contact number that was used before this new ordinance went into effect, I had 8 licensed properties in the city. The house is not being rented right now because that's illegal. I try and follow all the court ordinances, and anything that the city tells me to do, pretty much I do with the short-term rentals. I have one of the biggest short-term rental companies in Vegas right now. I have 65 properties in the county as well, all in condo hotels. I know they say that short-term is not allowed in the county, but it is in condo hotels. I pay all my taxes. I pay the 13% room tax that's required in the city, the 13.38% that's required in the county. So I'm up to date on what needs to be done, and I try and figure out how I can do this better with the neighborhood as well. So, any questions?
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please come up to the podium. Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion and possible action. Commissioner Tucson.
Yes, I met with Ms. Siegel, and we did talk about the property. I did drive by there. It's not a big house. It's a small house. And it appears that Ms. Siegel has done everything she needs to do to make this a successful project. So with saying that, you will have my support tonight.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
I will.
Okay.
Number 97, SUP 73220 for approval.
So motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew I was listening in the back, but I couldn't get out here fast enough, but I got out fast enough to vote, and I just wanted the applicant to know in the audience, for the record, that I did listen to your entire presentation, and I applaud you for your experience in coming here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, did it blanked on our screens, so do you know what the count was on that? I apologize.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4.
Okay.
In support, yeah.
Okay, and so that item, Mr. Chairman, is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 98, SUP 73222, applicant owner Richard Scott Bringer, excuse me if I pronounce that wrong, for possible action on
pretty good.
Request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 8880 Norco Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements. Staff recommends approval, noting staff's added condition number 1 regarding expungement of special use permit upon sale of the property. Please note there are additional protests and approvals submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Richard Brenniger, 8880 Norco Drive. I've had the property since 2005. It was vacant for 10 years. I own a house in Beijing, Seattle, and California. This was an inherited house that was pretty much in original state when my father passed away, and I acquired it from my sister at the top of the market because we were both siblings, and we both had equal rights to it. Since then, I paid it off. I've invested more than $100,000 in the interior of it. It's has beautiful granite and marble floors, and it's very nice. Most of the use of the property has been by my relatives for that time. I've run internet companies around the world, so I'm kind of a digital nomad. I was one of the first people to, was the first person to introduce certification and web standards for professional ethics in the web. And the reason I put this on in the market is to study the shared economy. And since then, I've been doing a lot of research and seeing where this new economy is going in the shared economy. And so I've been working this personally myself. I have a full-time employee that also is a co-host. I have another person that's part-time on there. And we have about 50 reviews already. We're a super host, so we have like 5-star ratings on everything. I'm very much in high communication with my neighbors throughout the whole process and through the entire time. We're friends, but mostly we're part of the neighborhood. You know, I found lost dogs there and taken them in. I've you know, taken my friends to the airport. They've taken me to the airport. We're all neighbors, just like my father was when he lived there. The house has cameras. The house has 4 cameras. It's secure. There's no phone number on the front door, but that's a great idea. But like I said, all my neighbors have my phone numbers. I have theirs. I have never had a complaint from my neighbors. My neighbors have called me because of loud noises before, but that was during the day, or they told me, but it was a friendly reminder, and I told the tenants once. But I don't think I've ever had anyone call on the ordinances or anything like that.
Okay.
So that's my situation.
Thank you, Mr. Brenniger. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please step up. Give your name and address for the record.
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. Through you, Mr. Chair, am I to understand that the applicant is already operating this as a rental house? He speaks of tenants, he speaks of not having the phone, his contact information out front, which I believe is required. I may be wrong about that. He talks about his 5-star Superhost rating. Is he already operating?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this? Seeing no one else, I will give Mr. Brenniger a minute to rebut if he has anything he wanted to add to it before we turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Sure. Like I said, I haven't had any of my neighbors complain. I'm an entrepreneur, so I take risks, and I look at different situations, and I think there's probably, from what different services that are research services, there's 6,000 Airbnbs active now. When I started, there was 3,000. From what I found out, there's less than 300 SUPs. So there's a lot of active, I'm not condoning it, I'm just saying that this industry is moving much faster than you guys can process everything, and neighbors have valid concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Brenniger. We'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Mr. Brenner, you're currently renting this property out, is that correct?
I took it off the market when I got the notices. I lived in Beijing the last 3 years, and when I got back, I think in January, I got a notice, and then I got a second notice, and then I took it off the market. I think that was in May.
And if you were to get approved and you were to rent this out as a short-term rental, who's going to be there on property if there's a problem?
No one. No
Okay.
one. No one. I've run an association of 200,000 members virtually for almost 20 years.
That's different than a short-term rental, I can guarantee you.
Well, like I
This is
said,
a
I've been
whole
doing it for a
different
year and a
animal.
half. I'm very good at it.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are. I'd be interested to hear what my fellow commissioners say, but at this point in time, I could not vote for approval.
Okay, any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Roush?
Everyone looks at me like I got to say something. Gosh darn it. But I'm so tired. Gosh, you seem like such a nice guy and a smart guy, and you probably really have it together with regard to this house, but this commission doesn't look kindly on people that come back hat in hand and been operating something and then, want to beg for forgiveness. And I know that maybe there's a good argument for saying we should, because it just limits the people that want to come forward. But eventually, we're going to get them all down here, or we're going to shut them down. And you're right, it is an arduous process, but it's the only process we've got, and we've got to do it like this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here until 3 in the morning. We listen to a dozen of these every month, and eventually we'll do a victory lap. But for right now, when you come before us and you've been operating a house from Beijing, it doesn't inspire a lot of, faith in how to cure issues in the neighborhood when they arise. And so for that reason and the reasons that Commissioner Toussaint gave, I'm not going to be able to support you tonight either. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Toussaint, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I will. On SUP 73, 222, motion for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Yes voters for denial, please cast your vote.
Can't even see anymore.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, we have a vote, if you don't mind, please. Yes voters for denial. Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 council meeting.
Okay, I believe 99 was obeyed. 100, SUP 73266, applicant owner Prime Equity Solutions, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 6213 McAllister Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received since publication.
Can you just name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Rafael Juarez. Do you want the subject property address or personal address? Subject property 6213 McAllister Avenue,
Okay.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thanks.
And Kyle Fujimoto, same address, 6213 McAllister.
Thank you.
So thank you guys, everybody here. This is our first time. Thank you, Commissioner and Chairperson. So we're here in front of you guys, obviously for a short-term rental, as other ones. We have a lot of the things in place that were brought up as objections, so we'd like to present those to you guys. What we have here as far as pictures, I know our property might have been driven by earlier, and we can be the first to say that, the type of trees that are on the property, they tend to die at different parts of it, and then foliage in the other parts. So it does look a little like a haunted house a little bit with the dry branches at the top. But besides that, we've done everything to cure the front to make it look presentable. But we put a lot more of the effort and money into the interior. We have spent about $50,000 improving our primary business model, just to put that out in the note. We fix and flip homes here in town, all around Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Pahrump. We're involved in new construction, rehabs as well, just normal rehabs, and then now we're stepping in to try to do Airbnbs. This property, subject property here, was intended to be a flip property, but we decided to turn it into an Airbnb because of the specs, and we thought it might be a good candidate for one. We did our due diligence to find out if we were in proximity to another Airbnb, which we weren't. We went through the guidelines that you guys have on your website just to make sure that we were in alignment with all of that. So everything looked like we were falling into place. So I'll go through the pictures here because I know we can't show the picture, or you can't see the interior of the home. But this is how it's improved right now. It's fully furnished. We've completely renovated the home from countertops to flooring, to lighting, to painting, to new appliances, and bedding and stuff. So I'll just go through the pictures real quick just to give you guys an idea. We are professionals. We are family men. We both have 2 children. So we very much take into consideration the families in the neighborhood. This is not going to be a party house. Opposed to us being young men, that does not mean that we are about that lifestyle at all. So we very much have consideration for our neighbors and for noise and complaints and everything. We do have cameras on the property, one in the front, one in the rear, and then one at the door. Those cameras allow us to emit a siren to speak two-way. So if there's a problem right there, we can address it right away with people in the back or people in the front or right at the door. If we really want to get their attention, I can activate a siren on our alarms, which will get their attention. We're both within 15 minutes of that property. That is not our primary residence. Like we said, it is a flip. It was intended to be a flip. Now it's, we're trying to do this. So here, I'll keep going through the pictures. I'll get stuck talking. So we have different parts of the house. This is not a short-term rental right now, so we're not doing it and then asking for forgiveness. We're coming, trying to get legal and do it right. So those are all the pictures. So that's, as far as putting our phone number, we actually did reach out to the same mailing that you guys sent out. We got that same list, and we sent out our own postcard with our direct number, and we put our information and pictures of the interior home so that they could see how we improved the property. We also said, call us directly for any questions. We let them know that this is not going to be a party house, that won't be tolerated. Like you've heard from some of the other people, only reaching out to professionals, people who are tradesmen, who are coming to work like on the Raiders buildings, and there's certain trades that need to be done, the conventions, families, those are the types of people that we're looking to bring into these properties. So if anything is to go down, any kind of alert from our neighbors, like I said, we mailed out to the same list, so they have our direct number. We're going to go back out to them, give them our direct number in hand. There is a school next to the property around the corner. We're actually going to be going and having a meeting with the principal, giving them our direct number as well, giving them our exact address. If there's anything that ever happens around the school, that we're going to ask them to reach out to us, say, hey, do you guys have any people in, renting your property right now? This is kind of something that went on,
Okay.
So just, that we're really looking to do this right, and definitely, it's something to be embraced, just like Uber and Lyft, it's kind of getting some pushback. It's definitely, you guys are already embracing it, which is great. So we just want to be a part of that right.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these applications, please come forward. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing portion, turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll start off by saying, I wish Vice Chair Quinn was here, but I think based on what I've heard, I feel like this is something I can support and be the one that hopefully checks the box that if it does get approved and kind of stops the future applications that would ask for a waiver. But I do appreciate your presentation, and this is something I feel like I could support. Commissioner Roush.
Thank you.
I did speak to Commissioner Quinn, and because there was no other applicant within the area, and she said if the applicant felt that, if I felt that the applicant had, all of the right conditions, that they could meet, that, she could support it. Not that she can vote, but she wanted me to say that tonight. So that said, and you said you did have cameras,
Yes,
and
front, the
people
back,
know how to
and
get
the
a hold
front
of
door.
you and all of that?
Yeah,
Those are,
two-way interaction.
those are her requirements, okay? So, yay for that. As far as my requirements and my comments, you've heard what I've had to say all night long, so you probably already know what I'm going to say, but your proximity to the school is a deal killer for me, that it bothers me. And the other thing that I have a problem with is that this is clearly a business model for you. You don't have any investment in the neighborhood. It's not something that is going to matter to you as much as it matters to somebody who is an owner occupant or who has a vested interest in the neighborhood. And so for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support you tonight.
Fair enough, thank you.
Any other commissioners with comments? Don't see any. Can I entertain a motion, please, by anyone? No motions?
Are you able to throw out one more comment?
Commissioner Tucson?
Item number 100, SUP 73266. I make a motion to approve, but I'd like a 6-month review on this.
Was that an administrative review?
Yes.
Okay. From the time of issuance of business license?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So motion's on the floor, please. Would the applicant agree with the condition that was put on there?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
That there would be an administrative review 6 months from the issuance of the business
Oh, yeah.
license?
Absolutely.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
That item will go forward, Mr. Chairman, to the City Council at their July 18th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a note to the clerk that I made the wrong vote, and I'd like the record to reflect that I intended to vote no. It's just very late, and I accidentally pressed the wrong button, so thank you.
Okay, so that would still have a 3-2 in favor from what I see, noting that the Commissioner Roush is a no vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Item number 101, SUP 73286, applicant owner Jonathan and Jackie Strong for possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use at 2013 El Greco Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval with condition number 1 requiring expungement if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, I'm Jackie Strong, and this is my husband, Jonathan Strong. We live at 1909 Plaza del Dios, 89102. Good evening or good morning, I don't know what time, it's very late. But we'd like to introduce ourselves. We're both performers in the Beatles Love Show at the Mirage by Cirque du Soleil. And we've lived here in Las Vegas now for 9 years for me and 12 years for Jonathan. And we've lived in the same home now for 8 years. We'd like to state that we are not a tourism company or realty group, but a young couple ready to begin our transition out of performing. And we live right around the corner from the property we're here to discuss. Our project is, we're applying for the SUP 73286. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house on El Greco Street. It's planned for residential short-term rental. And it's 1,200 square feet living area with attached 2-car garage. It's built in 1963. The lot space is 7,400 square feet with a covered patio and in-ground pool that is already fenced in and gated. The short-term rental will begin only after the approval and the SUP permit is obtained. Then we'll require a 2-night minimum rental period with weekly and monthly rental availabilities. Our total occupancy will be 6 persons, and we are kid-friendly. We have a little one at home right now who's thankfully asleep. The property meets the Title 19 requirements also. Our business plan is to, and hope, is to create a safe and comfortable residence for family, friends, and professionals coming to town to experience Vegas on a local level and to support local businesses close to the neighborhood. We have invested time, money, and effort to make this house a home for our guests, and we intend to keep it this way. We realize the enormous responsibility that this is, but we are determined to handle it with the utmost care and attention. We have pictures up, that's good. This is our first investment as a young couple, and we want to do our best to make it a positive and successful one. We've met several neighbors already, and we are aware that some have concerns with this idea. This is understandable, and we appreciate their concern. We will be using the Airbnb.com platform to post our short-term rental, enabling us to use their screening process and to pick and choose each guest. Protecting our home and our investment and the integrity of the neighborhood is our first priority. We want to be a legitimate small business and go through the proper channels to create a positive experience. Our target renters include people in the performing arts community relocating to Vegas, maybe UNLV families visiting and transitioning their kids into college. We're lucky to live close to the UMC Medical Hospital. In case families need to stay close by, they can with us. Maybe visitors seeing shows at the Smith Center or visiting Red Rock National Park or surrounding parks, and convention goers as well. So we're interested in not just, you know, the Strip and its tourism, but other things that Vegas has to offer. Lastly, we want to address a pamphlet that was passed out around our neighborhood yesterday. I'd like to read the opening statement and then respond to it. It started, neighborhood concern. A party house is moving in down the street. A realty company is establishing a short-term rental property for tourists to the Strip. This is not an owner-occupied home. It will not be supervised by anyone, and is being put in purely for loud parties as a bank investment. So this is how it started, and at first these statements are very, were very upsetting to us. But I assure you we are not a realty or tourism company, and we plan to manage it closely. Not only are we in-town investors, but we are in the area investors. One of the main reasons we purchased this home is because of its location and direct proximity to our personal home. Our travel time to the property is less than 2 minutes. It's an investment property, and it will not be owner-occupied, but what it will be is a very cared-for and well-maintained home.
Jackie, I'm getting some redundancy on some of the comments, so if we could try to wrap up on the
Sure.
presentation, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, this is the end, I guess so. We recognize the responsibility and care for this project, but we want to keep everybody happy and respected in the neighborhood. And we agree to the expunging permit upon sale of property. That's it.
Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? If I could just have you guys step aside, and there's 3 microphones. Can I get your name, address for the record if you're for or against, and I'll give you everyone a quick minute to say why.
Name's Andrew Norvell, 3709 El Jardín. I live across the street from the house in question. We've lived at this house for roughly 6 years, and we are opposing. I currently am an Uber Lyft driver, and I have dropped off several people in my neighborhood, just a few blocks north of it, as well as Maryland Parkway, where there's 9, 10, 12 kids. They're having parties, and they're having bashes there for people getting married. We live in a very quiet neighborhood. The house right next to it has a grandmother whose small grandkids come in there on a regular basis. Parking there would become very cumbersome. I've never actually met these people. They've never came and knocked on my door. We're there all the time, but never came and knocked on my door. People are always walking around the neighborhood. There's a circle, so they go around there with the kids there with the wagons, the stuff. There's a school literally a block away, a little elementary school where we go vote, which we just did today. So this isn't something that we really want to have this element of in and out quickly because of the sheer number of very small children and elderly that are in the area.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your comments. Can I get the next person's name and address, please?
Carol Norvell, 3709 El Jardín, directly across the street. It's a circle neighborhood. This is a very safe family neighborhood. People walk around. They feel safe to walk around their kids and their pets. We all know each other. All of our neighbors know each other. And several people have come to my house saying that they're opposing and they wanted to make sure that someone was going to be at this meeting, and that's why I stayed here since 6 o'clock, because to represent all the people that came to my house saying that they oppose, and they wanted to make sure someone was here to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for staying. Appreciate it. Name and address for the record, please.
Oscar Hernandez Gonzalez, my father Ernesto Hernandez. We both live at 2105 El Greco Street. So this property, we're opposing against it. It's literally a minute drive from Vegas Verdes Elementary School, which I actually attended. I went this morning to every house to remind everybody that we had the meeting today, and everybody but one neighbor was opposed to this on El Joaquin Street, which is the street that this property is on, and El Greco. They couldn't make it because of work and health issues. These properties are known for, causing trouble in our neighborhoods, news reports from confrontations with residents, littering, and noise complaints. And we just don't want that in our neighborhood. I live 2 houses down from this house, and I have a 5-year-old son. Well, 7-month son, and a 10-year-old daughter. And I don't want them to be raised seeing, drunk party goers coming in and out of the house.
All right, Oscar.
So we'd appreciate it if you don't approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Elizabeth Wilson. I live at 3813 La Posada Avenue. And the school is remodeling and becoming quite large. And it would be nice if families could move into our neighborhood. And maybe they should lower the prices of some of these homes so that they could afford to live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Pat Suchek. I am the elderly in that neighborhood and the one that voted for. This couple started working on this house several months ago. They have put in an extreme amount of time, energy. They talked to us as soon as we saw them there. I live right next door. My back wall is between their house and mine. We have, after speaking to them and hearing what they had to say, I sent a letter in. The house on this side and the house on the other side are the ones most impacted. There's a big circle, and they're bounded by Valley View. These people, to me, after watching that house empty for 2 years and being nervous about who might be there, who might be coming, would we have, good neighbors, bad neighbors? This couple deserves a chance. The people that are objecting on the basis of what B&B's reputation is, not what they are.
We have to wrap up on we've gone well over the minute.
Please give them a chance based on who they are. And they are reputable, honest, hardworking people who are trying to make a future for their son.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. Mi nombre es Ernesto Hernandez. I'm sorry, my name is Ernesto Hernandez. I live at 2105 El Greco Street, and I'm opposite for this matter. This is a nice neighborhood, nice and quiet. I never see those couple around the house, and I really am opposite for this matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Can I
Hernandez.
please add, sir, that this house, if you could show the pictures, this house was fixed up prior to them owning it. It was a flipped home, and if you could see in the pictures that everything was done to the house from the inside out. In the
All right, Oscar, I got to wrap up with the comments. Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else from the public, I'll ask the applicant to come up and I'll have a minute for rebuttal, and then we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Okay, we need to go quickly because the lights are going to shut off and there's no way to turn them back on. So.
Okay, we'd just like to say thank you to the neighbors for coming up. I think it's great that they're banding together and creating a strong community in this neighborhood. We want to be a part of that as well. We're not here for a party house. We don't want to disrespect our own investment. The school is 3 or 4 turns away from where our house is, and the main inlet would be Valley View used to come into this property. So we hope that you guys consider us and know that we have our full intention of being respectful and as hardworking as possible.
Thank you for your comments. I will turn over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I am impressed with this couple. I believe they're doing everything right. Do I like short-term rentals? Being perfectly honest, no, I don't. I like, when I'm traveling, I like a short-term rental. Do I want one in my neighborhood? No. But we do have the 660-foot variance, and it seems like you've done everything that you should do. My motion would be to approve with administrative review in 6 months.
Is there any other comments that we have? Commissioner Roush?
Very quickly, I was just going to say, I'm going to vote yes, and it's because I looked up your home address based on your application, and you live across the street. Like, you can walk there in 5 minutes, let alone drive in 2 seconds, so yes for you.
Okay, with saying that, I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 73286 for approval, please.
And that's a 6-month administrative review from the time
Correct.
of issuance?
Correct.
And you would agree to that? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
I'd suggest holding those text amendments if we can, Robert, because we're not going to get through this in 22 minutes.
We can, there's a couple of them that.
Okay, well, we need to move through these real quick, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard at the July 18th, 2018 meeting.
The lights go off.
Okay, item number 102, SUP 73298, applicant owner Aaron W. Oding et al. For possible action to request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental with a waiver to allow 174-foot distance separation from a similar use for 660 square feet is required at 822 Paseo, Park Paseo, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. If approved, condition number 1 would require expungement. If the property is to be sold, please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Okay, can I get your name and address to the record, and we'll have a couple minutes for presentation.
Aaron Oding, 822 Park Paseo.
And I am Sarah Oding at 822 Park Paseo as well.
So I had a longer explanation for all this, but I'm going to cut to the chase here as we're very short. The reason why we're being denied is the 660-foot rule. However, that does not actually apply to us. Jessica right here is the former owner of 801 Las Vegas Boulevard, has sold the home, 801 Park Paseo, has sold the home and given up the license as of May 7th. She has the email to actually prove that if you'd like to see that.
And we're only speaking quickly just because of the time.
I would go into this further, but I'm trying to expedite the process for you.
Understand.
We applied previous to May 7th.
Yeah,
She did not receive the email from the Planning Commission that.
So there's something you want to turn in for the record on this?
I believe, I don't know how to do this because this is new information for us.
Can I just state?
Can she show you the email?
Jessica Siegel, 1913 Blue Jay Circle. So my business license was BLE 382086, Ms. Gail Dennis. I closed the business license on May 7th. I have an email, and that's kind of it.
Okay.
And my email, so I can email that to you?
Yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Other than that, this is a home owner occupied. We plan to live in this home. We plan to raise our children in this home. We're small business owners. We're registered and licensed with the state. We pay our quarterly taxes. That means we work and live out of the home. That means anytime there's a guest in the home, we're in the home. There's no guests or never in the home we're not in. We're also registered foster parents with the state. Our plan is to use the money from this short-term rental to fix up the home, which was built in 1947, in order to make it accountable for kids. We go through an extremely intensive process to make sure to vet anyone that comes into our home. As clearly, we're the last people that want troublemakers in our homes, because we're the first one that are going to have to deal with that issue because they're going to be put right up in front of us. This is just, we're first-time homeowners, so this is one of the ways we're able to afford the home. So this has been vital for us for our ability to live here in downtown Las Vegas, which we love. I want my kids to walk to John S. C. Park, which is 2 blocks from my house, because that's really cool that your kid can walk to school from the house.
Aaron, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up the presentation. We've gone over the time.
The only thing is, this is kind of, I mean, we paid $1,000 to be here, and so it's kind of rushed that we're getting rushed here at the end.
No, if you have something specific you want to add, otherwise,
I just think the only tick against us is, and honestly, as I understand the owner occupied, we wouldn't even be in front of the board if the 660-foot rule wasn't applied, and obviously that is no longer applicable to us. So I'd really appreciate it, because we're trying to be members of the neighborhood. We want to be active in the neighborhood. This is just a way in which we can do it. And this is, we've got letters of approval. I was trying to avoid this, but we have letters of approval. I have documentation of our business license, of our home, the rules we give out, and also letters from our neighbors saying that they're welcome at any point, have any issues, to come knock on our door and deal with the issues. With ample parking on property, so guests should never be parking on the street.
okay. Thank you. Did we what? Not yet. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard, please come up, state your name and address for the record. I'll give you a quick moment to...
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I don't know if staff's been able to verify yet, but I would suggest that if they can verify immediately, then perhaps this item be obeyed. I don't know that there's any guarantee that the only home that was in question is the one they're referring to, where the license has been surrendered or withdrawn. And perhaps we could, and take them into consideration and expedite this matter in some way where they don't have to come before the commission again by voting on something with a condition. Should that condition in fact be true, then they can proceed, and if not, not. Thank you.
Thank you.
If it's within the 660 feet, I'm very, very, very strongly opposed, as I've mentioned before. The 660-foot rule is not something that's arbitrary. It has a lot of strength, and it has that strength for a reason, and it should be enforced. But if for some reason that they don't fall within the 66 feet, I would have no objection. And for that reason, I think it should be obeyed until we can confirm that.
Name and address for the record quickly.
Hart Flash Shower, 1816 South 9th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104.
Thank you. Okay. We will close the public hearing portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Over to Mary with business licensing. If you could please give us some clarification.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So that license at 801 Park Paseo Drive is actually G6407435. It is still an active license. It has not been surrendered. The number that she gave us, which was a BLE number, is actually a violation. That was actually, a case was closed on that. So this property still has an active license.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I could further, there are 2 properties that have short-term rentals within the radius as well. So regardless of whether that one was surrendered, there would still be a waiver required.
Okay.
Given that, can we allow, because this is new information to us, and we had a specific way we'd like to present it, and given the rushed aspect of it and given this information, we haven't been able to present that.
Would you like to have it obeyed?
Mr. Chair, we may have a way to keep the lights on, but we won't know until they actually go off. If we can actually turn them back on.
So it'll just be a surprise to all of us?
Okay.
Would you like to look at
Yes,
having
we would,
this obeyed and then work through these issues to bring it back?
Yeah, and then what exactly does that mean, I guess?
That means you'll have another 30 days till it's heard again.
Okay.
And then you'll be able to, 1, meet with the neighbors, 2, work with the city to find out specifically on these issues that are incorrect that were stated here at the
Okay,
podium
and do you know who we contact about finding out that
tonight.
information?
I'm sorry, you're the chairman.
This staff can certainly direct you to.
Okay.
once we go.
That'd be great. Thank you
you.
very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so there,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, they'll be at the front of the agenda, so you won't be here till 4 o'clock when the lights go off. You'll be at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. I apologize you got to be here.
I'm going to make a motion for abeyance once we're finished, and you can go over and talk to city staff, and they can help you out. That way, we're not rushing you at the very end.
Awesome.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so on, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
please.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So the marshal's indicated to me that we could possibly keep those on. So if they want to just go ahead and...
Different circuit, I'm sorry to interrupt. The one out in the lobby is going to go out. I got a flashlight, everybody needs it. The ones in here should stay on. If not, the buttons over here should bring it back on if they go out.
So do you want to just go ahead and hear their item now, or do you want to just?
I think there's still some stuff to work out.
Okay.
Let's go through the abeyance, and for safety reasons, too, we
Okay,
kind
no
of
worries.
need to get
Thank
this thing moving.
Thank you.
No.
We need a motion.
Yes, my motion would be, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
on item 102, SUP 73298, I would move to hold this till the July 10th, 2018 Plan Commission hearing.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries. So you have some time to discuss. Thank you. Item number 103, SUP 73307, applicant owner Griselia Murillo for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 192-foot distance separation for similar use where 660 square feet is required at 817 Canosa Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There are 2 other short-term residential rental units within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Staff would recommend the addition of a new condition, which would read as follows. At such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit. Please note, there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello, my name is Graciela Murillo. You can also call me Grace. I live in Los Angeles, but my address is 817 Canosa Avenue. I was driving back and forth to purchase my home for 6 months, and I fell in love with this house, and my goal was to move into this home, and unfortunately my job did not permit that. As I stated in my letter, I did get a promotion in my job, so I'm still working and trying to transfer over to Las Vegas. I was unaware of the Airbnb laws and short-term rental laws, and that was a quick fix for me because I do have rent and mortgage in Los Angeles. So that was my option. So I only rented it out for the weekends, total of 28 rentals over the last year. Once I got the letter, I did take it off of the advertisement, and I come to my house 4 times a month, 3 days a week for the last year, and this was the only option for me because I want to be able to enjoy my home. I have 7 cameras throughout the perimeter of my home. I have 1 camera in my living room. My customers or guests are aware that I have the camera inside. They're aware of all my rules. I have a fire exit map in every room. It's a 2-bedroom house. I have 4 parking spaces in my home. I also installed motion security lights in the front of the house towards the parking space, and it also it lights up the neighbor's home. So he actually was very happy that I installed all this security system around the home. He is very grateful. He also responds to me and communicates with me whenever I have guests. He takes out my trash. He brings in my trash. I have met with 5 neighbors in the home. They reached out to me, and I have reached out to them. I have never seen anybody else come and welcome me to the neighborhood. It's a lovely neighborhood, very quiet, and I don't have any sound system outside or even inside. I have 1 television, and people respect my home whenever they're there.
Okay, thank you, Grace. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Grace, if there's any more specific questions, we'll have you on, exiting and stuff like that in the backup. There's probably more that you want to talk specifically about that, but we'll ask it when it comes to commission, if it's ready to. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. We're asking for a 70% reduction here of the 660 rule. I ask that you decline that. The landlord also, by her own admission, lives 4 hours away. I don't care how many cameras you have. That means it's going to take 4 to 5 hours to respond to a situation. It's just not a timely way to handle the matter. I ask that you deny the application.
Thank you. Can you issue your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Hart Fleschauer. I live at 1816 South 9th Street. My property literally backs up to this house. I was shocked to see this short-term rental application in the mail. I strongly object to this and ask for you to deny this application. There are 2 other houses within the 660 feet, I believe. I have heard parties in that backyard. It is not acceptable, and I think we should just get a rubber stamp, and anytime it's within 660 feet, denied. That's the only way to handle this, because once you allow one of these to happen, other people are going to start wanting, why don't I get an exception to the rule? There are no exceptions to the 660 rule. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your time. Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing, turn it over to discussion. If you'd like to come back up, Grace. I'll start off by saying, well, I appreciate all the things you mentioned as far as what you've included and what you do. It's for me, it stops at the waiver on the distance separation and how many are adjacent. It's just something I can't get behind at that point. If that wasn't there, it might be a different story, but it is there, so that's where I'm going to be basing my vote on at this point. I'll be following staff's recommendation for denial. Commissioner Toussaint, if you have anything.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It doesn't meet the 660-foot requirement, and that's what the law is right now, and that's what we need to follow. So you will not have my support tonight.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairman. Same thing. The closest one's 4 houses down, and there's 2 of them in that neighborhood and 2 proposed. And then there's another one that says dual business license and special use permit, so I don't even know what that means, but might even be another one in there. So anyways, for those reasons and the reasons why I've denied the others on the distance separation, I'm going to go ahead and follow suit on this one. And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Item 103, SUP 73307. I would move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 107, VAC 73311. Applicant owner Howard Hughes Company for possible action or request for a petition to vacate a portion of Carriage Hill Drive north of Far Hills Avenue, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed area to be vacated consists of median islands and access easements in the existing dedicated right-of-way. As part of the future development of Summerlin Village 21, a new alignment of Carriage Hill Drive north of Far Hills Avenue will be established and rededicated. This alignment will not be noticeably different from the current alignment. The proposed vacation will not result in a conflict with any existing City of Las Vegas requirements, nor would it result in a reduction in traffic capacity. Staff therefore recommends approval.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Armstrong, 2727 South Rainbow, here representing the applicant. We concur with staff recommendations and respectfully request your approval. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was noticed as a public hearing and from the public like to be heard. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Rausch.
I really don't have any discussion. I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank Howard Hughes Company for the great job that they do in planning Summerlin and the good things you do for our community. And you always do it right. So we rely on you and thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm ready to make a motion unless anyone has any other comments.
Nope.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 107, VAC 73311. Motions to approve.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. Bless you.
Thank you.
That motion carries.
Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, too. Did you need to add into that, Director?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That item will go forward to City Council on July 18th, 2018.
Okay, it's 4 a.m., okay, Director's Business. Item number 108. Lights are still on, let's just roll on through. Abeyance text 72039, applicant, owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend LVMC 1902 related to subdivision design and improvement requirements, 1904 related to complete street standards, 19.16.050 related to tentative maps, and 19.16.130 related to waivers, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed text amendment would accomplish the following. Clarify how an applicant may seek relief from the strict application of the requirements of Title 1902 and 1904, allowing the director to approve deferrals and deviations administratively where appropriate, or to refer such requests to a public hearing as a waiver. I would also clarify what off-site improvements are required at the time of development of a project site. It established a process including fees for the deferral of off-site improvements. At this point, the text that's on the screen and the presentation will vary from what was in the staff report. So the amendments are shown in red on the screen. The process, including fees for the deferral of off-site improvements proposed, improvement contribution as follows. For streets defined on the planned streets and highways as a major collector, 80 feet, or a primary collector, 100 feet, it would be 100% of the city's bond estimate cost for deferred waived improvements, excluding street lighting, and 100% of the city's bond estimate costs for deferred waived street lighting when pedestals are not installed. This may be reduced to 50% of the city's bond estimate costs if pedestals are installed. On all other street classifications 60 feet or less that are deferred for the public frontage of the subject property where the development is more than 4 single-family lots, 50% of the city's bond estimate costs for deferred waived improvements, excluding street lighting, and 50% of the city's bond estimate costs for deferred/waived street lighting when pedestals are not installed. This may be reduced to 25% of the city's bond estimate costs if pedestals are installed. The property owners required to enter into a covenant running with the land. Additionally, requires private streets to be located within a separate common lot or lots that are maintained by a HOA or private maintenance organization. Establishes a means of administrative approval for alternative street standards for small residential development of 4 lots or less. Allows a waiver request to be processed in connection with the tentative map at a public hearing, similar to the current process where a waiver is processed in connection with a site development plan review application. Tentative maps with associated waivers would be heard as a public hearing item as opposed to being part of a consent portion of the agenda. It establishes a means of administrative approval for alternative street standards for small residential developments of 4 lots or less. It allows a waiver request to be processed in connection with the tentative map at a public hearing, similar to the process where a waiver is processed in connection with a site development plan review. So that is the recommended text that's included in the revised text amendment that's before you this evening.
Thank you, Paul, for that report. This is noticed as a public hearing. Excuse me. Could you please come to the podium, state your name, address for the record?
Amanda Moss with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, 4175 South Riley Street, Suite 100, 89147. We really appreciate staff's hard work on this. I think we've, taken a long journey to get where we're at. I appreciate Alan, Peter, and Lucian's leadership specifically, and we are happy to support the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Rausch.
I can't believe I'm going to say something. I just want to leave. Congratulations for staying here till 4 a.m. just to support it. I thought for sure you were going to have another comment.
It was on, there we go. Amanda Moss for the record. No, we really appreciate all the staff's work on this. We love working with you guys and supporting things when we can, and proud to say that I made it through the night, and appreciate your guys staying up with us.
I had one question, thank you, Amanda. I had one question for staff, and when I was briefed on this, the only thing that struck me was that, and please correct me if I'm not correct on this or if this has been defined since then, but the home builder can ask for a deferral on the streetlights and sidewalks. The builder would be required to pay an impound to a dedicated city account or not a dedicated city account. The funds are not going to be earmarked for any specific subdivision, as I understand it. So I guess my concern would be, what's to prevent a future city council body from robbing the so-called rainy day fund for these items and using it for other things, or using it for other subdivisions, and then the funds are not available for this subdivision when it's time to put those improvements in? I can't believe I got all that out.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you, that part of it hasn't fully been vetted out yet, really. Initially, we've talked about actually earmarking it for the property, so keeping it with the property. That's the latest conversations that I've heard, but it's not written in the code anywhere where the money is going to go.
Okay.
But the discussions we've had is that it will stay with the property, so that when projects come through, they'll have the covenant and the money will stay in the account for a long time, and it'll be used at that time.
Understood. So in the interest of time, and since we all want to get out of here, City Council relies on us to be a recommending body, so my recommendation would be that City Council address that, and we'll go ahead and give it an up or down today with that recommendation, perhaps. So I know there's other comments.
Commissioner Slavin?
Yes, Chairman, through you. The young lady that come up here,
Amanda.
Amanda, what organization are you with?
The Southern Nevada Home Builders Association.
Okay. Thank you. Bits and pieces of information coming in and out of my head. That's all I want to know, but thank you for coming up and staying out here and supporting this. And it was something that I wanted to have staff draft probably a year ago, and we've been going back and forth on this. And one of the problems is complete streets, and I know that people don't want the sidewalks at this time, but it gets tiring hearing all the home builders and consultants saying, well, the neighbors don't want it, so therefore we're not going to put it in. They use it as an excuse, and then who ultimately ends up getting penalized would be the actual homeowner in the future, because if the city says you need to put in sidewalks, then a bond be issued, and then the homeowners actually have to pay for that, which I don't think that's right, because I put up all the infrastructure in on my developments. But I'm glad the Home Builders Association got behind it in some form or fashion, and as long as the funds are there, I mean, I kind of like what Mr. Pyatt and what Commissioner Roush was saying about those funds, keeping them in the neighborhood so they don't get plucked away. But thank you.
I just have one question. So this would be like a reserve fund that we would have, and those funds would stay with that particular community?
Yeah, right now it would be staying with the property and be reserved for just when the improvements go in adjacent to that specific property.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 108, TXT 72039, I move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor for approval. We'll also be taking into consideration Commissioner Roush's recommendations.
And taking into account Commissioner Roush's recommendations, and if we can ask the director to forward that on to City Council.
Thank you. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form, and with it, it will go Commissioner Roush's recommendation with regard to how the funds are treated.
Okay, moving on to item 109, text 73377, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request to amend LVMC 19.10.160 related to Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District, and to provide For other related matters, staff has no recommendation. I will say I talked to the city attorney, and we discussed, I do have a property on Las Vegas Boulevard that this is affected by, so I will have to abstain from this regretfully. So I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Schlabman. Pardon?
You have to stay. You have to stay in the room in order to establish
I will
the
stay in the
quorum.
room.
Yes.
Okay.
Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed text amendment would allow greater flexibility for animated signs located on properties within the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District between Sahara Avenue and Washington Avenue, increasing transition effects allowed from only static images to full motion or video. While the addition of fully animated signage would enhance the nighttime scenic aspect, preservation of historic neon signage should be a priority. There are no protections in place for such, and this amendment could result in an incentive for removal of existing neon signage. To further protect and preserve the existing neon signage and the character of the byway, additional provisions could be added, such as discouraging video screens on freestanding signs and encouraging video screens to be integrated into the architecture of buildings or to have integrated neon elements. Allowing fully animated LED signage throughout the byway may have unintended negative impacts on adjacent residential subdivisions, and certain segments of the byway may be more or less suitable for such signage depending on adjacent development. The Historic Preservation Commission is also in the process of funding a mid-century motor court architectural survey on Fremont and Las Vegas Boulevard that will likely identify additional properties or a district that could be eligible for historic designation. Please note there are additional letters of protest received after publication.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. There's a button at the bottom.
The red, oh, thank you, sorry. My name is Michelle Laramie. I live at 556 Ellen Way, I can't even remember my address now, in the Beverly Green Historic District, which is adjacent to a portion of the Scenic Byway. I do also sit on the Historic Preservation Commission, but we have not had a chance to discuss this issue, so I won't be speaking from that perspective tonight. And I'm actually going to be speaking from my professional role as the Associate Director of Nevada Preservation Foundation, which is located at 330 West Washington Avenue. Most of you received a letter from us by email detailing our opposition, so I'm going to make my comments pretty quick, but I do want to highlight just a few things, and then, of course, if anybody has any questions about that letter, I'd be happy to answer that as well. The first thing I want to highlight is the Downtown Master Plan Vision 2045 and the reference they make multiple times to the importance of the Scenic Byway. What I'd like to point out is that the master plan was an effort of a massive community outreach, and so the notation of the Scenic Byway and its importance is not just coming from one person or an individual planning firm. That is coming from the community on the whole, and I think that's an important thing to take into account. The master plan also talks a lot about heritage tourism as a viable option for helping to diversify our economy. And I would like to talk about a recent meeting within the last year that I went to. It was a Downtown Vegas Alliance meeting where the LVCVA and R&R partners presented on a survey they had done downtown. It was a qualitative survey, and they found that history and culture are really the #1 reasons people come downtown, and the Scenic Byway contributes heavily to that. We are opposed. We do think that there, could be compromises made. I do see some valid points to video adding some new artistic qualities to the corridor. However, in its current form, I don't think that the amendment will achieve its goal, and it will significantly compromise the Scenic Byway. So as it's proposed, we're opposing.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Kaufman. I live at
549 East St. Louis Avenue, and I am the Vice President of the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association. I moved to Las Vegas exactly 1 year ago last week, and like all the sleepy people left in this room, I am now invested in this community and my neighborhood and the corridor of which we speak. We have submitted a letter of opposition for this proposed amendment. Many things were mentioned, many concerns. I'm just going to touch on a couple real briefly. The Scenic Byway is adjacent to a range of residential neighborhoods, including historic Giannis Park and Beverly Green. The proposed amendment, as I see it, will have negative impacts to these residential areas. These neighborhoods consist of many longtime residents, small businesses, and new residents like myself who moved here specifically and searched out an area with a historic character that exists here. The possible allowance of the changeable electronic messaging signs, I think, are out of character for these communities. And unlike currently approved neon and limited animation signs, these LED signs can overwhelm the corridor and adjacent neighborhoods with 24/7 animation, excessive illumination, and light pollution, and a wide array of advertising images from good to bad to, oh my God. So I don't believe that any of the neighbors or stakeholders are against positive improvements in this area. In fact, we crave it, and many people and residents are working really hard to achieve these things. I just would like to add that we would like to see some more outreach and more discussion with the stakeholders who are proposing this and the commission staff just to discuss what the possible impacts are. I know in the proposal text there were some concerns raised already, so I think we would like to discuss that further, just issues of scale and how this will impact the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Heidi Swank. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Preservation Foundation. I do have a letter here from one of our people who, at 3 o'clock, she just was falling asleep. So if I can have this put into the record, that would be amazing.
You can, and also can we get your address?
Oh, right. I'm at 330 West Washington in the historic West Side School.
Thank you.
So we are opposed to the text amendment as currently written, and we do agree that there may be a needed reexamination of the Scenic Byway ordinance, but we're really just concerned about the expansive change that this could do to the Scenic Byway, and that it could really undermine that Scenic Byway. We did, last week when the Planning Commission agenda came out, start to reach out to some folks, not only locally but also nationally. And so this letter shows some of the folks who have businesses on Las Vegas Boulevard who are not in support of this change, as well as local stakeholders. And I'd say of note, we have Ozzie Fumo, who owns Fumo Law on Las Vegas Boulevard, Richard Hooker, who runs the Urban Adventures Tours downtown, and Derek Stonebarger, who's with the 18B Arts District. There were also 23 folks who submitted opposition online. We also reached out to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, who picked this up, and it went across the country this week. And then we, from that, heard from the International Sign Association with their concerns. There was also, I reached out to the Downtown Vegas Alliance, and they had not heard of this proposed change, and so they would need more time. But I think that really highlights the idea that this ordinance, while it may need to be revisited, it just needs that time to be revisited. And we can make some specific suggestions of how we think this could be reworked. One of the things that we agree with, notes that staff brought up in their report, but also the idea that the video screen could count toward that 70% that is neon. We don't have a problem with it counting toward a portion of that 70%, maybe something more like 20%. of that 70% could be a video screen. We also think it's really important to engage some experts, such as the Historic Preservation Commission. When you get into signs, you get into art, which is not our area as much, but there is the Las Vegas Arts Commission. There's the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Redevelopment Agency. There are groups that could come together and be really insightful on how best to rework this ordinance. We'd also suggest that there be an upper limit on the nit rating or the brightness of the signs because we don't want these to overwhelm our neighborhoods, and I know that you can modulate these so that they are brighter during the day so that they can be seen in our very bright lights, but then at night they can dim a little bit so we aren't overwhelming the neighborhoods that are adjacent. A few other things we would like to see where businesses could not use that sign for selling advertising for something that's not on premises. And I think there's also an important idea to have a requirement that there's a strong artistic element in that video, something that ties in to keep that historic character of the scenic byway. And lastly, I think it would be important to engage the Centennial Commission to see if there is a way to set up a small grant fund that could be available through a competitive grant process of the Centennial Commission specifically for maintaining the neon and the signs along the scenic byway. So with that, I am going to claim the historic position of closing out the latest planning commission in the history of this building, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action, starting with Commissioner Roush or Commissioner Toussaint.
It's a toss-up. And because we're still here, we need our heads examined,
I'll
right?
go.
You go first, please.
I think this is a really important issue. We want to make sure we get it right. We don't want to rush. And I would rather take our time, make sure that we're doing the right thing the right way than approving something tonight, because I'm not comfortable approving something tonight because I don't think we're there yet. I just really don't. So I'll turn this over to Commissioner Roush. Maybe she has some different views than I do.
I do. I'm going to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Toussaint. I think that a lot of the things that Heidi said tonight I concur with. I think Heidi's got it right. I met with staff extensively on this and really tried to get my brain wrapped around it. And I understand, I think, what the bill sponsor is trying to do, but I think the important thing here is to not lose sight of the historic aspects of what we've worked so hard to preserve in the scenic byway, the neon and the historic signs that we have. And there's no reason why we should accidentally throw out the baby with the bathwater. I don't want to see any unintended consequences. So I think that the animation in new signs is not necessarily a bad thing, but I would like to suggest that it's okay on signs that are incorporated into buildings, but that freestanding signs should still be neon in nature, and that the size is still limited to the current code. I think the code is something about like one sign for every 200 feet of linear frontage, or 2 square feet of sign for each linear foot of frontage, and that the signs to be 100 feet apart on the same property would still be the case. And I'd like to make sure that building signs cannot exceed 25% of the facade that it's attached to. So those would be my recommendations, and because we're a recommending body, I'd like to vote this up or down and continue to push these text amendments along rather than obey them. So that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I did read that in the staff report, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I agree with you and also with staff on no animated signs on freestanding signs. They have to go onto a building. So more than likely they'll be facing Las Vegas Boulevard versus right out in the street. And the problem with them being right out in the street is then everybody's going to want one right at the street, and then it's just going to drown everything out. And Steve Evans and I, every time we're driving down the road, we always run across the brightest animated sign that switches to bright white. I was blinded the other day during the day by Sunrise Hospital. That's not in the city. But it seems like with the, talking about what Ms. Swank was talking about earlier, limiting the amount of illumination, I think it's down to something like 30 nets. I'm making this information up right now, but there's a certain amount of nets that these signs can emit, and they have an auto adjustment corrector device that can go on it. I made that word up too, and basically it takes the amount of sun and the surrounding light and adjust it based on that. So during the day, it'll kick the nits up, or it'll make it brighter, and during the evening and nighttime, it'll kick them down a lot lower. So that would be something that I'd like to see maybe possibly go into this ordinance. And you said something else about the size of the sign.
Yeah, do I have to reread it, or can I just hand this to somebody? Thanks. The other thing that I forgot, because it is so late, I was going to mention the brightness. Thank you, Commissioner Schlotman. And residents can ask code enforcement to review that, which I know you know that, but just to remind everyone. And signs are not permitted to have sound. They're currently not permitted, nor should they be able to with this ordinance. So I wanted to reinforce that too.
Now, if somebody today, question for staff, if somebody come in today and wants to put up an animated sign, could they request a waiver from DDRC and then request a variance from City Council? Or is this a non-waivable item?
The provisions that require a static image on a changeable message sign is non-varied. It cannot be varied, so there's no way under current code that you could have a motion sign. Now, animated signs, particularly in the byway, we have those where they light up different portions. That's a part of what the Scenic Byway does. But the video, that is under our current code prohibited, and it's not a variable situation.
And to the point that someone made earlier, the city doesn't allow any off-site advertising unless if somebody comes in and applies for off-site billboard or off-site sign. It would have to be on-site. Is that correct? Or
That's correct. Under our current sign code, we do differentiate between on-site and off-site messaging, and any off-site messaging requires a special use permit in order to do the off-site messaging. In the future, that may be different because our code maybe has some holes in it with regard to some recent case law, but as of right now, we do differentiate between on-site and off-site messaging.
Commissioner Schlotman, other commissioners, if I may clarify as well, the Scenic Byway overlay currently prohibits off-premise signs, and that is non-waivable, or and you cannot obtain a variance for it as well.
Okay. And just a quick question for my fellow commissioners that are still up here. Any words of wisdom on how to protect the existing neon from just being removed?
Well, that's kind of like what I had read into the record already, is that the current code provides for that, and that neon, and if we make sure that we close that loophole by saying that, you know, we'll allow the full animation on the byway on Las Vegas Boulevard, but a minimum of 75% neon needs to be on the animation sign. And the sign right now can be replaced, you know, with something that's non-neon the way it's currently written. So I would want to make the recommendation to the council that it not be written that way, that we close that loophole.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion and add some comments for
So I have this all written out, and I asked Director Summerfield, if it would be okay if I just handed this to him rather than have to read it all into the record again, because we're running late and I'm having a hard time even forming my sentences. So I would like to make a motion for approval of the text amendment. Which one are we on? 109, number 109, text amendment 73377, to approve with the conditions that I've already read into the record that I have written here that I will hand to Director Summerfield. And that is my motion, to approve with conditions.
And we'll need to give a copy of that to the city clerk as well.
Motion's on the floor for approval with recommendations to go to city council. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council, and it will go forward with those recommended changes to the sponsor, and the sponsor will determine what that final bill will look like when it goes before council.
And I appreciate y'all staying here with us all night and morning. And I just wanted to put one more thing on the record. The city clerk wouldn't mind. Before Commissioner Williams left, she said that she wanted to go on the record with being opposed to 109.
All right.
That's not a vote. It was just, yes.
Just a note.
Yes.
All right, moving on to item 110. Where's everybody going? Text 73402, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action or request to amend LVMC Title 19.12 related to marijuana dispensary use and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. I will have to abstain from this. My family's in the cannabis business, and I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Slotman.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed amendment would remove requirement number 12 from the minimum special use permit requirements for a marijuana dispensary use. That requirement is currently non-waivable and prohibits accessory uses unless they are educational. With the change to allowing recreational sales in addition to medicinal sales, the increased access by the public has created a desire among dispensaries to be able to sell other items and collectibles related to the industry, such as hats, T-shirts, and other miscellaneous products. These types of sales are common for other similar uses. The proposed amendment would remove that restriction completely and allow accessory uses at sites occupied by dispensaries in compliance with standard zoning requirements.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Starting with Christina.
I don't have any comments or changes on this one. I actually did my homework, and I feel okay about it, and I think that the proposed text amendment is
Thank
good
you.
as stands, so my motion
Thank
is
you.
for approval.
Motion for approval on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
All right. Did you want to say when it's up, Director?
Yes, that will go forward to City Council in ordinance form.
All right. Number 111, text amendment 73420, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request to amend LVMC 1902 related to subdivision design improvement requirements in 1904 related to complete street standards and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a request to amend sections of LVMC Title 1902 regarding subdivision design and improvement requirements in 1904 complete streets to codify the tenets of a collaborative effort between the City of Las Vegas and the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association that resulted in a memorandum of understanding. This text amendment is the result of several months of discussion between the City of Las Vegas and SNHBA regarding the implementation of a requirement for fire sprinklers in all new residential development. Nevada state law limits the ability of local governments to require sprinklers without first making a finding via independent report that the benefits of the sprinkler system to a homeowner outweigh the cost. The MOU was meant to supplement the required report with those with those items that were mutually agreed to by the city and the SNHBA intended to be adopted by the city into the respective code sections. This amendment would codify the items that apply to LVMC Title 19.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing, and from the public like to be heard on this item. Name and address for the record, please.
Matt Walker with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Tract 100 North City Parkway, suite number 1600. On behalf of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, I will keep it very brief and just thank everybody, including Chief Nolan and Tom Perigo. The entire staff put many, many hours into this. I think we worked on it since April 2015 to achieve a first in the nation agreement between a local home building organization and a fire department on adoption of residential fire sprinkler base code. And we're very proud of it, and think that you guys should be too in approving it tonight.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else, Amanda, did you have anything? No? No, great, okay. We will close the public hearing, turn it over to the board for discussion. Any comments, any motions? Commissioner Toussaint?
Can I make a motion to approve?
There's a motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
Okay.
Thanks for all the hard work. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that will move forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you. Have a good morning. Item number 112, text 73425, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request to amend the street classifications of the town center development standards and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed modification to map 6 of the Town Center Development Standards allows for consistency with past actions and future planned roadway improvements in the Town Center area. This modification was initiated at the request of the Department of Public Works, and the overall transportation goals for the Town Center area and the city as a whole have been preserved. Staff recommends approval of the request. Please note there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Seeing no one from the public, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Any comments? Public Works, or it sounds like you're happy with where we're at this point from what's happened. If there's a motion.
Motion to approve?
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Did you need to talk?
No.
Okay.
I was ready for the next one.
Okay. Item number 113, DAR 73468.
Mr. Chairman, that I will move forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Thank you, Director. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action request for appointment of new members of Downtown Design Review Committee. Staff has no recommendation. I will say that the Director made a comment that it might be best if we obey this to the next meeting when we have an actual commission, full board to kind of discuss this. Commissioner Schlaven, you wanted to comment?
I think I would like to nominate Donna or Commissioner Toussaint, and also I served on that board for 5 years, and Commissioner Quinn served on it for a couple of years, and has indicated that they likely wouldn't want to be on it, but Commissioner Toussaint and Joe Savio has stated that they wouldn't mind being on the board, so we could hold this, or we can...
If he's got a nomination.
Okay, well, I'm hearing a nomination.
Nomination for Commissioner Toussaint, and another nomination for Commissioner Lou DeSavio.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Did you, Commissioner Roush, did you have comments you wanted to add? No, okay. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Thank you, Commissioner Schlaven, for wrapping that one. Appreciate it. That motion carries. Okay, this is the citizen participation point. Item number 114, citizens participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters in the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject can be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record, the amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of Any single speakers allowed may be limited. Seeing no one, we're going to adjourn. Oh, Commissioner Schlafly.
I just want to say, former Commissioner Steve Evans sent me a note stating in his 10 years on the Planning Commission, the latency he's gone is 3:45, and I took his seat 7 years ago, so you hold the record for the past 17 years. 4:45. 4:40 a.m. 4:40.
Congratulations. 4:40 a.m. Thanks all.